That's money.
Nah. I want that.
Right now. Come on here.
You can handle it.
Yeah, jump around with your legs like that.
We gonna see how we
It
can.
ain't been right since you jump around. He's in shock, right?
All right.
Yeah, I told
Where y'all work out?
I said, I don't watch it.
Yeah, that's the one.
Just right. Thanks, man.
She did it first.
The first time you be here, man. Oh, scared now, y'all. The real president. Not time money.
It was a case of you know what happened.
I mean, the school teachers scared them off. They want to get her done and come back and look like she ain't got nothing in the first. Get the name evil. What is it? You said what? Don't be funny. That's what's going on. Yeah, bro, that's funny with it.
Harold Smith and Harold Smith, Harold Melton, and the Blue Teddy Gray, Teddy Penny. Turn out the light. Just another kill. Yeah.
She talking about Tuesday. That's a good
They messed my shit. They messed my they messed the word.
They take and give people information. And they say, look at one.
I know it's messed up. That's what's messed up. Say, y'all don't see it. I see
came out of your power, you keep your power in your mouth.
These chairs you can put them
About right here.
It doesn't rain, it's rain. Sometimes it don't rain. Sometimes rain is no problem. Sometimes the sun is light. It makes them look watch out. Rain.
I saw it rain the other day and the sun was y'all get somewhere and sit down. The Lord is
He's speaking. Sit down. He's speaking.
the cheesecake.
I was telling my granddaughter about this.
The time is now 5:44, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being called to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Murphy Carter? Present. Ms. Burns? Present. Ms. Bouchette?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Present. Ms. Worthing? Present. You have 7 members present?
Thank you. You have 7 members present. Now we have the pledge of allegiance by Connie Burns.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now it's time for our prayer of blessing. Before we give our prayer of blessing, is there anyone that would like to remember someone that have passed on?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Murray?
I would like to have a moment of prayer or a moment of silence for, and this is Maybelle Roman, who passed away this past week. She had a very long life, I believe 94 years. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to honor anyone else that wants one on? You know, one on?
Yes, Madam. Yes, Madam Chair.
Anyone retired?
Yes, I would like to remember and have a special silent prayer for the family of Dr. Charles Banks, as well as the family of Talia Stanley. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to honor someone with one on silence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I would like for the people, because the people's over in Turkey, that 10,000 people is missing, and I'd like to have a moment of prayer for them. Over in Turkey, over in that dam over there, the dam broke and flooded off, and Nobody mentioned nothing about that.
Thank you. All right, seeing that we have no more, we will take this minute for the moment of silence. All right, so now it's time for the prayer. We will ask Pastor Threadhill to approach the lectern to say the prayer.
Yeah.
Jesse, let us bow. First, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for allowing us to rise one more time. We pray that you will shower your blessings down upon us as we take care of the business of this city. Strengthen us. Use our mind in the right direction. Transform us that we will be for the people, not for ourselves. We pray that you continue blessing us as we continue doing the things that will be pleasing in your sight. And all these blessings we ask in Jesus' name. And all the church said, amen.
Amen.
The reading of this early person city subsection. Any person that persists to disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct. Assault and battery, disorderly person, that will be subject to arrest for misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. Is there any request for changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Brewster?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to vote immediately in sequence on any proposed agenda changes.
All right, there's a motion to vote immediately in sequence. Is there any support?
Support.
It has been, moved and properly seconded. Roll call, Madam Clerk. What's your point?
You don't have any discussion.
Not at all, when we vote about time. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy. Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Bless you.
Mr.
Thank
Lecter.
you, everybody.
Ms. Worthing.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That motion passed. Any request for changes in or additions to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. May?
I'd like to make a motion that, we have a discussion item at the end of this meeting dealing with the ARPA funds, Ernst and Young, and I so moved.
Okay, so you don't want an agenda change, you want to make a motion, we'll make that clear.
I did what you just did. I made my motion clear. Yes, that was
Thank you, Mr. May, we just need to hear was it a motion, so you want a motion to add what again?
Ask the clerk.
Yeah.
Discussion regarding ARPA funds and Ernst & Young. At the end of the agenda.
At the end of the agenda? All right. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Connie Ryan. All right, roll call on the clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Why are motions being made and properly seconded, you don't, as a chair, ask, is there any discussion on the motion?
So we were talking about the change to the agenda. You have discussion?
You gotta ask,
discussion, because it limited time to vote immediately.
Ooh.
And, so I believe that this is out of order.
Absolutely, you are correct. Mr. May, that is out of order, you're trying to manipulate the rules. So, we will move on to the vote.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Not a problem.
Never get off first base.
There is an appeal of the ruling of the chair for ruling against debating the motion to change the agenda.
Madam Chair.
Please.
Point of order.
No, we have to have a second, but what is your point? What is your point?
That's what you should have said, not no. Let me
What is
say,
your point?
you interrupted me, getting up to a bad start. I call point of order, you should stop, say, what's your point? My point is that, when you don't stop immediately and then you confuse it, let me now remember my point. I called a point of order because you did not state my appeal properly. My appeal ain't on it, my appeal is that whether or not there should be discussion after the motion was made by me and properly seconded by Ms. Burns. That's the proper wording of my appeal, not what you said.
Is that your point of order?
Yeah, that's my view.
Okay. All right. All right, so the appeal has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Morgan.
I move that we, vote immediately on the appeal with no discussion.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to vote immediately on this appeal.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, we're in an appeal,
We understand.
and she's making a motion in an appeal, and when the motion to appeal was made and properly seconded, my point is order that you and her is out of order. You supposed to now be asking me in any discussion on the appeal, not entertaining a motion that's out of order by your road dog word. You're out of order, that's my point of order.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mays. The motion is always in order. So there is a motion on the floor.
I appeal the ruling, Madam Chair.
That's fine. So, we will appeal the ruling of the chair. And what is your appeal?
That motion was out of order, you saying it's in order that a person can make a motion at any time, and I disagree with it, and I want to test it, because that motion was out of order, it was in the middle of an appeal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mays. Please note that your motion was out of order, because we were in the.
Point of order. Point of order. I appeal the ruling of the chair, what's your job at this point?
Madam Chair, you didn't give
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, said, or whichever one was, this is a
Is there a
terrorist.
second?
You didn't get an appeal for his other appeal.
Is there a second?
You didn't get a second for the first appeal. You didn't ask for an appeal for the first or second. Appeal, so you're moving along, so let's pull back. When he said he appealed to you didn't get a chance to ask for a second. I did not second that because you did not ask it. So now you're on to another one. So this is, I don't even know where we are already.
You don't know, I thought that you.
No.
I stated, I stated before, Ms. Burns.
No, I did not. Let's make that first.
I stated, well, no need to argue.
Let me finish, Madam Chair, because I'm not arguing. I'm stating what needs to be said. Because I want my interpretation to be done by anybody on this council but me. What I said, I supported when he said, I didn't say that was not his appeal. So you got sidetracked. I did not support his appeal.
Yeah, so thank you for that clarity.
So
So with that being said, what is your point?
Based upon our rules, when I appealed the first one, and you got the second, you were supposed to come to me, not entertain for wording or miswording, and then say she can make a motion at any time. You had already broke the rules. It was out of order by not coming to me after the appeal at the second, because it was my appeal. She don't even get the floor first.
Thank you, thank you.
So are you gonna warn yourself?
Not at all. So what I want to do is, call this to order, and we'll go ahead and get this back on track, because again, when I was in the process of getting the second, you took the floor with an illegal point of order. So as we circle back to the first appeal, do we have any support for the appeal against the ruling of the chair? For ruling against Mr. May's, discussion of. What's it called?
Let's not get slick. You just now said I was illegal and didn't give me a chance to appeal that. Nobody's gonna sit here wrong and let you use all these words. Stick with what the issue is. The issue
Point of order.
Ms. Warren.
This is just a chance to get the floor.
It definitely is. So Mr. Mays, so point of order denied.
I didn't finish my point. You let your road dog interrupt me again. I was in the middle of making my point.
Mr. Mays,
Point
what
of order.
rule has been broken?
Point
What
of
rule
order.
has been broken, Mr. Mays?
The rule that says you go to the person who appealed first, and I was in the middle of saying that and trying to get this straightened out, and you keep letting her interrupt me with unlawful motions, points of order, and you cut me off. Bad start.
What is it for?
Still no.
Mr. Mays, for the betterment of this meeting, let's proceed. You have, you appealed already, we just started, we want to settle this
I was
right away.
request for information. A few is more than two, is two, correct?
So, is there a point for, is there a support for Mr. Mays appealing for the ruling of the chair for discussion of his motion?
Point of order, Madam Chair. My second appeal was you going and giving this word.
We're not there, Mr. Mays, you're out of order. We're not there
I
yet.
appeal your ruling that I'm out of order. Point of
We're not
order,
there yet.
everybody is in order. Quit ruling me out of order in your conversation, because I'm here, and when you do it, and I'm trying to help you, I'm gonna appeal it, because I can't stand to get.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, Ms. Word,
Discussion.
absolutely, Mr.
We're
Mays.
asking for a second.
Mr. Mays, please stop using the privilege motion to take the floor. So again,
And she needs to shut up.
any support for this appeal?
Her and her road dog.
Excuse me. Order in the audience. Thank you.
I'll support his appeal, the first.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my motion still stands to vote immediately.
I didn't hear that, so one second. Order by Reverend Carter. The first appeal. Okay.
And point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that at the last meeting, Mr. Pfeiffer made a motion during an appeal and we voted on it.
Thank you, point well taken. So, with that being said, to continue with the precedent of this council, this is solely about the appeal, and a motion is always in order. So, so we are on the first appeal, and the appeal is for the discussion of the motion. So, we will go ahead and start here, so go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, that's why you had us to the start.
You need to tell your colleague to stop talking.
Thank you.
Well, let's be clear, I can't tell them to stop talking. So, is there,
Point of order, she doesn't have the floor, so she should not be speaking.
Right, thank you. Your road dog
People
too
talk
much.
all the time along here. He was just talking to Tanya, and he opened his mouth first, so.
okay, so
Here we go.
what is your point?
First of all, Madam Chair, please warn her for taking the floor and using a frivolous motion. What's your point? 26, 22, 27? You need to warn her. If the clerk can hear, see what she's talking now. If the clerk and everyone can hear her down there, you can hear her too.
Exactly.
You can hear her, and she's speaking very derogatory, and she took the floor. She made a motion to take the floor. You know, to put her point of order, she did a frivolous motion. So if you can warn Councilman Mays, warn her for taking one, because she gave a point of order right after Councilman Pfeiffer did. Warn her for making a frivolous motion.
Well, unfortunately, if we want to pass out, we have to give Councilman Pfeiffer one too,
You gotta rule on Mr. Pfeiffer's point. Even though she interrupted him with a point of order, you got to rule on his point first. Then, let me finish, don't cut me off, because you out of order, that causes confusion, and chair just can't talk over people and be in order. You done read the disorderly person thing, we should give you one warning, and if you continue to interrupt us and do what you're doing, you're out of order and should be gone. You gotta first rule on his point of order. Then you rule on Mr. Worthy's point. Then you rule on Ms. Burns' point. I'm not gonna let you glass over these high privilege motions. Let me hear you in that order. Rule on those 3 points.
not a problem. So the chair is going to rule against all 3 points, because if we start the precedent of saying people can't talk up here, then there will be no whispering back and forth. She's talking now. So we have to be clear whenever we begin to do that.
Point of order. You didn't hear, point of order, Madam Chair. You did not hear, and you're mistaken. Actually, did you saw my mouth moving? I did not verbally speak.
Oh, so you want to talk? Okay, so again, we don't want to set that precedent. So if she was not verbally speaking, but she was moving her mouth, that can be viewed as talking. So let's not get to this precedent. If Ms. Worthy is saying something that is derogatory that you hear and everyone else here, please put a motion on the floor so we all can vote. But from here, I don't hear. I'm sharing a whole meeting. And also, I'm dealing with request for information. What is your request?
My request for information, and this is close. You said you rule on all 3 points of order is not problem. In my mind, Pfeiffer's point was the problem. Now, I can ignore it and not appeal your ruling that his point was proper, we can move on. And I'm gonna do it this one time. But I'm gonna suggest to you that you quit being discriminatory with ruling everybody out of order with a point of order except for Ms. Worthy, because I'm not gonna let it go after this. I disagree with your ruling on Pfeiffer's point of order.
Mr.
I'm
Mays.
gonna take one for the team. Hold on, let me finish. And we're gonna see if we can move on. But it's the last time I'll do that today. So be careful with what you do.
Mr. Mays, so that's your first warning for abusing a privilege motion.
I
You
appeal
call for a
the
request.
chair.
That is fine. Ma'am, that is your warning.
And this is yours.
Thank you. So that is her second warning, ma'am.
And this is yours.
So.
I appeal the ruling as it relates to her person's second
You
warning.
remember my name, Nora Basie.
Appeal.
You remember that?
Is there a second?
Oh, you don't gotta leave yet, he just appealed.
Well, Officer Pfeiffer was here to leave, so I'm gonna give my mama a body mirror and everybody money, no one to help me. You remember my name.
That is denied.
That's what you do. Your ugly ass. That new hairdo don't make you look good. Quit spending our money on your hair.
So the council will stand at ease until we can get order in the chambers.
They need to get her down, still, Miss Barnes.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the first appeal for the ruling of the chair in the discussion of the motion. So since the maker of the motion is currently out of the seat, the chair will go ahead and proceed.
You know, the motion that was made and voted on was to not have debate, and it was also so that we could vote on it individually in sequence as we were still in the process of getting agenda changes. And so we had not gotten to that point, so I think that motion was it.
Why are you recording? Thank you. You need to record on that?
Madam Chair,
Mr.
I make a motion to appeal all pending resolutions.
There's a motion to table one pending appeal of that motion, there's a second. All right, there is a second. Roll call, sir.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing? Yes. Ms. Burns?
No.
Vote is 4 yes, 2 no.
No, it's 4 yes, 2 no, that motion failed. All right, so we will continue with that appeal regarding the motion, the main motion. But anyone else like to do that? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. No vote will hold the ruling of the chair, and the yes vote will, yes, and the yes vote will overturn. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Yes, no, excuse me, no.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain.
Ms. Boucher?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mayor, is that no? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Vote is 0 yes. 5 no, 1 abstention.
Vote is 0 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. So the appeal of, the ruling of the chair stands. So now we're on to the second appeal, which is saying that the motion is out of order. The first motion was out of order. Any discussion? Mr. Piper?
Yes, per rule 1.2, the chair should immediately go to the person that needs to go. So you give the floor to Councilwoman Knight or against the rule, so I can go against the chair.
And what rule is that?
1.2. In an appeal, you state your decision, it goes to the person that made the appeal. It doesn't say that you can entertain motions, when you're in an appeal during that time.
Okay, anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
One second. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for clearing that up. So this motion never received a second.
Well,
So it looked, and making a motion not here. So the chair will order that we drop this motion.
Madam Chair, you have to ask for a second.
You have to ask for a second.
Even if I can try to.
Yes,
It's not a
ma'am.
motion, I mean, it's kind of sort of,
Okay, so let me be double clear. Attorney Kim. So we are at the second appeal, and we didn't get a chance to get a second. Yeah, we moved on with the meeting. So is it in order for us to go back to this and give a second? Or since we didn't move on with the meeting, do we move on with the meeting?
Right. don't get days.
Unprecedented.
Rule say that request for second should happen immediately after the appeal is made. Rules do not say what to do in this situation.
Because it shouldn't have been this situation.
If I remember correctly, there's at least one or two other appeals that were made of various rulings that were seconded after this one. I'm not sure the exact number, I haven't checked with the clerk, whether there were 3 appeals or 4 appeals, but frankly, I don't think the rules, our rules or Robert's rules are necessarily written to address this particular circumstance. I just.
Point of order.
Okay, is that it?
I don't.
Man,
Our
you're
rules,
right.
there's no answer, and I have to start forwarding the Robert's rules to figure out if there's something specific there.
Thank you, what's your point, Brian?
My point is that whenever we have a point of order, we're supposed to stop ceasing, and then that, and then also when there's appeal, the chair has a responsibility to ask for a second. And I did bring that to your attention, but then there were some other things that ensued right after that. So that not to say it got lost, and then it went back. So it would have been for you to ask for a second to that appeal, because I did bring it to your attention.
Madam Chair, I think in the interest of fairness, that you should ask for a second, we should deal with this bill.
Not a problem. So, we'll go ahead and. No, so, is there a second to Mr. May's appeal?
I second that appeal.
All right. Discussion. So, since the maker of the appeal is not here, any discussion?
Point of order, is that the appeal that we're going back to Councilman Fifer?
No.
Can you state the appeal, Madam Chair?
Sure. So, the Madam Clerk, would you take the appeal?
This would be an appeal that a motion is always in order. And that was right after Ms. Worthing made her motion to overrule Mr. May's appeal.
So, Madam Chair, when it came to Councilman Pfeiffer's, because I think you lost track of the sequence, he spoke, and then you stated after he spoke, you said, Madam Clerk said there was no second to the appeal, he cited 1.2, when Mr. Pfeiffer stated that you had given the floor, and 1.2 states that beginning with the member who made the appeal, that the chair is supposed to go to that person first. So I am again for the 4th meeting. I'm lost. I'm lost. And I'm quite sure the audience is too, because discussion was only took discussion for Councilman Pfeiffer on that one. And then the clerk stated that you did an appeal on that one where he was stating rule 1.2. And then you went, I don't know what you went on to. You went on which appeal that you went on to. But I would ask, this is our 4th meeting. We had our committee meeting, we had that was adjourned. We had our council meeting.
Please hold on, please hold on.
Thank you. This is our 4th meeting where these meetings are not being chaired fairly. And I would encourage you to be fair. You're not being fair. You are handing out warnings here. That was your resident who needs a roof, and she's out of funds. That's your resident who's been calling you, and she came here to speak to you, and you warned and put her out. She's frustrated. She's frustrated. So when you want to got her respect, you have to give it back also. And even with the warnings here, you're issuing them out. You have got to take a step back, pull it back, and let's have a good meeting to finish these 18 items. Because these 18 items are about 2 weeks old now. And these are meetings you're chairing. So you're gonna have to take some responsibility for the tone, your decorum, your energy. That's what we all feel, and so everybody sees. Everybody sees it. So I want to get through this meeting to take care of these 18 items and to chair fair, not to, to be retaliatory. That let's don't do that. Let's not. The conversations, if they can hear them way over there, from this end, you can hear them too. And I would encourage you to be fair, because this is underneath you, chair. And the chair has a responsibility to be fair.
Anyone else to speak on this appeal? Okay, thank you. I'll be the last to speak. Unfortunately, what we just heard was not germane. This is a motion about a motion being in order. We must stick to the point. This appeal, only thing that anyone should be speaking about is exclusively this specific appeal. This appeal is about a motion being in order. That's what this appeal is about. This council has set precedent that an appeal is always, a motion is always in order. And the body can vote it up, the body can vote it down, but the motion is always in order. At any time, any place. If we want to talk about the specificness of this, we could have ruled Mr. May's motion out of order because we were in the middle of an agenda change. And so if we look in our rules, does it say anything about making a motion during the agenda change? So we want to recite the rules, we got to recite them in their entirety. If we're not going to put motions on the floor for anything and interrupt, we must do that all across the board. And the fact that I gave Mr. Mays the liberty to put a motion on the floor because a motion is always in order, that's exactly what I did from his word. Fairness. He was allowed to do his motion, she was allowed to do her motion. And here we are. So with that being said, Mr. Mays' vote, his motion was that her motion was out of order. So, and the chair said that it was not. So if you would like to affirm the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. If you support the ruling of the chair and being fair on distributing motion, you vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain for the chair is not chairing fairly in this meeting.
Ms. Shad?
It's something seriously wrong.
What are we voting on?
This is the appeal that a motion is always in order. That's correct. From this, ordinance of motion in the middle of the appeal.
Madam Clerk, could you state what that means?
Point of order, we're in a roll call.
Understood.
We are in a roll call. There should be no discussion, yes or no.
So what about the Lewis? Tarzan has spoken.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 2 yes, 3 no, one abstention.
All right, thank you. You said two yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention. All right. So the ruling of the chair stands. Now we move on. So now we move on to request for change to the agenda. Do we have any requests for change to the agenda?
Point of order.
What is it?
I believe Mr. Mays appealed his first warning also.
Okay, so we don't get a second. I mean, that is not evidence. So if you get a second, then,
Point of order, the chair has to ask.
Okay, please. Got it. Thank you. Is there, support for Mr. May's, appeal? Is there support for Mr. May's appeal?
Yes.
All right, so is there support?
Madam Chair?
Ms., but you said yes, so, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Burns? So since Mr. Mays is not here,
Madam, point of order.
what you want?
Now, you are getting off to a bad start.
A horrible
I mean,
start.
and again, you did not, you are in this, I need you to please take a step back. Please take a step back.
So that's second?
And she
Right?
didn't listen.
Correct, right? So you second. So we gave you the floor. Madam Clerk, start the time. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, you have a responsibility. He's not the one that you hand out warnings to. And I'm pretty sure you're upset at least 4 of your colleagues. You have 4 that are here. Your tone is very negative. Your words are very condescending. And yes, it's got to do with this, but you want to put them out. You know, you are attacking you. You have to, as they say, have a thick skin. And you're not exhibiting that. You're not.
So,
And-
from point of order, so this, please pause the term, so I just want to be clear. We want to be germane to the appeal. This specific appeal is about Mr. Mays abusing the request for information. So he called a request for information, and he did not ask a question.
Madam Chair, you probably should give yourself a warning for taking the floor. You need to warn yourself, because you didn't let me finish. So you need to warn yourself for frivolously taking the floor. And just imagine I got before, can you warn yourself? You are taking the floor. No, I think you let me finish. Because this warning is a part of your conduct, or their lack of. You cannot interrupt the speaker and take the floor. You violate your number 1 rule, Rule 27.6.227. You are continuously violating the rule that you recite. You recite.
Okay, so for all clarity, because our.
Madam Chair, point more.
She's got the floor.
I understand, but we are.
I don't need clarity.
No, for no reason.
No reason, she's not being germane, so if.
Well, you
she's
didn't
not
call
being
point of
germane,
order.
Then we will do that, proceed, and then give the word.
And then I'll get a warning.
Proceed.
What is this? So you want to warn me? Let me be clear on this. Because one, the stuff that you're doing is ridiculous. You're a terrible chair.
Awful.
You're taking the floor. You need to warn yourself. I have extended courtesies to you. You can't take any self-criticism. You're a terrible chair.
Awful.
These meetings erupt into a dumpster fire because of you. And you probably should resign for taking a $50,000 application for gaslight this community. And please stop my time.
It's not germane to the actual.
And that is my point. So I say germane to the point, Mrs. Burns, and the point is, we are in an appeal for Mr. Mays receiving a warning for abusing a request for information. And that is exclusively what we should be dealing with at this point in time.
And Madam Chair, you're taking the floor, and it was taken again. So you're abusing it, she's abusing it, but you're not warning them. So there is a clear double standard. You didn't even do point of order when you took the floor. You just took the floor. You didn't even say request information, you didn't say point of order. Then underneath your mask, you said that I give you a warning. You handed out warnings, it doesn't seem to bother you. You have 1,000 reasons why your residents are saying, please look at yourself and change things. You need to do that. You keep taking the floor. Reason why he had this one, because you kept cutting them off. You did not get for two motions on the floor. You did not get a second. That's the responsibility of the chair. You didn't get for 2 times. Not once, but twice did you make 2 mistakes. You have to look at yourself and what you're doing, and you're not. You know, if you want, I'm saying, pull back. You come in here, I'm gonna kick everybody out, I'm gonna warn everybody, and it's not your, it is germane, we're talking about motions. Why? Because you, the chair, do not know, understand what point of information, point of order, and you keep taking the floor. And you don't even always ask. You're not getting seconds. So if you want to have a fair meeting, you have to be a fair person. The role of the chair is to keep everyone in the meeting, to keep the meeting flowing, and to chair fairly. You haven't done it. Your meetings keep turning to a dumpster fire, and you're the chair. You're chairing this mess.
Good.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Vice.
I make a motion to remove, her, the second board council person as the chair of this meeting.
Wow.
Remove the second board council person chair of this meeting. Is there a second?
I second that.
And it has been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, this is the fourth meeting that we together put a terrible start. And in my opinion, we got off to a terrible start because you handed out warnings just wrong. And then you punishing us for saying point of order and trying to keep the meeting on track, but you have not once punished Ms. Word, and she ain't been accurate. The rules that we voted on said that when there's an appeal, you go first to the person who made the appeal. That's a rule. You could go first to Ms. Word. So that means that was out of order. We've made all the arguments we can. We're looking stupid in the public eye. And people talking about us, in my opinion, because you ain't being a compassionate or intelligent chair. You bully. I don't know if it has something to do with trying to clear us out before we get to the disciplinary resolutions dealing with you and Mr. Burton. All y'all done, in my opinion. But those things has been on the agenda every time you touch it. It's a constant. What you're doing is a constant. I can't speak for Murphy, Priestley, Candace Michelle, or Word. But they can't continue to condone obvious wrongdoing.
Yes.
And the motion that Mr. Piper made to not let you to continue to chair this meeting is to this council's benefit. It is to try to get the business of the city done, multi-million-dollar business. And the speech that I'm giving, because of the time frames, is necessary. Now, I don't care what Murphy, you, Priestley, Mashack, and Worthing do on this motion, but I know me and Ms. Winfrey Carter came back.
Yes.
We didn't even know the motion that Mr. Bible was gonna make, but we came back as we stood on the outside and watched this mess. You've been very, very messy, Ms. Liddell Lewis, and you've been messy for the last 3 meetings. And you don't punish yourself, and you don't punish Ms. Word. I'm gonna repeat that 2 more times. You don't punish yourself, and you don't punish Ms. Word. The tragedy of all of that is it's being condoned by Candace Mashack, Priestley, and when he's here, Mr. Burton. That's a fact, being condoned. And the way that you and Kirkendall rigged the rules up, that it takes 5 votes to overturn the chair, is contrary to Robert's rules, contrary to common sense, and you got people voting and abstaining wrongdoing, and that's why we got chaos. And y'all having a ball. It reminds me of emergency management dictatorship. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out how to get around it. But for right now, for the fourth meeting, I want to get the business of the city done. And I will vote yes to not let you continue to chair this meeting and beat up on legitimate things that we're saying and condone the wrongdoings of particularly Ms. Worthy in this meeting. Ms. Worthy has been out of order, dead wrong. You've been out of order, dead wrong. And somebody got to figure out how to stop this motion that Mr. Viper has made. I hope people ain't scared of it, because I think we could fly through the business of the city if we can just let you out of the sheriff now. This is for the fourth meeting. The same thing. Thank you so much.
Madam Chairman,
Ms. Worthy?
I'm very disappointed that my colleague in the 8th Ward has chosen to side with chaos instead of order in this Flint City Council meeting. It's hard for me to believe that we have people on this council actively hindering progress by all the appeals and points of order, and then they flip the script and say it's me or Liddell out of order, when we just want to get the business done. So if I say point of order, please state your name, there's a problem, because I'm not letting you state all these lies about all of your colleagues. And I'm over here because apparently I smell like bologna and disappointment. So I just thought I would stay over so we can, continue along with the business. But I find it all very childish, disgusting, immoral, unethical. Like, if you're gonna run scared, that is on you, but we ran with the business of the city. So if they get enough signatures for any of our recalls, let the process be what it is.
Yes.
But to side with those who would, this is now the third meeting that we've not accomplished anything, it's gross, it's disgusting. It's sad. It's all those things. And the crowd here is here specifically for Mr. Mays and TikTok, and to cheer this kind of behavior on, and that's disgusting. I just want to vote on these issues.
Please get in order.
Dr. Lewis just wants to vote on these issues. Ms. Mushat and Ms. Priestley, we all are here to vote and do our job, and we are prevented from doing it. And no amount of people, there could be thousands in here screaming at me right now, saying they hate my guts, and I would still do the right thing because I am not a coward. So, Dr. Lewis, I am now leaving this meeting because I gave it an hour. I have my children, and I came here thinking we'd get things done, but it's very clear to me that my colleagues did not have that intention, so I am now leaving. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, the reason I made the motion is because it's obvious that, this body made a incorrect decision by putting you as vice president. That's clear as day as long. If it wasn't for two federal lawsuits that the city has now had to fight because of your chairman, it is now going to be the fourth meeting where you want to rule with an iron fist, and there's too much conflict with your colleagues that we can't get the city business done. So right now, you are the reason that we cannot get business done the way that you are ruling with an iron fist. Everybody who knows and knows that the way I've been sitting in my decorum in the past year and a half or going on 2 years that I've been elected, I don't get involved in this nonsense. But it has come to the realization that we can't move forward with you being the chair.
That's right. Amen.
Very clear. chair had to use the emergency purchasing ordinance to get things done because you couldn't chair. So the chair's sole responsibility is to move the meeting forward and to get the business of the city done. And you have failed at several meetings, not just these three the four that we lost quorum and couldn't keep the quorum. Go back and look at every meeting that you've chaired that's been utter chaos.
Yes.
So, while I'm staying out of the fray, the time has come for a change in leadership in order to move the city of Flint business forward.
Anyone else like to speak on this motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Thank you. You know, I sat here, and I don't say much, but I sat here, first of all, Madam Chair, you started the meeting off wrong. And it was indicated by the way you hit the gravel, okay? It was harsh. And I sat there and I said, wow, she's coming in with an attitude. You started the meeting off wrong. I knew it was going to be bad. And I just didn't take it. You know, after working all day and to come in and to be in the midst of negativity, I wasn't going to sit up here and sit during this meeting while you chair this meeting with that attitude. It's too much. Yes. It's too much. You already come in, your tone is hostile, very condescending. We're adults up here. And see, I had to get up and leave because you talk wrong to me. It was gonna be a time up here. I'm not even feeling it today with you. So I did leave. I had to cool down. Then we have Paul videotaping individuals. Yeah, he is. That's unfortunate. I don't know what he's trying to prove. But I'll be voting yes. Because you cannot chair a meeting fairly at all. You are a terrible chair. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this motion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Vernon. Ms. Vernon, please. Proceed.
Thank you. I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer. Councilman Pfeiffer, he does not generally get involved in anything. And for him to have to speak out, I think that one of the straws that broke the back was when I was accused of hitting Doug Matthews, and I did not. By the councilman last week in Ward 9, that did not happen. And you said nothing. And all of these things are accumulating, and they're continuing to roll over to each meeting. It has been continued to have cheered very badly and unfairly. When I come to these meetings, and I do not expect you to be a fair chair. Almost all of your meetings erupt into chaos.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter, we were at the county, we were in the dome, and here. So it is very prevalent that you do not have or possess the capability of chairing, period. You just don't. That is not a skill set that you have at all. I said to you last week, I remember one time I didn't feel good for the meeting. You said to me, Ms. Barnes, you need to learn how to chair. I take things with constructive criticism. You didn't know what was going on in my life. That was that one meeting. I never had meetings like you had. Not ever when I chaired. not ever. You make a commitment, you ran for the seat to do the work. The role of the chair, again, keep everyone in the meeting. Make sure each ward is represented. Make sure the meeting is full. You weaponize the police on the resident. That is your resident. She needs your help. She needs your help. You warned her and had the police put your own second ward resident out. How did you do that? That's your resident. She has been begging you for help. She called me, and I think she called Councilman Mays. And we continue to try to help her. She can't even stay in her home. You spend more time on Facebook, which I'm glad I'm living rent-free in your head, because you stay on pages in the 6th Ward, and I think the 6th Ward residents weren't happy. You going all over there putting in stuff, and then you tell the one lady, ma'am, don't do that. You're disrespectful. You're a very disingenuous person. In order for us to move the business of the city of Flint forward, we need to remove you as chair.
Yes. Amen.
We have to. You are unethical. I don't know if you're upset because it was disclosed that you applied for your own nonprofit that was originated to receive $50,000. But you did go back and change it because it was on social media today. It was on social media today that you went and changed and took yourself off of there. So you knew there was some wrongdoing. Or was it the Ashley Capital $1,500 check that you didn't disclose? Or the box of cash that the lady came up here and stated for the free event that you charged $5? I don't know. But you continue to gaslight this community. And we have 18 items on this agenda that we had last week, and we need to take care of the business. This was another opportunity for you to come in to be fair. You and the audience probably didn't hear. She was whispering a warning. She was talking underneath that mask. Yeah, you did. You did. And you're not a truthful person. I remember you said, and I was all on this, I was like enraged when you said Councilman called him Mother F and B. And he didn't. He didn't. You told a lie on him. You said that the news heard, the cameraman said no, the journalist said no. I asked Judy, she said she had never heard it. And when you do these things, what you never did was apologize. And so y'all tone was set way back in 2021, December. And you helped to set that tone. So you do play a part in that. When it speaks to our bill, I would ask you to please extend a courtesy to him because he, under the American with Disabilities Act, he has some needs that we have to accommodate him for because he also has a right to stay in these meetings. So I would like you to please make sure that you acknowledge that, to keep him in the meeting. You know, when you're chairing, you can ask Officer Metcalf to help with that. I want to make sure we're fair, we're all heard. So removing you, I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer. This is about the business. Nothing personal, this is the business.
Anyone else like to speak on this motion? No, so,
Madam Chair,
Ms. Bouchard.
so, my whole desire in wanting to be in this seat was to truly move the city forward, the city business, do whatever has preceded me being here. Being here for a month now, I'm going to tell you it has been an interesting experience. It's been unfair for the residents. And it doesn't go for one side or the other. We toss around the word click here a lot, but the reality is there's clearly two clicks since people want to use the word click. And we need to be fair. Everybody keeps saying the word fair, everybody keeps saying the word fair, but nobody is actually being fair. Everybody keeps saying they want to get the business done. It's leave this person in their seat, otherwise their ward is not represented. It's let's go, let's go, let's go. For the past 4 meetings, wards 1 through 9 have gone unrepresented. And I'm not sure why nobody can put behind whatever has happened. I don't expect anybody to other. You don't have to talk to each other outside of this space. Most of us don't even see each other outside of this space. But here we are again, more than an hour into a meeting where everybody is proclaiming they want business done, but everybody's putting motions on the floor that are frivolous. Everybody is stopping, everybody is harming the community. And then, to have my colleague in the 8th Ward get up out of his seat, go back there to our other 2 colleagues and tell them to come back and then put that motion on the floor and fake outrage. It's fine if you want to be president. I'm not tripping. I don't care. But don't go behind the cameras and act like you're not doing what we know you're doing.
Oh my God.
I have no problem with you wanting to be president. That is more than fine. I have no problem if y'all want to remove her from chairing this meeting. That's more than fine. But we're lying to people and playing in people's face. You know what you just did. We saw it. You went behind the cameras and did it. If you want that position, then you need to act like somebody who wants this position. Stand up and do what you're going to do in front of the cameras where everybody can see.
Pastor Mike.
That's all you have to do.
Chapter 12.
You might not like her, you might not like Eric, but they do what they do in front of the camera where everybody can see them. So if you want to play the big boy game, do it in front of the camera where everybody can see you. You're not outraged. You're going to be president, and that is fine. I'm assuming everybody that's sitting up here has an ambition in some way. No problem. Whether your ambition is to be president, whether your ambition is to help the residents, that's fine. But let's not pretend like what just happened didn't just happen. People are free to vote however they vote. They said meeting after meeting they don't like the way she chairs. That's fine, so we know how they're going to vote. They express exactly how they feel up here in front of the camera where everyone can see them. And that's more than fine. But you slither. You slither, and I watched you today, and that's not okay. That is not okay.
But 2 claps.
Anyone else would like to speak?
I won't be supporting this motion to remove, Councilman Dr. Lewis from her seat, because, when I look at the calendar, we only got 3 more meetings that, she will be chairing before we have to elect a new council president. I appreciate you for trying to do your best to chair, working environment that we have.
Providing the crowd.
Having been a chair, yes, you could have, stand room for improvement on a lot of areas, but we have talked about this behind closed doors. Not on this, at the last meeting, and I looked at, fighters. I heard my colleague in the first ward get up and degrade Council Dr. Lewis and call her stupid several times. And he said it loud enough to where, we all could have heard it. And when he was saying it, he repeatedly said it over and over and over and over again. I looked at my colleagues and I was looking to see if they heard the same thing I heard. This man has constantly degraded and disrespected us, anybody that don't agree with him. But we don't ever want to really talk about that. I've watched people come before this podium and criticize us, but don't really want to criticize him when really, in my opinion, he's the problem. And until we deal with the problem, and until we stick together and work together and make things happen, things is not going to. And I don't always disagree with some of the things that he said, but it's his tactic, it's his delivery, it's his approach. It ain't what you say, it's sometimes how you say what you say and how you say what you say. And when I first got on this council, and I said it and I still say it, sometimes you have to teach people how to treat you, because if you don't teach people how to treat you, they'll get to talking and treating you any kind of way. And then for my colleagues to keep going back as if Dr. Lewis is the problem, we all could be the problem. But what some of us don't do is we don't don't take responsibility when we wrong too. And some of my colleagues has been wrong too. Y'all tone of voice of how y'all come across, how y'all delivery. When y'all get to talking, y'all raise y'all voice. Y'all get to talking loud. Y'all get to talking derogatory, making comments towards people. But that's not no problem because y'all don't see yourselves. And until y'all start seeing yourselves as the problem and being like, what can I do to check myself, to make myself look better, it ain't gonna never get better because y'all don't think y'all do anything wrong. Y'all don't think y'all approach this wrong. Y'all think that y'all can hoop and holler behind, and then when you go and look at some video footage, when y'all hoop and holler at people, it kills people want to listen to y'all. So y'all ain't always right neither. And then y'all want people to side with y'all just as wrong as y'all accusing the chairperson of being wrong. So I won't be supporting this motion. And yes, we do need to move this meeting forward. And yes, I did not come and when I'm here to the councilman who made a comment that when I'm here, I'm gonna come here at 5:34 and sit here for a whole hour and listen to some pills and points of order. I'm not rushing down here to come down here for this. I'm gonna rush down here when we get ready to do some work. Sit up here and listen to points of order, point of information, and people take the floor and dominate the floor, points of order and points of information. And as far as somebody else taking the chair, when Herkerberger was the interim chair and was chairing special affairs and the president, no one put a motion on the floor when the meeting was chaos to remove her. So now 3 meetings in before we put a new council president, 3 meetings left. Now we want to put a motion on the floor to remove her when Herkerberger was the chair of the special affairs and city council for over 6 months. And now one motion got put on the floor for her to be removed, and it was chaos when she was in there. That's why she resigned. I won't be supporting this motion.
Madam Chair, you know, unless you are chairing during the chaos and you don't know how hard it is, we can't get through a meeting without Mr. Mays having trouble with the agenda. And we have appeal after appeal after appeal without approving the agenda. This is
on the rules a lot too.
Now, with the same situation. I'm not the best chair.
No, you're not. So, order in the audience, please. Thank you.
None of us are the best chairs up here. All of us have had our issues chairing. Trying to keep track of appeals and seconds when chaos is assuming is difficult. You have to be very careful and write everything down, and sometimes things go so fast that you're unable to do it. I watched the video from Thursday. I was actually on my way here when I got word saying, don't bother coming. And I watched the video. There was a couple of rulings that I questioned Dr. Lewis on, but overall I didn't have too much of a problem with it.
I bet.
Knowing what we go through as chairs. So, I'm going to vote to support Dr. Lewis tonight.
You know that? Wouldn't seem bad.
Thank you, Ms. Brixley. So, just want to highlight something real quick as I go on. If I would have supported that point of order by ruling even Worthy out of order for talking during the meeting, I would have had to currently go over there and rule Councilwoman Machette and Councilwoman Burns out of order. You don't want to set a dangerous precedent by telling people that they can't talk. What you can't do, you can't disrupt. They were not disrupting the meeting. And so what we must do, we must be clear in everything that we do. Let's start here. Let's ask the president her thoughts on what's happening. Absolutely, she's not here because she resigned because of this chaotic nature here. And I didn't sign up to be vice president. It wasn't my plan. I was voted in, okay? And so, as I sit in the seat, my PhD that I earned is not in political science or counsel. But I took the oath that I will sit in this seat, I will learn, I will take my constructive criticism like I do, and I will be better for the next meeting. I made a goal to follow the rules. Please stop the time. Metcalf, someone over there is out of order, and they keep on blurting out.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
This is an audience. That little stuff you should just ignore it and keep moving. Don't you get it?
Again, Mr. Mays, you just used the floor to abuse a privileged moment, and that's my problem. So when I sit in this chair, I don't care if you are in the audience. I don't care if you are up here. You will follow these rules. And the only thing I'm doing, I'm just highlighting the rules. If we didn't want to follow these rules, this body wouldn't have voted on them. So let's go ahead and take it from the top. If you're talking and it's not relevant to the motion or the appeal, you're not being germane, and you're in violation of Rule 29.7. And according to our council rules, the chair has the responsibility to bring you to order. And if you refuse to be brought to order, you are being disorderly. Furthermore, you cannot abuse privileged motions. You can't use point of information, point of orders, unless it is a real breach, or point of order is breaching the rules, or request for information, you're asking a question that you do not know. If you misuse those two things, you're being improper. It seems like it is a witch hunt on me when I'm just trying to follow the rules and I catch my colleagues being out of order. It's okay if you don't like me, but the only thing I'm doing is just being a mere reflection of the rules. No, you're not. And so, Metcalf, would you please step over there and make sure that we have order in the crowd? I'm not saying we're demean the whole time. I'm not saying remove anyone, but also according to the rules, the public cannot yell out and speak unless they're at the lectern. Unless they're at the lectern. Thank you, Madam Clerk. These are our rules. You just can't yell out and blurt out, or you will be out of order according to our rules. Regardless if you like me, if you care for the way I chair, that's okay, because the way I chair is a direct reflection of the rules. If you don't like it, please, I encourage you to change the rules. Ms. Burns was brought to order last meeting because she got out of her seat. What is your point?
Are you being germane?
No.
Nope, breaking the rules, breaking the rules.
As I'm making my point, because we're talking about the share the rules and you're more young, huh? And so, what we're doing is, Ms. Barnes got out of her seat. And when she got out of her seat, she began to converse with an audience member. Looked up, and I saw a finger in the face, and I heard, come on, didn't hear what was said, but I heard dialogue. And so when I heard that, we can smile, but that's what happened. And so according to our rule, 27.2, you can't for any reason be argumentative with an audience member. As the chair,
You did. You was arguing.
what is your request?
So are you telling me you could hear me back there, but you can't hear Ms. Murphy over there?
I just said exactly what I said. I couldn't hear what was said verbatim, but when I looked up, I saw that well-manicured finger pointing in Mr. Matt.
Request for information. I would like for you to know I have not had a feeling in 4 weeks.
Again, that is the improper use of request for information. What is your request?
So, we're going to set up one council person that pointed your finger at me, that was okay?
So we can play the game like the second word council person doesn't know what she's doing. But when our first word colleague is not here, we're running in order. These meetings aren't hard to run, but when you can have called the chair stupid, you are bringing disorder to this meeting. And so therefore, the chair might get a little off key, but everyone else will. See, I have the courage and the audacity to enforce these rules. I don't fly by night. I don't know where the wind may go. I stand firm on what the rules say. And if it's not reflecting the rules, I won't do it. So let's go ahead and get this point. My colleague said I hit the gavel too hard. Wow. And then it was a motion on the floor talking about the motion being in order. Mr. Mays got his motion in the middle of the agenda change. When Ms. Worthy put her motion on the floor, all of a sudden it was out of order. You must be fair. And if you want to make me look like a bad guy, that's fine, but I guarantee no one else can do it better underneath these hostile working conditions.
Hostile.
So, if you would like to vote.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your?
I don't want to get in trouble, but it's 2 rounds of 5 minutes, so it ain't vote time yet.
You gotta get it in.
Madam Chair, it's 2 rounds, correct? On the motion?
You don't
All
believe
right,
it?
that's it. And so, just making sure that we are in alignment with the new rule.
Madam
Now
Chair.
it's time to make sure that we're in alignment with the new rules. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk. Now we move on to the second round. Anyone in the second round?
Yeah.
Mr. Mays.
Why you don't never thank me? Boy, that brought it to your attention. This is the point. Mr. Murphy is a hypocrite. He dogged the hell out of me when he came on this council. Him, Liddell Lewis, go back and look at the tape. Liddell Lewis used to tell Herkenberg, call him out of order. Give him a warning. They dogged me out. It hadn't been here for 4 months. And you look at Channel 12. Channel 12 News gave us accolades. I said suspend the rules. Act with common sense and courtesy. In the first 2-3 months, Channel 12 said they flew through the business. They was giving us good break.
That's right.
The minute that Quincy Murphy, Liddell Lewis, Herkenroder, and Worthing convinced Priestley and Pfeiffer
Yeah.
not to suspend the rules, it's been chaos ever since.
Ever since.
And Ms. Shaq, look at what you just did. You said you came to get the business done, and you call that man like a slippery snake. That means you in it. You in it. It don't take long to get in it. Name calling, I was dogged out after 4 months by these council people. I had felt proud in front of my family and friends. I'm the president. They took me down. They wanted to be the chair, the president. Now you hear this preaching. It's more difficult than you think. I've been doing that. I've been here for 10 years. But we were getting good grades. But to know it all, want to be chair, want to be president. And I know how I know that because before they were sworn in, me and Mr. Winfrey Carter met with Liddell Lewis. And then we met with Tammy Brown before they were sworn in. Because after they sworn in, I only talked to one council person at a time. 100% Liddell Lewis wanted to be president. She wanted to be vice. She just said her speech, I was voting in. She manipulated with Quincy. She wanted him. Called me and told me I would be her vice. 8 hours after she had her briefing room, they've been backstabbing and doing it for months. Now, I'm advising, don't get in it. Mr. Bible, I don't hardly talk to him. He walked back there and asked me and Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter to come up. We didn't even know what he was going to put the motion on, but we just know this council. We trust him. That wasn't slippery snake for me. That took a lot of nerve because he know I don't deal with him, Herkenroder, you, Priestley, none of y'all. Outside of a meeting. But that's how you do it. Sometimes you trust folks, you compromise. y'all been condoning wrong rules. Just like today, yeah, I'm gonna tell you, look at our council rules. They go through procedure and they vote it on. They say when an appeal is made and seconded, you first go to the person who made the appeal. Can't change that rule. She went to Eva Worthing first. Worthing put a motion on the floor. She changed my appeal as we stood back there and listened to a motion as an order. That wasn't the appeal. The appeal was you gotta go to the person who appealed first. She didn't even legally should have had the floor. So she can write notes and try to correct it, but you might not know. You might not know that Mr. Bible don't remember you called him a slippery snake. Mind you, out of order because you talking because I'm talking. It's hard to be perfect of you. And so you knew. Don't hold it against him. Hold some stuff against her. She been rude and nasty. I've been watching your demeanor. Mr. Murphy and Miss Priestley have said what they want to do. But the way you attacked him, I don't know and think what you gonna do. It matters less to me, but I've watched everything. I watch people's demeanor and so forth and so on, and then I watch the application of the rules. She's very
Thank you. And who's next?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Parker?
Thank you. I just want to point out that the chair is an embodiment of the rules. Madam Clerk, is there 2 rounds? You don't know the rules. You don't know the rules, so you don't chair the way that you're supposed to chair. And Ms. Bouchette, whatever it is. If I would have called them back here to sit in their seat, I would have been out of order. I was in order to go back in the back of the room to bring my colleagues back up. That is bringing people together. That is putting people back in their seats instead of removing them every damn meeting is what the chair's trying to do. Because my colleague in the fifth ward will probably be gone right now. She was packed up and gone. But here we are trying to get the movement of the city forward. And if my colleagues in 3 and 4 don't want to vote for that, I can count votes, it's going to be 4-4. I'm not, like, it is what it is. But unless we address the monkey in the room, and the negative things that you bring to chairing, and unless we address that, we are not going to move forward. Plain and simple.
The elephant, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Request for information. Through you to the speaker, you mean the elephant in the room?
Yes.
Please.
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm trying to portray that I'm willing and trying to move the city of Flint forward. And it's obvious that your hate towards your colleagues is stopping the progress.
Yeah, that's right.
Plain and simple. Your hate towards everybody, even your demeanor in your last speech was so condescending. And so my shit don't stink attitude that it's appalling.
Somebody need to wake it up.
It's appalling.
It is.
And Dr. Lewis, I don't have anything against you. I don't, honestly don't. We've had, what, 3 or 4 conversations, period, in the year and a half, 2 years? But when you stop the city of the Flint business by the way that you rule, and the colleague in the 9th ward can do no wrong, and you want to rule the colleague in the 7th ward, the 6th ward, for pointing her finger when you can definitely not hear what she's saying. So you're going to rule her out of order and give her a warning the last meeting, and then ask for evidence? That's not the way it rolls. You're ruling because of hate, and that's the only way you rule.
That's it. That's it. Amen.
That's it.
Truth to that.
Amen.
Candace
Ms. Murray.
don't believe she gonna mess us up.
got the election coming up.
In all due respect, to my colleague, Pfeiffer, I did not like the word that you characterized as monkey in the room. That was, I think, a bad choice. Ridiculous to characterize and then for my colleague in the first one that talked about, when we first came on city council, and we had it out. One thing for sure and two things for certain. It wasn't no secret, man, you didn't really care for each other. I did not vote for my colleague.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Do you mean to say it's no secret you didn't care for me? I like everybody till they prove otherwise. So don't speak for me caring for you. Speak for you not caring for me. Would that be a fair request?
Again, that is an improper use of request for information.
It would have been a cold day in hell before Councilman Murphy would have voted for the councilman in the first ward for president to lead us. So I knew that going in. So because I didn't vote for him for president, then I had it out for no one. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew his characteristics. Why? Because for 10 years that he's been on city council, not one majority of the council, not year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, did any council member, majority of any council vote for you for president? Why? Because they knew your characteristics. And they knew they weren't going to get nothing. As soon as you became the president of this city councilman, during the time that 5 of this council thought that it would be a wise decision, you didn't last over 6 months. I knew what I was doing. And I will not be supporting this motion, and yes, it may be 4 of us that vote against it, and I'm one of them. I'm not voting to remove her because y'all think whatever the situation in the room, because I ain't gonna call it what you call it, that she the problem. No, she ain't the problem. The other councilman in the first ward is the main problem that don't nobody want to talk about. I will. That's the problem.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Is it possible she could be part of the problem because didn't the same problems exist when I was gone for 30 days? Similar problems. What about that?
Yeah.
Mr. Mays, that was an improper request for information, and that is. Go ahead.
For 30 days.
Madam Chair, I appeal my decision of the chair.
That's fine. So, Madam Clerk, did you get that? Thank you. Proceed.
Point of order.
Is there a
Here we
second?
go. Your job is to ask if there's a second.
That was it.
You don't know how to check.
What are you talking
Or
about?
did you ask him, was there a second? I just didn't hear. Who did you ask and when did you ask, was there a second?
You don't know the rules. You don't know the rules.
Mr. Mays, Mr. Pfeiffer volunteered a second before she could ask.
No, he made the original motion, now it's
All lying for each other.
I did a point of order asking her to ask if there's a second to Mr. Pfeiffer. You should be, because you did all that for her response.
Mr. Mays, I always apologize when I'm wrong.
No, you don't.
So, Mr. Mays, thank you, Ms. Priestley. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, put a appeal on the floor, is there a second?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second, Mr. Pfeiffer's motion.
Second by Ms. Burns. Okay, so we're gonna,
to?
Yeah, we still have some more motion, we're in the middle of the appeal before we start the motion. So let's go ahead and, are you?
Point of order. Point of order. This is the only appeal that we need to address right now.
Okay, so let's be clear, I'm just not, because when you put the motion for the opening, we were in the middle of, finishing up the appeal for Mr. May, giving the issue the first one.
No.
Yes.
I want a second discussion.
So, again, let's have order.
Madam Chair, can you ask the clerk so that we're correct?
But let's make sure that we are, clear where we are now, so, Mr. May. Point of order. Yeah, so, stand at ease. Now, we're gonna go ahead.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
I don't even know what stand at ease is.
According to Robert's rule, it is a brief pause, so the chair and the body can get their information together.
Point of order.
What is your point?
You gotta take a be cool pill, because this is, can you please ask the clerk, because this is our third time that we have been on the report that a motion has not been asked for a second. So that we'll know where we're at, because I'm trying to keep track also.
So, again, Madam Clerk, you.
Please correct me that we were in the middle of, well, we had started the discussion on the third appeal by Mr. Mays for his warning, his first warning for using frivolous motions when Mr. Pfeiffer made his motion to remove the second word as chair. So you still have that appeal plus this new appeal.
And also, Madam Clerk, so also want to clarify too, Ms. Worthing, she put a motion on the floor to, regarding the appeal, regarding the vote immediately for the appeal, so we were still on that as well, correct? Because we never addressed that. Did we ever address that?
That motion failed.
Did we vote on it?
The motion to table all pending appeals,
We didn't vote on it.
yes, you did.
We voted on it?
She don't be the chair.
Okay. So did it get a second? So did it get a second?
Yes, Ms. Bouchard, the motion to table all pending appeals.
No, that's not what she said. When we first started this meeting, when she initially put a motion on the floor, when Mr. Mays appealed the ruling of the chair for that motion, being, out of order. Remember, he said the motion was out of order. And the motion that she made on the floor was to vote immediately on the appeal.
Yes, no, we never got a second on that, we moved on to appeals.
She can't.
So that motion was never seconded.
She can't.
Second, okay, fine. Okay, all right, and so for the record, we need for audience to stop yelling out. So Mr. Jones, please stop yelling out in the crowd. All right, so we are here at that appeal, a lot more on here for no reason. All right, so we are at the appeal of Mr. Mays of, no, I think we have to go back. And see, this is the sad part, Madam Clerk,
Help.
which appeal, are we on right now? Because we never, we're exactly where we are.
Remove you from the chair, second round.
Okay, Mr. Dewis, that is your warning. We're here.
Oh, that handicap ball. Don't say
Madam Chair,
nothing, Miss
you're
Bailey.
asking that, and you're doing that from the audience. And I think you're lost. Maybe you can take a 15-minute recess to collect yourself so that we can move on.
Just put don't put no fake noise in that deal.
Regroup.
All right, so I think Mr. May was in the middle of his debate. We were on the second round on the motion to remove me from chair.
That is correct. And that's 2 minutes and 29 seconds left in the second round. I thought that Mr. Murphy was talking, and I did a request for information to clear up whether Mr. Murphy remembered there was a 30-day period that I had nothing to do with any chaos that y'all had. That's what I remember.
You are
You have to
absolutely.
be smart and remember to be a good chair. And that's what we're trying to tell you. Don't blame yourself. It's just typical.
Mr.
You
Mason,
did this, and you wanted this.
Mr. Mason.
You remember.
So the chair order a 5-minute recess without objection.
Should I object? You say let it go.
City of Flint.
It's like what?
Board list.
And she came off that. I got Texas chocolate. She came.
You know,
That's not how she did.
that's what my wife did.
I'm not gonna be able to do that. Okay, that's fine.
This is
What they call it, fines for the right person. That's just a fines. They're looking for the right person. But their job is status quo. But you got to have a person that knows and even the teacher. And they do better than this one. She could call her location. You got 18 animals. They can't even take care of themselves. But that's politics. That's my recommendation.
Now you see why your kitchen went out of business when you said they cook their own food. You go what?
The special city council meeting is about to start. The special city council meeting is about to start. All colleagues, please make your way to your seats. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, okay, like,
The special city council meeting is now being brought back to order. And right now, we are on the last appeal. And this is, the appeal that Mr. Pfeiffer made, second by Ms. Burns. And this was, against the chair for warning Mr. Mays for abusing privilege motion, rule 26.1. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, go ahead.
So I believe that, Mr. Mays' point was directly into the next vote, so the point that he was trying to clarify was for the vote, so technically, it was not against the rules, so if he mentioned something that was regarding to, and it's been my mind, but at the time that I made the motion, I believe that it was in order because there was a question about the next upcoming vote. So, that's why I made the motion, because I thought it was in order.
Okay, anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, thank you for taking the recess when we did need it, so we can get, get through this stuff. But I appreciate you, you doing that so that we can finish. But we do have 18 items. Hopefully we can take this time to order this recess to collectively prevail with cooler head, to keep everyone in the meeting, so that we can move forward. There was a very long dialogue that you did give in regards to some rules and different things. I just hope at this point for this meeting, but look, Chair, I don't, where we're headed, we need to be very careful and very cautious. And with what is being said, and then with the fairness for everyone. You're giving out, you can ask a point of information or request for information, because it used to be point of information. And you can ask these, and you're ruling on those without anyone ask. You're automatically saying no matter what it is, you cut people off. You're very sharp with cutting people off in your tone. And if it relates to that and it's in the form of a question, you can let people ask and then just move on. But then when you deny everything, and it's very kind of sweet, whatever deny, you get on, you can't do that. This meeting will not be able to continue with you chairing if that is the pathway that you're going to continue to take. It's just not going to happen. You do not like me, and I'm fine with that. And I like you. And I'm completely fine with that. But when you talk about using the rules, there's certain rules you don't follow. You say, I follow the rules. That's not a true thing, because when we get to the charter, it states on page 12, solicitor set any payment or anyone may be receiving a tax abatement. Ashley Capital received a $12 or $72 million tax abatement. You took a check, and then changed the name of your nonprofit. Well, you took yourself off once it was disclosed. You're not operating with clean hands. You're not. I don't think people can feel you can chair because I feel you're unethical. I do. And so to have someone leave this council who's unethical is a problem, along with the $50,000 in ARPA funds that you put in, and you did not disclose it. So we need to have someone who is impartial, who did not break the city charter, page 11, 12, 56, 57, and 58. Those are charter rules, the law.
And thank you, Ms. Burns. Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? We are appealing, Mr. Pfeiffer, put an appeal on the floor for you to see the warrant for using privilege motion.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mayor.
Madam Chair, this is a fine line of discretion as to a privilege point of order. quick point of order, can you speak where we can all hear your private conversation? You're ruling on this point of order.
We are on the.
Point of order. What did he just do? A request for information or point of order? Do you know? And if so, we got the right to hear what you're saying, you and him whisper to each other.
So, Mr. Murphy, he inquired what was this specific appeal about? And this specific appeal was about, you received a warning because the chair said that you abused the privilege motion. And this was, wow, you interrupted Mr. Murphy while he was speaking. And so the chair called, so the chair said that they were warning.
You talking to me, but Mr. Murphy the one asking questions. I was in the middle of my speaking on the appeal. But you said explaining to me, explain to him. So now that we passed that, was this point of order privilege in order? That's what we stuck on. When Mr. Worthy and Mr. Murphy them do points of order, the points of information, the record to show you consistently say they're all right. Don't warn. And here we in an appeal, you giving me a warning because you think as a senior council person that I'm being privileged. The record is show I'm not being privileged. I'm the one that's called a points of order, and you have to admit I'm correct. You ain't giving 2 rounds for 5 minutes. You forget for the answers there a second. I'm okay. If I slip up once, that should give me a warning. A warning is a major crime. If Worthy slip up 3 times, you don't give a warning. Murphy just slipped up, no warning. That's all we're talking about, Ms. Lewis. We're talking about being fair. Treating everybody right, not discriminating. In the civil rights movement, discrimination and unfair treatment is a major breach. We don't have to turn our head to unequal application of the rules. We don't have to be scared of you and get through our news because we raise in civil rights and freedom of speech issues and unequal application and different treatment. Some of us weren't raised in that cloth. I was in NAACP third vice president. I'm the president of the National Action Network, Flint chapter now. You might need to listen to this more so we can talk to Mr. Murphy. Then, y'all missing the boat. I represent thousands of people and I get feedback throughout the week. They understand we have to get hollering about discrimination and unequal treatment. Clearly they do. I'm talking to pastors, lay people, voters. They see the unequal application of the rules. And they see where it's happening at. I'm used to Quincy Murphy bashing me. He say one thing for certain and one thing for twice. Now on my hearing aids is what he said in his paraphrase. He didn't like it before he got here. And you buy into it.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? All right, so seeing that there is none, I will go ahead and use my time to speak. According to our rules, and the rules on page 14 of 17 under incidental motion request for information, I will read rule 26.1 and all the way down to 26.4. A request for information requests information for the member that's holding the floor. Its purpose is to help the member making the request for information understand the process and potential consequences of their next vote. A request for information that asks a question for which the requester already knows the answer is improper. Rule number 26.4, opportunity to gain the floor is not allowed. Multiple abuses of request for information is cause for disciplinary actions. This is what the council rule states.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We just stated in 27, I believe it's the second paragraph, that a person already knows the answer for. I think that rule, as we change it, we can change because there's no way that you know what a person is thinking. We cannot know what a person's knowledge is. So I would disagree with that part. We do need to change something with that.
So, that is a conversation I have when we're we're discussing rules as of right now. Rule 26.1, 26.2, and 26.4 states that multiple abuses of request for information is cause for disciplinary action. So as the chair,
Request for information.
what is your request?
Madam Chair, let me clarify my mind. You said I already knew the answer as to whether Mr. Murphy had forgot about the disarray when I was gone for 30 days. That's what you accused me of already knowing the answer of what he remembered. Really?
So, it is up to the chair to follow these rules. Rule number 26, you cannot obtain the floor. When you obtain the floor of that nature, you are asking a question to help you decide on your next vote. This is not the case. The floor is being gained illegally by using these requests for information. I sat here, didn't interrupt Mr. Mays for his request for information. And when he finished, it wasn't even a question. He made a statement towards Mr. Murphy. And so the chair, according to these rules that we set forth, has to rule Mr. Mays out of order. So, again, this is not Liddell Lewis rule. This is the rules of the city council that this body put in order. So with that being said,
Request for information.
what is your request?
Thank you. So it is subjected to what you think, because, I mean, there's a lot of grace, and you're stating like it's true. That's just not really true. Because it's up to how you actually define or interpretation. It is your interpretation of the rule solely. It is not the rule that you're putting back on. It's your interpretation as how when you were repeating that, as how I understand that.
So, no, wait. So, that request for information was not a question to help
Is it,
you.
yes,
No.
request for
And
information.
so,
Request for information.
no, we have a point of order. What is your point of order?
First of all, point of order is the highest privilege motion. No matter what's going on, you should tell me no. You should stop, and that's what's your point. My point of order was that that's her interpretation, but the final interpretation will be of the majority of this body as to whether or not they believe that I knew the answer. She hanging on one, but it'll be whether they believe I knew the answer when I asked Mr. Murphy had he forgot about chaos when I wasn't here for 30 days. I don't know the answer, maybe he did forget. Now you ruled on my point of order, but that's my point of order. My point of order, it ain't just solely left up to her on what she thinks my mind said.
So, as we proceed, this is, you can't take the floor to do this. If someone, they choose to vote and have stuff on the meeting, I'm okay, but the difference is, what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to interrupt, point of information. I'm not going to disrupt the meeting, and I'm not going to try to frazzle and try to put the chair in a bad place. I'm going to be fair so we can get the business handled. That's the point. But unfortunately, I'm not allowed the same grace. I'm not. So, again, Mr. May, he was called to order for abusing a privileged motion, for asking a question that he already knew the answer to. Because he didn't even ask a question, he made a general statement. And so that's why the chair brought in order and pursuant to Rule 26.1, 2, and 4.
You just saying that I asked a question that I knew the answer to to, then you saying I made a general statement. The record would show that I put it in a question form and had those emphases in the meeting when I said, do you recall the 30 days I was here? So which one is it? Clarify, because I don't know the answer. Did you want to penalize me for a question that you said I knew the answer to, or what?
So as the chair corrected herself, because that's even in the rules too, that, so this is for this point, I'm just responding to the point of request for information. All right. So moving on, we have, appeal on the floor for warning Mr. Mays for using privilege of.
Yes, I'd like to speak on this.
Point of order. I don't know where you was at, but when she asked, she spoke last. Procedurally, now we have to vote. You missed it. If I was out of my seat, I could have missed it. I mean, Madam Chair, would you correct this?
That's all right, I'll withdraw my.
Thank you.
Good.
So with that being said, the ruling of yes will overturn the ruling of the chair. A ruling of no will uphold the ruling of the chair for issuing Mr. Mays a warning for using a privileged motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Fire?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is absent. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Lindsay Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. Mr. Mays had his first warning for abusing a privileged motion. All right, so the next appeal that we had on the floor was the appeal, that Mr. Mays had and he seconded. And it was for, again, abusing a privileged, motion.
Point of order.
Go back to the issue.
In the mic, man.
All right, so that's the start of the part, so thank you for getting that. All right, so we will go back to the motion to remove me from chair.
Yes.
And right now, we are on Mr. Murphy, finishing up his time.
To the chair, Michael, your motion to remove her from the chair, is it for this particular meeting or all remaining meetings moving?
This
forward?
meeting.
This particular,
This meeting.
just this meeting? Oh, all right, thank you.
All right, so anyone else would like to speak on this specific motion in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. We have 18 items, this is our fourth dumpster fire meeting. And even with you taking, was it 2, 5 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes, you came back with the same type of demeanor.
Good.
We're not going to be able to finish this. We're not going to be able to finish this meeting as long as your demeanor stays the way that it is. We're just not. So for this meeting, it is imperative for us to finish the business, to have you remove this chair, which would then be Councilman Priestley or Councilman Pfeiffer, so that we can finish this. You state rules, but you selectively choose the rules that you choose to follow. Your interpretation of the rules, I don't agree with. Whether you like and the personalities up here, and it's very clear that, and it's the determination would be, the finance chair would go first, then it would be Councilman Pfeiffer would be the next choice. So that would be, I just want to finish the business. And I think that it is very clear this evening, that even with you, Madam Chair, that you are having a difficult time sharing. You do not know the rules. You're improperly following the rules. We're still stuck. I don't know what time it is. 7:55. This is your meeting. You're chairing as the vice president. This meeting started at 5:30. We haven't even gotten to public speaking. So sometimes you have to take this and say, you know what? I'm not, tonight is not a good night for me to do this. But I want to put the city business ahead, and I want to defer to the next person, which is Councilwoman Priestley, so we can take care of the business. As long as you're cheering, it's not going to happen tonight. It's not. And even though, I don't even know what your intentions are. Your vote to remove you, you don't have 5 people to remove you tonight. So that's just not gonna happen. It may be on here, but it's not gonna happen. And so even with that, let's put those 18 items that need to be done. Because you, tonight, you're issuing out the ones, and I don't even know what it is. I thought you would have been tired after this weekend with all the posts you made. You didn't. I thought you were exhausted. And you continually brought what you carried on from the weekend. Your resident was in here who needs help. And you put her out. You put her out.
Whoa.
She's been sleeping in her car. She slept in her car. She's a registered voter. You have to, I don't know how to get this to get you to understand. I don't think you may understand. And then you say, these rules are what I have to follow. You have your nonprofit, which you put in for our group with the advisory ad hoc committee. That rule states that you're supposed to be.
Point of order. This is about,
Sharing.
So
You are illegally.
about sharing.
Yeah, it is. It speaks to how you're property chair. I'm Jermaine, and you're speaking to why. And you're the problem. And don't see you a godlike complex. You need to stop. Stop it. You had your nonprofit that you changed and took you on for $50,000, and you kept the same address, which is your home address, which means your change comes back to you when you changed it. And if I see that resolution come back through here, these residents need to raise hell, because you tried to turn around and hoodwink people by changing it and put another name on it with the same address.
Wow.
We don't trust you. I don't trust you. You missed the meeting, so you wouldn't have to, in my opinion, disclose the fact that it was your nonprofit. Cyrus Park is yours, originate. That's yours. Have you done great work in Cyrus Park? Yes, you have. I've always told you that. You get into stuff that you can't separate. And I'm through trying to get it separated. I want to get the 18 items done tonight. You do not possess the skill set to chair any meeting, ever. You've had almost a year of chaos. And we have to pull yourself back to handle these meetings. You don't have to find votes to remove you, but you don't have the skill set to chair these meetings either. Put the residents first in the business. Say, hey, Judy, can you take an outfit to have Judy when I messed my leg up and Judy chaired? You have to be fair. It's not about you. Put the business first. This is about the residents. You have another dumpster fire tonight, and add that one to your list.
All right. Anyone else who would like to speak on this? Oh, no, not you. Excuse me, one more. See no one else, I will go ahead and I'll utilize my time to speak. Regardless of who chairs, it's about being in order. It's about following the rules. It's about being germane. So as we continue to spit allegations that are not true, see, I try to use this microphone to handle the business of resolution at hand. I don't try to throw shots at other colleagues and use this platform because I can talk about, a council member who signed up with $20,000 in debt to the city. I can talk about different things, but what I want.
Point of order. Are you calling that a shot, Madam Chair? And that lacks decorum, Robert's Rule 43.21. So check this out. Be careful.
Okay, see, just like to check myself, but when people talk about what's factual, we have to get checked. We have to check ourselves. It's not, that's my point. It's not for me to talk about your debt. It's not for me to talk about anything else. It's not for me to talk about individual.
Point of order. Madam Chair, you're not being germane, and you're the chair.
Well, wait a minute.
No, you talked about rules, Madam Chair.
Robert's
Robert's Rules 43.21.
Again.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
What are your points?
Madam Chair, even though you don't like her point of order, when she calls a point of order, let her finish stating it before we start arguing with her. That's out of order. Well, you can rule on my point, but when she calls a point of order, me or anybody, the problem you have, Sharon, is you won't let them finish. Let them finish, and then and only then do you argue and debate or rule on it. You doing that all wrong, it's causing chaos.
It's causing chaos when you utilize my time and I'm being interrupted. I sat here.
Order, Madam Chair. In order to call a question, you have to have a legitimate rule. And so what's happening, hold up, this is a point of order. What's happening with the floor now is I called a point of order. You have the rule on it. She had called a point of order, you interrupted her. Now, in the middle of that, you gave what you believe is Ms. Priestley a legitimate floor, and she called a point of question. So really what you should have said is, Priestley, we in the middle of a point of order. You had the legitimate floor. You on your last round of speech. She didn't have the legitimate floor. That's why you messed with her. She didn't do a privilege motion. She asked for the floor. When you got the floor, you don't know how to chair. You gave her the floor. She called for a question. Two people can't have the floor at the same time. You had the floor. We just did points of orders. I know this stuff might take time, but that's why I say y'all be on the chair early in your career. It ain't learned yet. It's problematic. So rule on my point of order. You got the floor. She didn't have it. Rule on these points of order. And then later on, maybe Ms. Priestley can call for the question. But you can't just take the floor when you got it. That's your 4 minutes. You got the floor. Do you understand what I said? Yes.
So again, as I was beginning I recognize what Christian said. I just repeated what was said because that's what the chair is supposed to do. We're about to go back to second. Ms. Priestley, right now that's an improper time. We have to go ahead and handle Ms. Burnham's point of order and handle Mr. May's point of order. So we can, and then you can hold your call for the question. The chair can't chair, the chair not allowed to chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm going to withdraw my point of order. You deal with hers, but I'm trying to help. Don't get frustrated. This is a conversation to try to help. I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order. Madam Chair, I withdraw my point of order so we can move on with the meeting.
How about that?
Are you still in calling the question?
Yes,
Point of order, Madam Chair. You got the floor. When you finish at 3:28, you can give her the floor. You can't get two people the floor at the same time. You got the floor.
I will leave it. My time, so we can get down to the business. I'm okay with that, but I'll go ahead Because, again, I'll go ahead, because obviously people are sharing from the side, if they are not. So as I proceed to speak, we all see the problem. This is a big attack on the city. And the unfortunate part is, I refuse, when other people are sharing, I refuse to be out of order. I refuse to bombard people with points of information. You stupid. I refuse to do that during the meeting. I refuse to be off topic. Because when we talk about really want to have a business, that's what I'm here for. And so when I'm speaking, all of a sudden we get random requests for information and points of order that are not germane when I'm speaking. And this is sad, and we see where this is going. I'm not a disruptor, so regardless of who shares this meeting, as long as people have alternative agendas to disrupt the body and try to make, I guess, me appear to look bad, that's fine. That's fine. But whoever shares this meeting, this is what this is what they're experiencing. Now, if they choose to remove me, they might try to ease up on the chair so it won't look so they have an easier time. But you all know and you all can see that they attempted to put me through hell since the beginning of the meeting. And the only thing I was doing is establishing order. In any other body across this country, you will uphold these rules. In any other body, we will not have this kind of conduct and call this okay. In any other body, she would demand that you stay germane to the topic. But I am getting chastised and attacked because I am reading specifically. I'm not going to my personal feelings. Not once have I said I don't like Councilwoman Burns. Regardless, it's not for me to say on this mic. It's about us doing the city business on this mic. I'm not here to slander folks. But as soon as you start talking, and I start dishing that stuff, which is totally unprofessional, then it's a request for an order. And
Yeah.
what's your point? One order, right?
Yes.
So what?
Excuse me, because thank you. Don't rush me. There's no time that I have to where I have to hurry up and say it. According to Robert's rules, Rule 43.21 in regards to a person's motive and slander, you are now doing exactly what you said. You cannot say what my motives are when you mention my name, and you mentioned my name. You just dragged me all over social media this weekend. You did do that. So it's okay on social media, but it's not when you're pretending to be an angel.
So, let's be clear. So you just interrupted me because you were
Robert's
talking about me.
43.21.
Ms. Arnold just gave a whole speech about me.
You spoke to my motives. I cleared it up for you.
Yeah, so Ms. Barnes, so that's denied. That's ridiculous. What we have to do is stay germane. You just gave a whole rebuttal about Liddell Lewis. You just misrepresented Sarah's part saying, well, our motives are taking them legal checks. You said this, so you would have been called to order. The point is, you all should have been order.
We're going to talk about Robert's rules and my motives 43.21. Did Sarah's part receive check for $1,500? Can you answer that then?
What's the matter with me?
So, we already addressed that many meetings ago. If we are trying to go forward with the business, why are we going backwards? And that's in Robert Rule 2. You are to be germane to the motion at hand and move forward talking about the business going forward. I mean, we can get into Robert Rule debate, but that's not why we're here. The point is, we all must stick to the business of the city. If you don't like the rules, we have a meeting coming up at the end of the year where we can adjust them. You are at liberty. You are at liberty to contribute. Unfortunately, you will stand. And so,
request for information. Who were you speaking to that abstained from what?
I'm talking about voting on the rules. When we voted for the rules, we had 3 abstentions.
So coming from last year. So, but for the rules, for the rules. But that's the point of order.
What is your?
Thank you.
Thank
you. My point is, stop, let me get my information out, because you are throwing shots, which is Robert's Rules 43.21. You can speak about my manicure, but you don't want nobody to talk about that $1,500 check, and you're not Jermaine.
That is a legal point of order, and in any other case, that would be grounds for a warning, because a point of order is a statement of a breaching the rules. That was not it.
Yeah, I don't think you understand the rules.
Madam Chair, it's a point of order.
What is your point?
It is, when we talk about number one, Robert's Rules 43.21, and staying Jermaine, being Jermaine. My manicure or Dear Not Love has nothing to do with the business. Nothing. And yet you still bring that up. So you're not Jermaine. You're contradicting yourself, Madam Chair.
That is denied, and I have said, while I'm on this mic speaking on this specific motion, I said nothing about your manicure talking about this motion. Not at all. You all see how I keep getting interrupted, and I could have been finished. Again, if they want someone else to chair, I'm totally with it, because I don't deserve this abuse. I'm just following the rules. If we don't want to follow the rules, I'll gladly have somebody else. So with that being said, we are at the vote. So remove me from chairing this meeting. Mr. Mays, please stop talking without the floor.
Madam Chair.
So roll call, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, we're on the roll call vote. Roll call, Madam Chair.
Ms. Boucher.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. I am officially removed from chairing this meeting.
Nice night.
Okay, I just want to clarify, we are now on an appeal for abusing a privilege motion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, can you hold on just so I can get clarification? Just 1 second, is that correct? Are we on an appeal for abusing privilege motions? Right, that was for Mr. Mays' first warning. Okay, that was a warning, okay. And has anybody spoken on this yet?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I would move that we postpone that until we get the business done. So that would be really specifically after resolutions.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to postpone the appeal of the ruling of the chair for a first warning until after the resolutions. Is there support?
Point of order.
What's your point?
So seeing that he already had the first warning, will this be for the second warning?
No. This is the first warning, from my understanding, is that correct? That was the appeal, we just kind of did them out of order. So, that was the appeal for us, first warning. So, this is the appeal of the first warning.
So point of order. So is this his first warning or second warning? Trying to be clear.
So, since the second warning was approved, and the motion on the second warning was approved before the first, and that this one is approved, then this was technically the second one. But you did the motions out of order when you started with the vote on your removal as chair. Okay. Has anyone spoken on this?
On the order, Madam Chair. It's a motion that I made to postpone. The proper etiquette now would be to see if there's a second to the motion.
Thank you very much, I agree with that. So, okay, so this is the appeal of the first warning, and Mr. Mason made a motion to postpone this until after resolutions. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly second to postpone discussion of the first appeal until after, resolutions. Is there any discussion? Mr. Baines? Yes, go ahead.
There's no discussion on the table.
Oh, that's correct, I'm sorry, thank you very much. I'm just writing my notes, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? No.
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, that motion fails. Is there any discussion on this appeal?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I make a motion to postpone until after public speaking, and I so move.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to postpone, until after public speaking. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll support that motion.
Okay, it's been moved properly seconded to postpone until after public speaking. Roll call vote, please. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, that will be postponed. We're still on the agenda change, and Mr. Mays, you had made a motion to put a discussion about ARPA after resolutions, and I believe I called it that it was out of order because we had a motion on the floor that was approved to do take each, agenda change in sequence in order at the end of all the agenda changes. And, so I'm going to still rule that that is out of order at this point. We will discuss that, or we will not discuss it, we will vote on that after any other agenda changes. So are there any other agenda changes? Any other agenda changes? Seeing none, we'll do a vote on a change to add a discussion
Madam
for
Chair.
at the end.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if I may, I will withdraw that motion to discuss ARPA. We can do that in the next meeting. I've made that at 5:30. It's 8, 9 o'clock at night. I never thought we'd be here that long. So I'm gonna just withdraw that agenda change at this time.
Okay, so that leaves us with, no additions or changes to agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as printed?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there support? Is there support to accept? Thank you. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the agenda as printed in our agenda. I guess that's redundant. Roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair,
Go
point
ahead.
of order.
Go ahead.
Do that, don't you have to ask for any discussion?
No, sir, because that was taken care of in the motion.
I don't know about that, Madam Chair.
Can we get clarification on that from the city attorney? The motion, that was approved by the council was to vote in sequence for any agenda changes.
Point of order. Point of order.
Which point?
There were no proposed agenda change. This is a motion that's been made and properly seconded to approve the agenda as printed. And so, once a motion is made and properly seconded, my point of order is, you have to have discussion on the motion.
I think in this case, because there are no proposed agenda changes, the agenda is just adopted. There's no need for a motion or vote on the agenda at all, given that there are no proposed agenda changes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's been a motion made and
Yes, I
properly
understand.
seconded, so there
I
should be
understand that.
discussion on the motion that's made and properly seconded. I don't know what it is.
And because that was the case, instead of me just adopting it as a rule, I will go ahead and allow
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I'm glad you allowed it to get in the total war, and that's kind of what we was alluding to with Ms. Lewis. And the reason that I took the opportunity to discuss it because, you know, this is a mess. And y'all argue that you want to get the business of the city done, but it's a little hypocriticism going on because when I take appeals and stuff out of the way that you and others allege hold up the meeting, you put them right back in the play. I'd rather get them and do the business first. Y'all so hooked on coming at me with the Dale Lewis, you didn't vote to put them behind the business. You voted to put them behind public speaking. And that's why I've seen council people kill themselves. Because I've seen, what's her name do it, Kate Fields. I've seen Miss Galloway at the end, Maurice Davis, and these people watch. They know when y'all trying to get folks out of here on the Dale Lewis's unlawful warnings. They watching you, Kansas, Machete, even this vote when they see Judy Priestley vote different. You can thank us Cavalier, but so did Monica Galloway. So did Kate Fields. And so did Maurice Davis. You might not want to be here long. I don't know your business. But we can try to speed it up. Ain't nobody gonna sit and watch this stuff. Ain't nobody gonna sit and watch it. You say you ain't in it and call a man a slithering like a snake. You in it. Whatever fire extinguishes the relationship, that bunch that you and Liddell them form, you might better cut them ties. Because I'm going to help put the spotlight on you. That's our politics. And I don't just talk about it in council meetings in front of you. I talk about it all out in the community. Radio shows, TikTok. You're showing us stuff tonight. You've been showing us stuff since you've been here. I'm not in it. I just want to get the business done. But yet still you in it because you called it like a slippery snake. If you call him a slithering snake, you call me something. You in it. And if you call them slithering snakes to their face, I don't know what you're saying behind the scenes with the deal versus pushing in.
That's right.
So that's called hypocritism. You in it. I ain't in it. I'm here to get the business done. I just want this appointment to get the business done. You slithering snake. That means that you want to get the business done. That man didn't do nothing wrong walking out there and ask me and Mr. God, would you come back? He's going to make a motion. I don't know what he's going to do. But it made you mad. It didn't make you mad. It made you mad. And so you in it now. That's your inauguration. Congratulations. But I got news for you. Before you called him a slippery snake, you was already in it. You know why? Because I don't watch you vote repeatedly with some folks that's been wrong.
That's right.
You've been in it. You just started to verbalize your innocence now.
Back.
You've been in it. A good council person reads the rules, know what we're talking about, votes accordingly, so you've been in it. Now you might be getting a pat on the back from Neely and Clyde Edwards now, but you've been in it. And it's time for us to highlight your innocence. And then figure out how to get with them Southsiders and hold you accountable. I know Southsiders, plenty of you laughing and smiling. I've been watching your demeanor this whole meeting. You've been saying me looking at you. If you say no, you sure been looking over here because I'm looking dead at you. And I don't discriminate with my political criticism. I ain't discriminated with you, Eva Worthy, Kate Fields, Maurice Davis, Van Buren, discriminate against Piper, he raised his hand. You just must not know me yet, or you underestimate me.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, I just want to clear something. I'm not on anybody's side. I disagree, with Mr. Mays on, a vast majority of things. And, everybody's, oh, I switched sides and everything else. I'm on the side of the residents. And right now, we're moving forward because we want to be moving forward if she was still in chair. So I did what was needed to move the city forward. So people can call me a turncoat, whatever it needs to happen. But this is how we move forward. And, people want to attack me for whatever, go for it. But guess what? We're moving forward in the agenda now. So, that's all I got to say. And I'm going to put on the record, let everybody record this. Even, I've spoken to nobody about who wanted to be president. I do not want to be president. I do not want to be president. About a year and 3 months ago, I've never spoken this publicly, but I had 2 strokes. And the stress of this thing, I'm staying away from that presidency with everything in my might because it's too stressful. So if you think that I did this because I wanted to be president, you're sadly mistaken.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the theater continues, and the only people that lose, once again, are the residents. It's very, very interesting since we're talking about highlight reels and people wanting to get business done, and we're talking about 4 meetings in. If you recall 2 meetings ago, Mr. Mays, because you like to say stuff is on camera, it's recorded. When I sat here and begged everybody to stay seated, and you urged people to break quorum. You got up and said, it's over, Michelle, it's over, Michelle. That was you, as I was asking people to stay. That was you trying to pressure Tanya Burns into leaving, and she stood here because she wanted to get the business done. So if we're highlighting, let's highlight your continuous dishonesty. You are not here to get the people's business done. And you saying you're in it, you've been in it. Yeah, I've been in it for the people. When they owed you 5 seconds, I said y'all owed him 5 seconds. When they didn't want you back here, I said his board wants him here. The problem is, it has to be all you or nothing. And if that is the case, that is fine. I'm going to continue to vote and stand on my own. I do not care about you highlighting and putting whatever on TikTok. Here's the thing that is really sad that you don't realize is that is a fickle thing as well. And I hope you continue in this behavior. Because what happens is people slowly get to see how nothing gets done. The reality is you did use frivolous points of order to try to confuse the chair. That's a fact. I said before, I did not care if he wanted to be president. That's fine. But you also noticed when I said that, I said, what did I say? I included you. I said if Mr. Mays has to take points or he has to stand in front of the firing squad, why do you get to do so silently? I said to Ms. Lewis, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Priestley, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Barnes, I said any of them have to stand in front of the firing squad, have to stand in front of the court of public opinion and stand on what they're doing. He should have to do so as well. I don't care if any of y'all want to be president. Don't care if any of y'all want to be vice president. You cannot tell me I've not been about city business because I was the one sitting and pleading as you were standing over there yelling for the meeting to be done. As you asked people on more than one occasion to break quorum, it is fine if you want to highlight, but we don't highlight at all. I'm not underestimating you, I see you. Be clear. I'm clear. And I know that's what you want. You want the back and forth for your TikTok. That's cool. That's more than fine. But at the end of the day, what matters is this agenda. The same way you're saying that people didn't want the agenda to go forward because their name is on here. You're saying they didn't want the agenda to go forward because their name is on here to be removed. But then in the next breath, you're saying they have the 5 days to protect them, so which is it? And also, if they didn't want the agenda to go forward when their name was on here, again, a couple of weeks ago, when I was saying, please, let's continue, I looked down there at Quincy Murphy, whose name is on this agenda tonight, his name was on this agenda. My thing is, I don't care what you say, be honest. Be honest. That's right. Do this and do all that with your hands and say all that is mushak. M-U-S-H-A-T-T. You TikTok and anybody else who wants it can have it. That's how you say it. I didn't get up here because I wasn't clear on who you were and how you move. When you wanted to be up here 10 years ago and they wouldn't give you a chance, the radio you speak of, I was on the radio asking for people to give you a chance to be here 10 years ago. So don't act like I've never supported you. The same way I can't act like you've never supported me. It's just right now we don't agree. And there doesn't need to be a long-term problem because we don't agree right now. Because I might agree with you later. Guess how I'm going to vote? In a way of agreement with you. The bottom line is you cannot try to bully people using TikTok or whatever other method because they don't agree with you. That's not how politics works. That's not how a democracy works. Right now, we don't agree. Right? You all wanted to vote to remove her. She's removed. I didn't agree, so I didn't vote that way. Someone else is chairing the meeting. I'm fine with that. Either way, I'm sitting here to do my job. I'm happy you know Southside residents. Please, we should all get to know everybody's residents so that we can all be moving correctly on behalf of all the people. So I welcome you to the South Side. If you would like to meet, we can take a drive together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other
In
discussion?
the first round.
I believe there's 2 rounds.
Yeah, so any other discussion in
Yeah.
the first round.
Yeah. Second round?
Yeah,
Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, so real quick, we get down to the business. See, I like to hear him talk. Now, he's been here 1 or 2, I don't know how long. I've been sitting here close to 10 years. We done fixed budgets that had deficits of 12 million. We done got emergency managers out and been through 2 or 3 of them. I done read the statute and helped push from Walling to Weaver to declare an emergency. It had a lot to do with it. We done did the Capitol Theater, the Mock Culinary and all kinds of downtown projects. And here she talking about get the business done. I done forgot more business than you done even tried to do in 2 months. You got a lot of nerve calling yourself up here with that high-pitched voice, give me told. The fact is your vote record so far, you've been voting wrong. The facts are that you call this man a slithering snake and talking about me right now. I ain't studying. And I don't play slow politics. TikTok plays a role. 98.9 plays a role. 1420 AM plays a role. The people I know plays a role. Don't try to belittle no platform that I deal with, because they all do it. And you disrespectful. You disrespectful to your senior elder councilman, you disrespectful to some of the people you represent. And I ain't studying. You have said a lot today. You have voted wrong and said a lot over the 1 or 2 that you've been in. You have tried to cloak and cover for Quincy Butterfield with Dale Lewis because you figured you own something. They appointed you over Miss Driscoll, over Mercedes Kennedy. Oh, I owe them. I'll bend over backwards to please them. Me, Tanya Burns, there with Ricardo Piper, we ain't voting no quick, we vote right or wrong. You voting a quick. You in there with evil words and the Liddell, them y'all figure you can do no wrong. You've been doing wrong. And all that little high-pitched talking out, you be knowing what you're saying sometimes. Slow it down. Get more articulate. You ain't more intelligent than us. You can laugh and roll your eyes and look. We looking at your demeanor now. You turn it into some foolishness. You make your faces and smiling at me, and I want to highlight it. Because we serious. I'm feeling sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. know you was like that. You tripping me out. Just foolishness. Hypocrite every time about you ain't in it. You ain't it. You owe that man an apology in my mind, because you said you weren't in it. You owe me an apology in my mind. And you need to pray for the Dale Lewis and Quincy and Ibrahim. You rode with the wrong crowd. And from where I sat, it didn't affect my outlook at you. And from the people I'm talking to, it didn't affect. So you can keep looking over here, smiling, think that I ain't bullying you. Y'all bullying us with the way you vote on the appeals and the rules. Y'all the bully group right now. We're the minority. You consistently, even throughout the night, have voted with that clique. I'm only Dale Lewis. She was the ringleader that helped me get appointed over Mercedes and Miss Driscoll there. I'm glad Doug Matthews did good. I thought he was a certain kind of person, but I would listen to him. I'm like, Lord have mercy, but we got you.
Doug Matthews is glad he didn't get it.
You out of order, Mr. Matthews. You stand up here and do points and talk about us. We mentioned your name and Maxwell trying to get us 7 points, and there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Well, thank you.
In the second round. Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none?
Manager,
Go ahead.
you're not studying me, but you're studying me, because you just said I'm looking at you all night. It's a beautiful view, I'm sure. And you keep saying you're not thinking about me and all that other stuff. No, you hear me just fine. You hear me just fine.
What's your request, Mr. Mays?
I'm really trying to hear you. I don't know if it's the mic got closer, the shrill voice, but if you can slow it down and don't be so shrill. I really want to hear what you're saying, but I don't be understanding.
I understand maturity is not your strong point, that's fine. I don't expect it at this point, not even slightly. You understand exactly what I'm saying, you understand exactly what I'm doing. I understand what you're saying, I understand what you're doing. As I said before, I see you. You try to weaponize all of this stuff, you cause confusion, you sit up here and you try to manipulate a situation. I don't care. It's the thing that you have to understand. You sit up here and you try to act like, oh, you're the only one that got it right. But notice the only people you attack are people who do not agree with you when they do not agree with you. Because what is amazing is there have been several times where I was in agreement with you and you didn't say my name. But the minute I say something that you're not in agreement with, Mashat, I see what you're doing. And like you said, we want to highlight everything is on camera. It's like at this point in time, we need to be for real and we need to be honest about what you're doing and how you're moving. It is more than fine that you think all this fickle stuff that you're doing is going to last, but I want you to be clear that I have been about city business. You're saying you have done more things, you've forgotten more things than I've done. Clearly you have forgotten how to be about the people. Because you take this and you take every opportunity to make something out of yourself. You take every opportunity to do some sort of political theory. Yeah.
What's your request?
She'll learn when that happens, she should stop talking, she'd be out of order, but we give her a break. Did you just say, I forgot, don't know how to be of the people? Did I hear you say that I'm not of the people?
As I'm saying,
That's an improper point. Go ahead.
thank you very much. And to sit here week after week for a month, and then not only that, you act like, just like everybody else, we've not been watching or seeing how this has been playing out, or just like everybody else. And it's also amazing that you take this opportunity to try to discredit that I've not been in the community working, that I've not been in the community working with you. That's the crazy part. And you're saying, oh, I don't know you, or I'm seeing something new. Come on now. Stop. If we're really saying, Eric, come on. If we're really saying,
Mr. Mays? Please, Mr. Mays.
I didn't vote for him.
Mr. Mays, please.
I will, or I did, I'm confused. Because like I said, anytime I'm voting for you, then it's fine. Anytime someone is voting on your behalf, then it's fine. But the minute there's a disagreement, it's almost like no one can respectfully just disagree with you, otherwise there's a problem. When there has been things that you have been owed, you've been owed time on the clock. I voted for you to have your time on the clock. When they wanted to vote you out, I said I would not participate in that. There have been plenty of other times. And so again, if we want to talk about voting and voting records and highlighting, and everybody's supposed to be so afraid of Eric is going to attack you, he's going to do this, or he's going to do that. That's not democracy. That's not fair. That's not me properly representing my ward. Me sitting up here, I'm not concerned, clearly. But this is what you wanted, because it's fresh meat, and so you wanted someone new to go back and forth about. You wanted someone new to talk about on your radio station. You wanted someone to do something. The one thing you should want is to be about this business. You sit up here and hold up ARPA, something you can't even vote on because you have a lawsuit. You have a lawsuit. That is so unfair to the residents for you to pretend as though you are concerned that you can vote about something you have a lawsuit against.
What's your request?
Are you saying it's unfair to file a lawsuit because of an illegal 12-member committee? We should turn our back on illegal acts. Is that what I'm hearing you say? I don't know the answer to
As I was saying, you're holding up ARPA as though you can vote on ARPA like you don't have a lawsuit. One thing that is going to does.
What's your request?
How can one council person hold up something out of 9? Ain't you giving me too much credit?
One thing that Ms. Burns does is she stays very fully, and she sticks to her same points of, I'm not voting for this because of this, because of this, because of this. She doesn't call people up here to ask them questions that she knows doesn't matter because she's not going to vote on it anyway. And so, I know you hear him. I know you hear him.
Please, Mr. Mays, Ms. Bichette has the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Bichette.
I know you hear him.
Mr. Mays, please.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Which point?
Yeah, I said something. If she started to get like Liddell Lewis, watch, let her finish up, ain't gotta say nothing myself.
Is that proper?
I'm in a point of who she thinks she is.
Thank you. Please, let
Now, I wanna get back into that. So you check her.
Go ahead, Mr.
Cause she done shrilled too long.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays, continue.
Well, I talk to myself or the meeting or whatever, that's what Liddell gonna do. And she gonna learn that her trying to get me in trouble is gonna bark up the wrong tree. So let her finish a minute and 13. Let her shrill for a minute and 13, because this ain't gonna stop today. Thank you.
That wasn't proper. Go ahead.
Thank you. And there it is, once again, him trying to intimidate someone because they're calling him out because they don't believe. Here it is, once again, trying to compare someone to someone else that he has an issue with. Here it is, in proper points of order. Why is someone else someone different? We see what's happening. We see what's happening. We see it, don't we? We see it.
You're out of order. She's out of order.
We see it. You're out of order because you're in the audience. You're out of order.
What you gonna
Yes,
say?
Mr. Chapman, you cannot argue with audience members.
So the audience member, don't yell up here.
Yes, and audience members must please.
You have a point of order. She should be
Mr.
talking.
Mays, I am speaking too, okay?
Point of order.
Responding to your.
Point of order.
What is your point?
When you say point of order, all talking should cease. You and her. Let's not get in the real. I call it point of order because this one, Liddell, would walk behind me and push my chair while she talking about little speaking. I'm talking about somebody damn near physically assaulting me. So y'all,
What's your point?
I'm finishing mine. I'm finishing mine.
Mr. Mays, a point of order means no talking speak. According to yours, so we'll come back. Okay.
So when I was coming up, I said, excuse me.
And I did hear you then. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, look at this, my point of order. I can say point, I can say excuse me and slap the shit out of it.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That's not like a direct threat.
No, it's an example how you can say excuse me
Request for information.
What's your request?
Don't go now, man.
Does Mr. Mays feel like doing it because I'm available?
No, we
No,
don't.
I'm telling you, she said something about, I said, excuse me, you said, because I heard you. You might have heard of the answer to this, Madam Chair, that you see what she did.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's my point. So you can hear somebody say, excuse me. Now, you think this, when we got up, I get up out of here because I see what it's here. Don't you sit in that chair and get back in the rut fooling with Candace Machette and Liddell.
Hey!
Candace Machette steady streaming and talking on privilege road. When she come.
What are we on the agenda?
We're on the agenda. We're on a discussion to approve the agenda.
And we're on a point of order about you assaulting me in this chair. That's where we at. And you barking up the wrong tree, and Candace Machette cloaking for you, sitting over there talking, don't know what's going on. Miss Liddell Lewis, I'm gonna ask you one more time, and one time only. You been questioning justice behind me? Get behind me fooling with you, and I'm gonna sandwich you physically up in between these chairs in this rail. Don't you ever do that
Mr.
again.
Mays, please no threats.
No, I'm telling you, I can defend myself.
Point of order.
What's your
Madam Chair, we have dealt with this before. Councilwoman Lewis, when she could have, she should have went around that way.
Yeah.
And to push the chair, that would technically, if we're talking, that would be, and excuse me, doesn't excuse that. I mean, she should have come around that way. She knew she couldn't scoot through the area. And so with her not knowing that, saying it.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware that Mr. Mays put it up? And I also made my way through. And then when I saw that I bumped his chair, I said, excuse me.
Madam Chair,
What I'm still.
point of order. I'll make Ms. Burns get that.
Because if we're talking about assault or someone, this is happening.
Point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
According to Robert's rule, you can't speak on the intent of a colleague. So she's saying that I.
Point of order. You are not, I'm not done. I'm not finished. I mean, this is, when we have to stop and deal with it, this is a violation of Section 31-10. That's serious. And she's, here's why, this, we have to deal with those. I don't want to complicate you, Chair. Thank you for standing up to Chair. Okay? Because what I want to do is get past, we're going to have to deal with the fact, what that just happened. Because that shouldn't have, she outbumped this chair, it's not a bump, that's an assault technically.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Also, Madam Chair, according to Robert rules, is that speaking on my intention for, is that speaking on my?
Let the police figure it out.
Hey!
Yes. You know, look, let's use a little bit of common sense. I know you still have a point of information,
That's
right?
correct.
Right.
I'm being patient,
Okay,
very.
thank you. I haven't forgotten you. And I'm gonna come back to you in just a second. Because I can't sit there and we can't think about the promoters and how she came through. I might have gone the same way, I might not have, I don't know. I wasn't in that situation. I went out that way, I came back this way when I went to the restaurant. So, how we come in and out, I think that tempers are high, I think emotions are high, and I think we all just need to take a deep breath. And Mr. Mays, what is your point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, my emotions to that extent were high, they high now. And Ms. Machette was talking about, I don't want to speak, and instantly, when somebody do like this to me, and I know Ms. Liddell, was she the same one in the hallway gave me the finger, the same one who put up my ear and said to mama?
What's your point?
Mr. Mays is, he is speaking about some intent, and that never happened. So, he is flaring character.
Mr. Mays, we cannot assume what other people's intent was.
Madam Chair, I'm not assuming when somebody give me the bang and say in my ear, your mama, these are facts. Now, whether they disputed facts is another thing. She's a liar.
Request for information.
your request?
So if I said these things, who heard it? Who saw it?
Well, you was standing there with Ed Taylor, but the point is this, they are disputed allegations. And when you do points, or when we do points of information, points, or I'm glad Miss Priestley didn't warn you. Because I'm sitting on a warning now from your leftover chair. It is 5 of y'all left here, but the whole thing is it ain't gonna never be 5 to punish you and Mr. Murphy for the bribes. I want people to know, and we can move on. I want people to know you're nasty, you're giving famous, you're cussing and talking after I leave you a now bump me and assaulted my chair, and then you act like you're an angel. You're not. So that's all this is.
What's your request?
My request is, did Mr. Mays forget that he was harassing me by videotaping me last meeting? That's harassment.
Videotaping is not a physical assault. And so let's move on this briefly, because I'm gonna listen to public speaking, and I'm gonna get up out of here. And I'm gonna let y'all take care of business, but I wanted to make one record. Don't you ever assault or be close to it when I'm sitting in this chair or in the public. Now, I want to make a referral to the legal department and the police department. It's a complaint. This is a legitimate complaint for what happened here. Because I'm not going to dispute it. I'm not going to leave a record or a paper trail. Keep your big butt and self off of me. I'm 65 years old. Don't do no shit like that.
That's profanity. Mr. Boucher, you still have 55 seconds.
I know, child. You better keep your hands to yourself. That's the bottom line.
Mr. Boucher, you have 55 seconds.
I want this sent to the police through legal, through the clerk, and what meant that.
What's your point? Mr. Mays is leaving.
No, I mean, but that's I'm watching their public speaking, but ain't nobody gonna be assaulted. Y'all let word and get away with it.
Mr. Mays, you are no longer in your seat. Thank you very much. Mr. Boucher, you still have 55 seconds.
I can't sit in my chair. That's what I want.
Mr. Mays, please, if you're not in your seat, please, you are disrupting the meeting. Ms. Bichette, go ahead, you have 55 seconds.
Point of order. According to the disorderly person subsection, Mr. Mays is out of order and he's disrupting this meeting.
You disrupted it when you were
Mr. Mays, please, I don't want to give you a warning. Go ahead, Ms. Bichette. 55 seconds.
With my last 55 seconds, I think I got 3 minutes that turned into like 7 minutes, and my point was proven. The bottom line is, I feel as though we would like to get the business done. I appreciate the city being called so that we can get the business done. I just want to make sure that we're highlighting, we're being honest, that we're being fair in our honesty. The attempt to get me to stop talking by saying my voice is shrill or anything else, it's been this way my whole life. So, didn't just start tonight. Not gonna change. This is the voice that she'll get as long as I'm sitting in this seat. And also,
What?
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead, roll call vote to approve the agenda as printed. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to approve the agenda as printed. This now comes down to public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment. Only one speaking opportunity per speaker. The clerk has taken the slips and she will call up people to speak. Please state your name for the record as well as your residence. Thank you. And I'm trying to be fair, and 3 minutes. The timer, you got You can see the timer up above. Please watch your time so that you don't go over, because I will cut you off. Just a warning. That's to be fair to everyone. Thank you. The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
For the record, for you peoples, my name is R.L. Mitchell, but just for tonight, my name is Johnny Cash. To you, Madam Chair, this song is for you. Release that money, don't get funny. Cut off the lights, cut them off. Oh, that's Teddy Pendergrass. Okay. And anyway, last week, Mr. Priestley, you walked out and broke up the form, and you were the one with the money and talking about trying to put it on the senior citizen Mays. He's only 64 years old, he ain't 65 yet, and he can't get retirement money. And you up there, you kids, how old are you kids? I'm probably the oldest person in here, born in 1951, and Miss Byrne is right. You need to deal Lewis, Dr. Lewis, you need to deal with General Motors Trucks because they throw the baby out with the bathwater when I worked for 7 years without getting a vacation. And they gave me a vacation slip, told me go home and do what I went home and take my wife on vacation. My 2 boys was gone, my wife was gone, half of the furniture was gone. And I just sit there on the porch for. Then I decided to go back to work. And that's when all stuff broke out like you're doing now. Like Miss Byrne she got me thinking, talking about I'm a handicapped dude, but they all, and you should deal with General Motors Trucks about Chin Chin. I ain't Johnny Cash for nothing for the day, lady. Miss Priestley, and you call one of your school teachers that you know don't come up there last week because the form was broken, told me you was on your way. You can't get the school teacher to talk up for your alibi. Don't provide the crime. Lady, what do you think you will? When the people's on Holbrook getting shot, the popo got the club up their trail, killing all the witnesses, and nobody saying nothing about it. Chief of police. And all that junk. Even the white man getting fired on his day off. And killing goons up there talking about the boys was dead, one in the house, and them was in the, they got my last name too in there. And all that junk too, let the goons. Thank you is. Mr. Priestley, and you and Charles Hand over there. Over there going over behind the camera, talking stuff, and you agreeing with that school teacher on the side like he ain't with him, and all that stuff. And you gotta tell him, bring the whole classroom in here, and let them look at this conference. Go on, get up this one and bring it back, and y'all act like it's all wrong. You're junkie heathens, whatever heathens mean, like from the hospital. Come and get your black hands off my baby, this dude won the case in all America. Will you like you? Hey, tick-tock, that. That's what my money. Johnny Cash.
Mr. Mitchell.
Open up.
She ain't here. Dora Mayfield. Next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? You got your hands full of priests. First of all, I just want to go back to something that I seen posted by Liddell Lewis on Facebook. And it was a post talking about Tanya Burns, Duke, and Jerry, and Eric to vote for 16 million or 15 million for them houses. My question is, if y'all can put 15 billion towards those houses, and another question, before I do that, I got another question. Are those houses that are being torn down land bank houses? If y'all can put $16 million, or 15, I forgot which one it was, to tear down houses, why y'all can't get a Citizens 21 to keep their houses up? To avoid this. I was asking y'all nicely to write some resolutions up to help the citizens. I wish Mr. Murphy was here, and I will say this until he is here, but something needs to be done because the pilot program the area has that I have been helped with, the time when my house was saved, I can take y'all to 20 places that have now been leveled or need to be leveled. That was beautiful homes in our city. And I feel that with the ideals that Pfeiffer has as far as refurbishing and Councilman Mays with saving houses, that we can stop this situation that we have going on now, because what's happening is the houses are empty, they're not being sold, they're standing up there, and next thing you know, they need to be torn down. And in most cases, they're being burnt down to the ground. I've seen brick homes burnt to the ground. Brick homes, not wood, brick. That takes a lot of heat to melt brick. And I'm talking 2- and 3-story homes made of brick. So please think of something to reverse this cycle, because it don't make no sense for you to give some.
Mr. Jones.
I'm gonna be done.
I'm The next speaker is AC Dumas.
Somebody's phone's up here. Oh, yeah, come on.
My name is AC Dumas, and I reside in the city of Flint in the 2nd Ward. First of all, I want to say that my heart goes out for the lady that got put out for this meeting. She came down, I don't know who she is, she came down to see about her home. And to come down and just get put out by her own council person is traumatic to me. Secondly, I'm in the 2nd Ward, and she gave me my first warning. She asked a question, where were we? And I just said, well, you're on the 2nd round. On the 2nd round, and she said, gave me my warning. And whereas Ms. Priestley, this gentleman back here, spoke out in the audience, you didn't give him a warning. That's a different application. I got a warning. He didn't give a warning. And I hear all the rhetoric up here, people, some is rhetoric, some is not. But out of the abundance of the heart, this is the Bible, the mouth speaks. What's in your heart, it comes out of your mouth. That's why I think they ought to take prayer out of this meeting. Because when you pray, it turns chaotic. You think one time when they have not prayed. So what you praying to? What you praying for? It's just saying. Now, I can speak about the 7th Ward because I was born in the 2nd Ward. Or 7th Ward. My mom has a home on Wyman Street in the 7th Ward. And what the lady came down in the 7th Ward on Wyman. And I thank God for the police chief, and also I thank God for Arnold Brown. A house had tons of garbage, inside and out. And they came and did that. Now the lady had to put up the next door neighbor, she wanted to speak. They're coming in the back, crawling in the back door. It's terrible over there. It's terrible over there. And people should not have to live in that type of position.
And I know they're concerned about over there on 7th Street, 8th Street, 9th Street, but there's other parts of the 7th Ward. It's terrible. And the worst thing about it, if you know to do good and you don't do good, is wrong. So, you know, I just want to say that, and I don't think we need too much business going to get. And I appreciate you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I'm not going to judge your heart what you do and what you say. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Matthews.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Doug Matthews, a retired social worker living in the 7th Ward. In recent times, the Ashley Capital tax abatement matter has captured our attention and stirred strong emotions. Allegations have arisen, suggesting that Ashley may have conspired with certain nonprofits or council members to make gifts to two council members disguised as charitable donations. It's natural to feel passionately about issues that impact our city. However, we must never let that passion cloud our commitment to principles that define us as people. As we navigate these uncharted waters, I can't help but draw a parallel to classic Western scenes. The town divided, emotions running high, and a sense of urgency in the air. Good guys and bad guys. But let's remember one crucial aspect of these stories: the pursuit of justice, even in the face of adversity. Our city is at a crossroads, and the pressure to act swiftly from some council members is palpable. They seem determined to rush to judgment without due process. Yet in our system of government, no punishment may be handed out where due process requirements have not been met. Let's reflect on due process. It ensures that everyone, no matter their status, gets a fair and unbiased investigation where evidence is rigorously collected, allegations are scrutinized, and decisions are based on facts. Everyone in this room and beyond who have ever been accused of wrongdoing would never give up their due process rights. The current division and rush to judgment within our city council paints a concerning picture. It's appalling to outsiders who see a council willing to feed on itself, showing no fairness or due process. This not only tarnishes our city's reputation, but it erodes our trust in your ability to govern fairly. Squabbles, adjournments, and the inability to make critical decisions have also raised serious concerns. You risk losing the power vested in our city council.
Monkeys, where do we have the outrage? So we hear the term ghetto, but when Mr. Pfeiffer referred to me as the monkey in the room, I didn't hear anything from our African American community, nor from my black colleagues here.
What's your request?
You didn't hear me do a request for information and ask you to name the elements so quickly and saying you didn't hear nothing from nobody. Is that really true? Just a question, request for information. Is that really true?
So as you know, that is an improper request for information.
Did you go again?
Yes, it is.
Hey.
It is an improper request.
Well, I'll appeal it. Now, you want to get into it, I'll appeal the rules.
So no, she didn't say that.
Point of order.
There is an appeal that I said the request for information was improper. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, it's been request for information was ruled improper. Okay, and that was made by
Request for information.
Just a second, please, and I'll get you. Okay, yes.
Is that a warning?
That was not a warning.
Thank you.
Okay, I ruled that request for information was improper because, as we talked about Robert's rules, I'm sorry, I had it right there, but what we have in our rules is basically what Robert Rules says, that if you know the answer to the question, you don't ask it. It's for clarity on an upcoming motion. That was an improper point of information because he knew the answer and there was not a motion dependent on that answer. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, you kind of went overboard on the rules as far as arguing your point and your rationale that comes from you last at the end. You can't really the answer. So y'all keep reading that request for information like the person who do it, if they know something, they out of order. I don't know if Liddell Lewis remembered me saying to Mr. Piper, do you mean elephant in the room? I don't know if she remembered that because she had just stated nobody in the audience and nobody on the council said anything. So I did a legitimate request for information because the record shows I'm on the council and I said something. What she said was untrue. I didn't use it to take the blow. I used it to clarify and to see if she remembered. Now, I didn't know the answer. She could have said, oh yeah, I forgot. Somebody said something, but she had just said out of her mouth, nobody said that. And I don't think what he said was that bad, but I know the common phrase, elephant in the room. So that was a legitimate point of information. Request for information. Ms. Lewis, do you know I said something? Because she had just said nobody in the audience or the council said nothing, Mr. Piper. And you proved that she was correct, and I did a frivolous point of information. Yeah. And the point of information rules read, can you read them out loud now? You implying that I knew the answer, whether she forgot or not?
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
And I'm going to hit. If you want to go ahead and read the part about whether or not I knew the answer, I don't know if you remember. So when I do points of information, when I hear incorrect information, whether it's incorrect intentionally or unintentionally, my point of information has to do with they remember. Because she had just made a bold statement, nobody in the audience or this council said that. And I said, request for information, do you remember me saying, do you mean elephant? And I think she responded to that. Legitimate request for information, clearing up the record, not knowing what her mind remembered. And just know what she said. So y'all need to cut that out. You, her, Eva, Candace, Michelle, quit doing that. And then here she do 2 and 3 requests for information, and her and Eva's and y'all's is always okay. Ours getting warnings and getting us through our meetings. That's a major thing throwing folk out meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey.
I supported Councilman Mays' appeal because I felt like he was not out of order for his point of information. Because she said that no one up here or in the audience backed her up when, I guess, Councilman Pfeiffer made his statement about monkeys. And Councilman Mays just simply said to her, or asked her, did she know that he did say something to Councilman Pfeiffer? So I don't think that was, it wasn't frivolous, and it wasn't out of order. So I think your ruling was wrong, and I'll be supporting Mr. Mays' appeal.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mays.
Thank you.
What she made the statement was incorrect, and I think Councilman Pfeiffer, he tried to redirect, and then Councilman Mays interjected and said, do you mean the elephant in the room? But we've heard more than elephant, we've heard slithering snake, we've heard, scowl, I don't remember all the words at this point, I'm gonna be honest with you. So I think that I do not find, let me be very clear, I don't feel, and I personally, I feel like I have a friendship with Councilman Pfeiffer. I don't believe that Councilman Pfeiffer said something, say anything derogatory. I just don't. He has always been fair He's always been fair to me, and we don't always, we agree probably, if it's public safety, probably 100% of the time. Anything else, we disagree amicably. But him and I do talk, and we're very, like, I think I call you my friend, actually. But I think when he had to draw that back, there was a lot of tension, and everyone is in sync. So to draw a conclusion was if like that was a racial statement, I did not find that to be that, because I would check Councilman Pfeiffer. I would check him on that. And so we say about him trying to say the ghetto and the comment that night, but the ghetto comment was completely different. Because then I think that night it erupted into her taking pictures of me with someone in Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, and someone putting up saying they want to hang me, invited me to a necktie party. Right. So those are two different things. And Councilman Lewis, before we even got into all of this, I used to support you until the story about the mother effing B that you said Mays called you, and he didn't. Because when you say, Councilman Mays don't need no help with cussing. He just don't. And during those meetings, Councilman Mays were really at odds a lot. Yeah, we were going, if he has been out of order, I have said he has been out of order. And him and I, he didn't speak, and maybe he wasn't speaking to me maybe 2, 3, I don't know how many months. You know, and so it's not the one that's scared of him. You know, I think that when we look at it, it is a clique. It is a clique. And it was told to me, and we keep practicing point of order, you came here to point of order people when you were chairing. We want to move this meeting along. And I appreciate Councilman Priestley saying, no, be fair, let's do these 18 items, because you were not chairing fair. So Councilman Mays did correct Mr. Pfeiffer in regards to, and I don't feel he's a racist. I do not.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Anybody who knows me knows that that was not a racial comment, and thank you, Mr. Mason, for correcting me. Ms. Lewis, you can put it on Facebook and run it as a racial, as I'm a racist now. Go ahead. I see that you've already done that, so good job.
Wow.
And that's fine. You know, everybody in the world that knows me knows that what I meant, and Mr. Mays corrected me on, majority of black people put me in the seat. Like, that's just the numbers. So to say that I would make a derogatory comment about race when, you know, a lot of people on this body think that speech is against the rules, when speech that you don't like is against the rules, but speech that you like is applauded. So if we did the rules equally across the board, it would be by the rules and not just ruling against speech that you don't like. Obviously, when I made that comment, emotions were high. I was speaking off the cuff. It was not what you are portraying it out to be. And you can get bug-eyed all you want, but that's what it is. And I spoke to several people in the audience, and they knew what I meant and didn't take it as a racial term. So you can take it on Facebook to your group and do what you do with it. That's fine. To the point of this motion and this this appeal, request for information, while it may be for a vote, and it says purposes for a vote, it doesn't say that the request for information is only during a vote. It says its purpose is to help it, but it doesn't say you can't do a request for information when there's no vote on the floor. So, because she made that statement about nobody spoke up when Mr. Mays clearly did, maybe she did forget. So I will be supporting the appeal. Thank you.
Any Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you. Only thing we have is what we say. Mr. Parker said what he said. He said what he meant. He doesn't interpret. He's a grown man, business owner. He knows what he said. And so as far as Mr. May saying that I asked him what did he mean, he said exactly what he said. My point was no one was enraged. That's what I was referring to. No one was enraged when Mr. Pfeiffer referred to the monkey in the room. Yeah, emotions are high. A lot of times when emotions are high, you say what you mean. And so, again, you said what you said, and that's just what it is. Did anyone check you? Did anyone get upset? Did anyone get upset? Did anyone check you? Not at all. When we talk about the unfair applications of racist rhetoric, hang your head, chief Negro, hang your head, chief Negro. Let me clear.
Wait a minute.
And then, like I said, monkeys in the room, people are selective when they want to talk about what's racist or what's not. And so I guess since you're backing up the home team, they want to give you a pass for using the word monkey. The monkey in the room. Moses was high. You said what you said, and we heard what we heard, Mr. Pfeiffer. So that's fine. I'll definitely be the monkey in the room. And whoever you're referring to, and no, I don't need my colleagues to bag me up. I don't need all of them to bag me up. Because again, I stand 10 toes down on my own feet. And I will continue to stand for what's right. So you said monkey, monkey is what you said, monkey is what you meant. And so I will be supporting the chair. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Pfeiffer just read it off. We're in the middle of public comment. You expect the council response. No need for you to interrupt me.
Request information.
What's your request?
Ain't this appeal, Ms. Lewis, about me asking, do you remember me saying elephant versus monkeys? Ain't that the appeal in this Priestley saying you were right, then nobody said you missing something?
Ms. Priestley, come on.
No, this is to you, the speaker, point of order.
But anyway, thank you. And so, like I was saying, we continue to get interrupted with the points of information and stuff. We continue to see that. Stand on it. Own it. And I will be supporting the chair for the simple reason that request for information was not for a vote. Mr. May wanted to interrupt, and he didn't address what I said. I said, where's the outrage? Where's the outrage? There was none. But that's fine. You don't have to be outraged. Because it's apparent. I'll be the monkey. I'll be the donkey. I'll be all of that. That is fine. That is
Request information.
What's your request?
So you won't be irate when I call you all the things that you just say you'll be.
That's improper. Go ahead, Ms.
And that's what we talk about when we say abusing the privileged motions. Now, I can abuse privileged motions and crack jokes and say things that are like that, but I'm not, because that hinders the business. So again, I will be supporting the chair because Mr. Mays was totally out of order. And then at the end, he tried to sum it up and phrase it as a question. This is what's holding us back. I went out the room for quite some time, came back, still no progress was done. We're going on agenda change. Am I running the problem at the chair?
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, a vote of yes overturns the ruling of the chair, a vote of no sustains the chair. Go ahead, roll call, please. Ms. Priestley. Go ahead.
And the ruling is that the request for information.
Was it proper?
You remember the saying that was in the room.
Correct. No.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad? Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Lewis?
No.
One vote. You skip.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, abstention?
The vote is 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That appeal failed. I think everyone, do you still have minutes left in your, okay, go ahead, Dr. Let's set the clock to how many minutes we have left.
Okay, thank you. And like I stated many times before, if the second ward won't be known, I will vote. We will definitely, they will vote for it. It's like they voted me in, they'll vote me out. But unfortunately, Mr. Woodson, you don't live in the second ward, so your opinion doesn't matter. And in terms of, speaking of Beverly, I don't have to call anyone on you. I mean, people do it as they feel. I don't have time to send people after you. You do you, and they come according. And then, when we talk about being in this seat, removing from chairs, it looks like the same fool is persistent. It's not just me. And so as we move this city forward, or as we attempt to, the slander, the jab, the frivolous points of order, requests for information that are unneeded, we need to stop you. Let's just get the business done. Let's stop calling people names. Let's just really get the business done. Regardless, I don't care if colleagues do not care for me. I'm here to do my job what the state elected me to do until my last day. And I'm okay with that. See, I'm not trying to retain my seat. I don't have to lie. I don't have to slander gaslight in order to keep my seat. Because if they want me gone, then see Mr. Mays talking. According to Mr. Viper, he'd be kicked out for talking. We have to be fair. We have to call it right. If only thing you have to do is just have decorum, be quiet, and stop making unneeded remarks, and we would have been done with this meeting. But unfortunately, we have not. So that's why at 9:40 at night, you guys moved me over an hour ago, and we're still here at council response. We're winning, huh? All right. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe did anyone else want to address council? Public comments? Seeing no movement, I will now entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda. It's been moved by Mr. Pfeiffer. Is there support? Support. Hearing multiple supports, I'll give that to Ms. Burns this time. Is there any separations? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Separate 230306, 230301, 230308.
Okay. Are there any other separations? Are there any other separations? We've separated 230306, 230301, and 230308. Any other separations? I'd like to separate 23030315 and 230316.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I want to separate 230252.
Just a second, let me find it. I don't know if you're looking, are you looking at? Oh, 2.1. Okay, thank you. I was looking for it. one is it?
230-312.
312.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah, I'll separate that for time's sake so we can get that straightened out.
All right, that works. That works just fine. Okay, any others? Okay, so the consent agenda consists of 230-299, 230-300, 230-303, 230-305, 230-307, 230-309, 230-311, 230-313, and 230-314. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That the consent agenda is approved. The first separation is 230306. Mr. Pfeiffer, do you have a motion to set as your separation?
Madam Chair, I move that 230306, 230301, and 230308 be tabled indefinitely. And that's what.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to table indefinitely 230306, 230301, and 230308. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Burns.
I support.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to table these resolutions indefinitely. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Through you, Mr. Thacker, what's the reason for that?
So it's my understanding that the mayor used emergency purchasing ordinance, and these are no longer applicable, so that's why.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards, could you approach?
Mr. Edwards? No, again, it's not rules.
Well, then, we don't have to demand that they move up close.
I agree with that.
And let's get to that business after this, because this is not cool with me, I'll give it 2 minutes. Ms. Edwards, is Mr. Pfeiffer right about these been taken care of by an emergency ordinance?
Through Madam Chair, to Mr. Mays, yeah, we took action accordingly.
On these 3 items?
Yes, sir.
And you sure that these are the 3 items, J. Kavanaugh, change order number 4, and 23038 Lake Star Construction Services?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Well, I don't want an understanding, I need facts. Yes. Do you know whether that's accurate? If not, I'll postpone. Do you know if that's accurate? Mr. Pfeiffer said it is, I want to know what you said.
That is accurate, sir.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, I want to hear what that ordinance reads. I'm going to be very curious whether it allows the mayor to take emergency action, and I don't know if I can do that in a minute and 23 seconds. And so, if I can, then I'll make a motion to move it back to finance or government rocks about on time, or suspend the rules. Give me quick as you can what the emergency ordinance say that allows the mayor just to do that and then put it in the news.
The ordinance in question is section 18-21.9.
18-21.9.
Which states, I'm going to just, in the interest of brevity, just going to read the permanent part here, which says that the person director may make or authorize others to make emergency purchases, supplies, services, or construction items when there is a safe threat to public health, welfare, or safety, provided that the emergency procurement shall be made with such competition as is practical under the circumstances. requested terms, so please read the rationale of certain.
So you said that the purchasing director can request emergency purchases.
And authorize to make or authorize others to make emergency.
The purchasing director.
Correct.
And so all three of these was emergencies.
All three of them were deemed to be, to essentially the failure to execute those would have
By
constituted.
who? Because the last time that the lady was here was wastewater. Time is up. Unless y'all want to suspend the rules so we can talk, so move. But other than that, it's over.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to suspend the rules. Is there support? Chair, I'll support that. There's a motion on the floor to suspend, it's been moved to oh, I'm sorry, I got rid of my stuff.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Just a second, Mr. Mays, I accidentally closed my file. And I wanna make sure I have everything documented, so just give me 1 second. It's not opening for some reason.
I want to clarify it.
Why it's not opening. Just a second.
Candace, could you help her out? Candace?
Go ahead, Mr. Mays, I'll just
Yeah,
write it down.
my intent is just for the suspension to give each council person on this particular emergency purchase, communications, not on just suspending all the rules. It's related to the time clock and getting the understanding on just this emergency purchase ordinance into that relative to this resolution. That's the intent of my motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If I could, I believe that Councilmember Mays is actually making a motion to extend debate.
I believe so.
And so.
Well, my motion was to suspend the rules. I mean, we could put it in the form of extended debate, but, you know, he can't change what I said. So if the motion to suspend the rules to get more time on this fails, then I might come back with extended debate, but no, I said what I meant. You know, maybe he'll be a councilman one day.
All right, any other discussion on this? Wait, now we have discussion, go ahead. Is there any discussion? Do we have discussion now?
Maybe not.
I
But it was at 6 o'clock.
Madam Chair.
That would be not debatable.
Yeah, for Rule 2.1, motion to suspend the rules not debatable.
Yep, that's not debatable. Roll call, please, just suspend the rules.
In the way that it was described, not overall.
Well, your motion was to suspend the rules.
I think I made it clear with prayer. This message, finally, move it to.
Ms. Michelle? No.
Yes.
What, Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Murphy-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 3 no? The vote is 3 yes, 3 no, that motion
Madam
fails.
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah, let's do a motion to extend the debate on this issue until we can get it resolved. And if it goes past 5 to 10 minutes apiece, we'll relook at it and I so move.
Mr. Mays, can I get you to clarify that so that we have a specific time?
I just did.
Okay, your motion is to extend debate, and if it extends, until it is resolved, and if it goes more than 5 or 10 minutes,
For each person, then we'll revisit it at that time.
okay? The motion is to extend the debate until it is resolved that it goes for more than 5 to 10 minutes per person, then we will revisit. Is there a support? It's been moved properly seconded for the motion, go ahead and clerk. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
What? Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. Michelle? No. Yes, 4 no. The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, that motion fails. Is there any more discussion on this motion? Go ahead.
Make a motion to extend the debate by 1 round of 3 minutes.
There's a motion on the floor to extend debate by 1 round of 3 minutes. Is there support? Yes, I'll support that. Okay, it's been moved properly seconded to extend debate to, with an additional 1 round of 3 minutes. And, roll call vote, please.
Do that about the discussion, anybody else?
The motion extends debate, did you get 1 more
I
round?
know what it means, I say under allow for discussion after it's made, second, do anybody else?
No, because it's to, limit or extend.
Okay, then, but right now, I'll watch the votes, I'll abstain because you wasn't fair.
Point of order.
Which,
Go on the roll call.
right there, so you're,
You get to a point of order like I did, what you did, it's the same thing, you could just be quiet, because I was in the middle of voting, abstaining, and state my reason for that foolishness. So I'm gonna continue to try to vote, start over. I'll abstain and wait to see how everybody else vote, because 2 of them failed. Let's see if we get up to 5. Right now, I'm abstaining.
Whoa.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter? Yes. Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Point of order.
Which point?
Madam Chair, the voter roll call is called, I'm gonna change my abstention to yes.
Oh, yeah.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. So we have, we will now have 2 rounds of, because we are almost postponing, 1 round of, 1 round 3, so we now will have 2 rounds of 3 minutes per council member. So you will have your opportunity on the second round.
Request for information.
Go ahead, Mr. Reeves.
How many votes did that extend require? Did it take 5 or 6?
Okay, so, any other discussion that Mr. Mays is the only one who has spoken to so far?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Piper?
Through you to the city attorney, Mr. Attorney, can you, email council persons that ordinance? And then, I know you only read a section of it. Is there have to be special, situations, or is that, they, by order, you can say, without?
Well, the part that I wasn't able to finish was basically the request from the Department of Shelter, basically written rationale and circumstances surrounding the need for emergency purchase, the cost, and any efforts made to secure competitive prices.
So, I mean,
I'm happy to send a copy around to the council member that's probably,
no, I don't disagree with what you did, I just want to make sure that, where there's got to be checks and balances, so, is there any process for him deeming that these need to be an emergency, or he can just carte blanche say that they're emergency?
It's not carte blanche.
So
Within the other check, they also has that, city obviously cannot create funds without paying it. So the funds would have to have been properly appropriated and available, initially, you know, the contract itself is not going to, so the funds would have to be within the budget and otherwise accessible, in the funds that are authorized by us.
So, what did this ordinance only, really apply to things that are already budgeted and?
Correct, the funding has to be available, and there also has to, as stated here, there also has to be a, threat to the public health, welfare, or safety.
And I will, I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Any other
Madam
discussion?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you to Attorney Kim. Oh, sorry. What means a threat? I know we did do the water, the treatment plant, then I think the second one was paint, with the homes painted. I mean, that, and those are ARPA funds. So how would that be a threat? A dangerous or threat? Did you get a chance to shoot that to us?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because I think we get it into a very.
Thank you for the request for information.
Okay.
This is for the lead-based removal. I don't know if it's part of the money you're thinking of.
Okay.
I guess. My understanding is that none of this involves ARPA funds. ARPA funds wouldn't, unless this body had already, approved the spending of the ARPA funds by the reso, none of those would be available, like, if they'd been allocated that purpose, they would be like a preliminary budget that was approved last year.
So with the contract with Shelter of Flint, is that the money that we lose? And what's the deadline for that, do you know?
That I don't know.
Mr. Evers, do you know the deadline that we did for the Shelter of Flint? That we expect to have that money spent by?
No, I don't know the deadline for spending the money.
Is, she's
No, she's not here.
Okay. How did it come to, I know the work Jeanette does explain that. How did we arrive at the other two items?
The shelter, I said with respect to the shelter, of course, that's an ongoing need. Those are ESG dollars. Those dollars come as a part of, and they were part of the coronavirus funds. So those monies are being expended for that particular, only that particular
Is those
need,
funds
the
that
shelter.
we don't use them, we pay back, or
No.
those, okay?
And then for the last one, of course, remediation is always a hazard to the health of people. So, that was a project.
Was it time sensitive or?
Yeah, that one, I believe, because there's two that are active, and so I believe that's the, 2018. So those dollars were time sensitive. There's a 2018 and a 2021, and I'm pretty sure that this was the 2018.
Okay. I'm trying to think, you chance to shoot that to us.
I didn't want to, that's a distraction, right? Like, I can send it.
Oh, yeah, because I would like to read it, I don't think my time is getting ready to be up, so. I'm gonna go on to the next person, because I don't have my ordinance book with me.
Madam, Councilman Burns, yes, that's the 2018. I'm looking at it now, that's the 2018 allocation, so it was time sensitive.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes.
Okay. That was your turn, Mr. Burns. Okay, is there any other discussion?
In the first round.
In the first round, yes. Any other discussion in the first round? and
Yeah,
then that's
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
Through
Mays.
you to the city attorney, when you read that ordinance tells you that the purchasing director should have documentation, correct?
Yes.
And do we have that documentation?
I believe that would be a question to ask the city.
And the ordinance also say that the purchasing director should report to council. And y'all have the documentation from the purchasing director, and what will be presented to council, Ms. Edwards?
Councilmember, the ordinance does not actually require that council do know.
Mr. City Attorney, I just was talking to you and you referred me to him.
Yeah.
Now, I can read just as good as you. I'm reading that the purchasing director has to provide some written documentation, and I'm also reading that you have to approve them emergency purchases. That's correct too.
Wow.
That's, aside from approving the contract as performed as within the normal course of business, law doesn't have a role in the.
So you're telling me the ordinance don't give law a role, none of these are contracts?
Law has to approve the contract as performed, but law doesn't have a role in determining whether or not an emergency.
Okay, well, it's gonna be easy to do. Madam Clerk, I wanna make a referral that the written copy of this ordinance be placed in each council person's mailbox, so written copy. Can that be done? I want a written copy of that ordinance. And Mr. City Attorney, is you telling this council that the purchasing director don't have to communicate with us in writing, or you're saying they do?
There's nothing in that section of the ordinance that requires that a report to council be made.
Okay, so I disagree because I'm gonna read it.
What?
Okay, I'm gonna read this. It says the report shall be made physically available via electronic means on a monthly basis. The purchasing director shall be available to review the report and provide additional information as might be requested by the city council or their designated committee. Now, I'm reading parts of it. And so that tells me we do have the right to get written reports and reports from purchasers. I also read parts of it that says the requested department shall produce a written rationale of the circumstances surrounding the need for an emergency purchase, the cost and any efforts made to secure the competitive prices. And so was that done, do you know? Do you know? I hope that we have another 3 minutes in this debate, a third round, because I ain't got it down, so I so move.
Okay, it's been moved to have an additional round of 3 minutes per council member.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this.
Is there support? Okay, thank you very much. It's been properly seconded to have an additional round of 3 minutes per council member. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Gleason.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Garner.
Yes.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That motion passes. That'll come after the second round. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Is there any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, we'll go to the third round. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you, and thank the council. So what do you gather, Attorney Kim, from the competitive prices that needed to be secured, the rationale, the written rationale? Have y'all got any of that right now?
If you're asking me, I do not have any of those at hand.
Through you, Madam Chair, Ms. Edwards, can y'all show me any of that was done and dated and time stamped?
Specifically, we can produce the information that was provided by the department.
Okay, when?
At your committee meeting.
Okay, what about now? Can you go get it or pull it up on computer?
Wait.
Because I'll postpone this until later in the meeting, and you tell me you couldn't go try to get it.
I can attempt to pull it up, yes.
Okay, well then, we'll try to do that, because I'm curious to see with all of the politics and talking and the embarrassment that the mayor, in my opinion, tried to put the council through. I want to see if they will follow the emergency ordinance to do these purchases by the letter of the law. Okay, so I'm going to ask that you go look for that. And it should be documented and easy to find. That's emergency purchases 18-21.9. And I want to see the documentation. Who is the purchasing director?
That is,
Huh?
Lauren Raleigh.
Okay, is she available? Can you call her? Can you find the documents? I want to see by the end of this meeting, can you find the documentation? So I'm gonna move to postpone this till we get finished with the last resolution, and I so move to give you time to do that. I so move.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to postpone these three resolutions to the end of the meeting.
To the end of the resolution, give him some time. He should be able to pull that up in 5-10 minutes. We can figure that out.
Is there support?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to postpone to the end of the meeting. Roll call vote, please.
End of the resolution.
All right, yeah, put at the end of the resolution, thank you, I saw that in the meeting.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. McCurt?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Yes,
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, those resolutions will be postponed.
Madam Chair.
Just go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Real quick, so Ms. Evans, you gonna look for that? Could you, Madam Chair, Ms. Evans, you could look for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we'll make a note so I don't forget, because you know I would forget easily.
Because the motion was to drop.
Yeah, table resolutions. Right, okay, so that brings us to our next separation, which
Yeah,
is
Madam.
230318. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would move 230318, the approval of the collective bargaining wage reopener agreement, City of Flint, estimate local 1799. I would move that for approval. That's so.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve resolution 230318. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded to approve resolution 230318. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Mays?
Yeah, I got calls from union folks, people working who benefit from this. I know in the other meeting, folks had requested a closed session, but, you know, I've been around closed session and union contracts with the city long enough. Normally what happens sometimes when we go in there, it ain't nothing that's really bargaining, standing the way. My position is this: I'm gonna say it this way, management and the union agree. Right now, you got one of the biggest strikes the UAW has experienced in its lifetime. It's striking forward. I'm gonna call it Chrysler. They said Stellantis now and General Motors all at the same time. I come out of the UAW. I come out of the union. If these union workers have agreed, I'm not gonna stand in their way. In other words, I separated this because I wanted to highlight it, and I wanted to make sure that those watching could see and hear the support that I'm gonna have for this agreement. Now, I don't know the details of any retroactivity. I don't know that, but I'm supposed to approve it because I don't appreciate start, this was an emergency. But this was one of the main ones I wanted to get to in these 3 or 4 debates that we couldn't get around the chairperson before we could take care of business. I'm excited to be able to vote on this agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ray definitely has a point. You know, we are living in a time where expenses are outweighing people's income and people's paycheck. And so, it's paramount that we pass this today. Honestly, it was paramount that we passed it a few meetings ago. But unfortunately, we didn't have the support to stay on our seats to vote for it. So I am proud to stay here and to vote for our union, because my father was a proud union person, and I definitely stand behind the union. And I never want to hold up anyone's money for personal gain, animosity, or because I'm in my feelings. So, thank you, and I'm looking forward to supporting our union.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
So, this will be Mr. Edwards, are adding, this will make, $17.99 have the same with $1,600, is that correct? You just throw your hand up. Okay.
Let the record show that he raised.
Okay. So I get it, you don't have to come down the aisle, I'm good. So, I support our workers. I hate that this was delayed, and most of our departments are understaffed, and they're underpaid. And it's very clear when we talk to them that they don't make enough to keep them. They may come here and work 6 months, 12 months. I mean, I was just told that they pay $56 an hour to do, one of the jobs will go to consumers energy. And so, you know, we look at some of the comparables, it's not easy. So this is a minimum, very minimum. I wouldn't know, you don't have to just, did we do a wage study, just yes or no? Okay. So I'm very excited that we're moving this forward. I was excited about the $1,600 loan for $1,799. What I wish we had not have gotten was delayed. And so when we talk about why it was delayed, and Judy, thank you for sharing so we can get this taken care of. I mean, we would not have been at this point if we did not switch out the chair. And when people speak, they need to speak factually. Some of the people were absent twice in a row and can't even say that it was, the people that were here. And then they say, don't call shots, but you shoot shots. This was about $17.99. I'm happy we're getting this done. We couldn't have got it done. I wouldn't have been in the meeting because she was telling me I was going to be out. Councilman Mays was going to be out. And she got upset with Mr. Fire. While she's here, she's posting on Facebook during, council meeting. This is the chair, the vice president. This is what leadership matters, to keep everyone inside the meetings. $17.99 and all 18 of the items which are on our agenda, which is the reason why I said, we need to have a meeting. And I want to thank my colleagues for showing up, because we showed up to say, hey, you know what, let's get it done. Tonight was rough. It was literally Game of Thrones. Literally.
What's your request?
How do you know on Facebook when you're on Facebook?
You know what, I'm gonna shoot a shot at you, because you told everybody. You told everybody.
Let's see if this reasonably rude or pass through her.
Oh, yeah.
What you say? What did you say, Ms.
I
Priestley?
said it was an improper point.
I hope I don't have to help you with that no more.
No.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Yeah, and so you told us, and I didn't know it, and I had to pull out my phone to see that you did it, that you had posted about the monkey comment when you were chair. And so in leadership matters, if you knew how to chair a meeting, you would have been done. If you had a showed up prior before, when you missed 2 times, then we would have been done.
Yeah.
So you told us that you did it. You did it. I didn't know. I wasn't on Facebook. I was not on Facebook at all. And then if Juliana, she just itching at that mic. This is my time. 17, now you may not like what I'm saying, but you shot a shot. You be the first one to say, don't shoot a shot. Then when somebody shoot back at you a shot, or clap back, you get upset. You do, but this is about $17.99 our workers. Our workers being taken care of. And now they'll get the same raise that $1,600. So that those 2 departments are going to be equal. They're understanding that we're taking care of the workers. We're taking care of the workers. So that was the reason why I said, we need a meeting. We can only call one person, and my reasoning for calling Councilman Mays was he don't miss meetings. He doesn't miss meetings. And so I can't go and poll everyone. You can't do that, because I'm not going to be in violation of Open Meetings Act. And because we needed to make sure that to get $17.99 passed, we needed 5 votes. And some people's attendance is extremely questionable. And I know him being in the union, this is all I talk about. He tells all his business, that he supports the union and the union workers in the UAW. And he talks to the workers. And so for me, it was important to get someone to sign on, and I appreciate the colleagues saying, hey, you know what, we're gonna all come here, let's take care of all of the business so that we can get all the business done. And we have to move some things around so that we have a fair chair, and it's getting done. That's what it's supposed to look like, taking care of the business. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, can you propose through the chair? Good evening, Mr. Smith. Thank you for sticking with us. How many members does this affect? 46? It says
47.
47 out of and is there another wage reopener before June 30, 2025? I know that there was another wage reopener for 1,600 after a certain part, for a certain period of time, for a certain group. Is that the same as this one as well?
No, it was exactly the same. What we did, we scheduled a wage reopener when the contract was ratified. And this is the wage reopener. And actually, it's exactly the same as 1,600.
Can you explain real quick what folks are under 1799? Is it mostly admin people?
Mostly 1799 is mostly your supervisor level people, and 1799.
1799, so supervisor people for all, whether it be water, sewer, all of those folks are 1799 as supervisors?
Yes.
Obviously not the police or fire, but just this services?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how much of this, I know it says financial implications of 505, 440 through the end of the CPA of 2025, but do we know what is this fiscal year and then what is next fiscal year? Those numbers broke out?
I can get that for you.
Can you get that for me? And then
Request for information.
What's your request?
You, Mr. Piper, I couldn't make out what you was asking.
Oh, so the financial implications state till the end of the contract. I want to know what the financial implications are for this fiscal year and the next fiscal year, because it's not broke out, it's only broke out by the end of the fiscal, or the CPA. So I just want to know. And then, obviously, we don't have finance here in this probably not, budgeted expense. Do we have, is there gonna be any negative budgeting that we're gonna have to do, or any, budget transfers that you know of?
You probably have, that's a finance question, but, yeah.
Then I will get those answers offline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round? How about the second round?
Yeah, real quick, man.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
And I don't know if you asked Mr. Bible, but Mr. Smith, these folks get paid hourly or salary.
Hourly.
And the hourly increase, is it $2 or more, or do you know?
Yes.
Yes, what?
It increases $2, it moves the wage.
It's about $2.
Correct.
That's what I had been hearing.
Yeah.
So the wage increase part of it is about $2 or so an hour, right?
The first one, yes.
And so there's another one coming after this?
Yes, 50 cents.
Okay, 50 cents. And when do it come?
The 50 cents would be, June 30th of, 2024.
June 30th of 2024.
For the full pay period following that day.
If you had to estimate what most of these workers were at, they were at how much an hour?
I'd have to take a look, Councilman Mays, I can get that for you.
It varies?
Yes, it does.
Okay. But they're going up across the board $2 an hour.
Across the board.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna support it. And, you know, I've been getting communications about it. I had heard about that $2 an hour. I don't really get in the middle of the negotiations, but it's a fact that they voted in favor of the terms that was reached, correct?
Correct.
And percentage-wise, you don't know what the vote was, or do you?
I don't know exactly, that was 1799, it came in late, but, it was ratified.
Yeah, you don't know if it was 70, 80, or 90, or whatever.
No.
I appreciate you being here. Mr. Fife asked some questions that you said you go to finance. We don't have to get more acquainted with the new finance person. It's been a lot of turnover in that department. But I'm not gonna let that hold me up tonight. I'm gonna prematurely congratulate, the people who worked to get this contract together from AFC Local 1799. And I'm gonna support them with a yes vote, and we'll take it from here. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call vote on approving 230318. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Griswold? Yes. The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. Next resolution under consideration tonight is 230302. Mr. Mays, that is your separation. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm gonna move 2302, change order number 3. Swanson and Gross is a contract extending for pump station rehabilitation. I'm gonna move it for approval, and I so move.
Okay, there's a motion to approve resolution 230302. Is there support? It's been moved properly seconded to approve 230302. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mays.
I'm gonna be honest with you, the reason I separated that because these 3 that Mr. Five had separated with Jay Kavanaugh, change order number 4, and the emergency ones, I didn't know if that was part of it. And so I separated to get clarity, and I still don't know if that was part of it. pump station rehabilitation. Do anybody on this council know whether that was included in the emergency, or do anybody know that it was not?
Clarify that question, agreements of with.
Okay, was this resolution included in the emergency act? You know that to be a fact. So if we find out later, I can say, well, I can quit listening to you because you said you knew it to be a fact and did. So, okay, we'll go on record without the administration. You say you know, I didn't know. But I know I don't like this guy parade around in the media talking about this, that, and the other, whatever council folks or whoever. If I'm the last of the Mohegans, I'm gonna take up for a council that I sit on. Okay, if it was the emergency, I know I'd like to see stuff go through committee properly. I'd like to talk about it, but, you know, we ain't gotta worry about that clock because I'm gonna wrap up anyway. And it was a 5-minute thing, we can deal with the next person who discuss it. But I'm watching all these, water rehabilitation projects because I've been doing it since Weaver. I don't want to say water, but I've been involved in this. I don't like change orders. This one look like it's a change order for 30,000. That ain't too much. With a total coming not to exceed 4 million. But Mr. Dumas, all change orders mean something. When you're dealing with 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, and you bid and start out one way and then another way, we ought to look at it. I'm not gonna stand in the way of this one, but I really want us to focus and take care of business and get away from all the petty procedural rule politics. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Madam Chair. Who was that?
That was the
Oh,
clerk.
Davina. Go ahead. I'm sorry. When this item first appeared on the agenda on the 11th, City Administrator Edwards sent communications to me asking the administration on this item.
So, Madam Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
I want to make a motion to move it back to finance and give all of the time to look at whether it should be dropped or moved forward. So I moved to postpone this back to finance. That'll give Clyde Edwards, the clerk, and whoever she figures she got communication from, give us time to dot the i's and cross the t's. So I moved to postpone it back to finance, and I so moved.
There's a motion to send resolution 230302 to finance. Is there support? It was moved and properly seconded by Ms. Burns to send back to finance. Can we please have a roll call vote? Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Bouchette? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
Vote 5 yes, 2 no. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. That will be sent back to finance. And the next resolution is resolution 230312, and that is Mr. Mays. Would you like to make a motion, Mr. Mays? Was this the one that was supposed to be dropped? This was one that was requested to be postponed, but that was on the 11th, into back to committees. That was on the 11th. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'm gonna move that 230312 be postponed back to Finance Committee. I would think maybe governmental ops, I would move
floor to? Okay, supported by Ms. Burns. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That motion will go back to government ops. The next resolution was separated by Mr. Mays. 230252.1. Mr. Mays, do you have any motion?
I'm gonna pass on this motion, Madam Chair. I'll wait to see what I'm hearing.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I make a motion to approve 230252.1.
There's been a motion made to approve 230252.1. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve 230252.1. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, was it 2 parts to this Court Street Village thing? I recall hearing something about 2 parts. Have any part of this been approved? Do anybody know?
Mr. Mays, there were 2 separate resolutions, one for the roof and outdoor repair as well, and then this one, which is.
So the first one has passed.
Correct.
And this one has to do with what?
Painting, exterior painting.
In addition to the other?
Correct.
So both of them is doing the same thing?
Well, no, the first one was not doing painting, this is just doing painting. The other was doing roofs and.
Okay, this is dealing, and the other one was Court Street Village?
Court Street Village, yes.
And so this one, both of them is tied to Miss Sane, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I told Miss Sane I would support her because I knew Danny Sane and I'm looking at the project, but I also said to them in the last meeting that I wanted to know more about the process of bidding it out. I also said something about a list of which houses would be picked. Do anybody know whether a contract would have to come back before us if we approve this funding? Do anybody know whether or not any specifics of any contracts and bids would have to come before us? Do anybody in this room know that? Hearing nobody
Mr.
say.
Mays, because this is a grantee, their contracts do not have to come before us for their work that they are contracting for. Their contract with the city for the money has to be approved. But by approving this, we are approving the contract.
So you saying after this, nothing else has to come before us?
Correct.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Am I correct?
essentially, yes, although, the recipient has to, their agreement with the city basically sets forth the conditions under which they can use these funds. And they have to provide reporting to the city, and they would essentially have to be justifying how all this money is spent, so that essentially that the city is not liable for if money is misused in something. So they would provide the reporting to us, we provide the reporting to the federal government, and essentially if they do not live up to their side of the agreement, they're obligated to repay the city for any funds that are not.
But when you say reporting to us, I'm specifically talking about the council. They have no duty or responsibility to report to this council that you know of. Anybody know of that?
Aside from the general, the council has the ability to request information from administration, no specific requirement to report to council.
When it comes to these ARPA funds, that's why we call Ms. Burns a special meeting to go over some of the ins and outs of them. I'm gonna want some type of reporting and update. I don't know if I want it every month, every Ernst and Young in here. And so we've been slack. That's why I said some discussion at the end of this meeting, but it went too long before we could get to the business for whatever reason. I got my idea. And so now here we are. So I'm in a dilemma on this one. I want to support Court Street Village, but since they at the beginning, and since this process for me has been somewhat flawed with the illegal multi-member body board, I'm gonna see what I do. And since it has been problematic to get to the agenda items when I see people here, I see Shelley Green, and I've seen Miss Sang and the Fairfield Village Group. I've seen administrators here, and folks was too busy trying to discipline and throw folks out like we punks and we fought for our rights to be here. So this is problematic for me because all the players are in here in the game. This is 2 rounds of 5 minutes. We'll see what happens, and I got some tough decisions to make for me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
As the public will see us talking, and I want to be transparent, I cannot vote on this because for myself, and what I feel with the 12-member body. I know that we don't have 2 of the members who are not here who will probably support that vote. And I do think it needs to be made, I know that you made it to go back, because I will support it to go back so that it won't die off. I don't want it to die. So with us missing 2 key members that are not here, you're going to need those, I'm quite sure, looking how the votes are going to go.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amended motion to send this back to finance.
Amended motion to send resolution 230252.1 back to finance. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, seeing multiple ones, I am going to call on Dr. Lewis on that one. All right, so referring back to committee, just to make sure, 1 round, 3 minutes per council member. Any discussion on sending it back? Any discussion? See no movement? Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Mays is not in it. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Schaaf?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no. That will go back to finance. The next resolution is 230315, and I separated that. Would anyone like to make a motion? What is your motion? It is council.
To approve.
Say okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve 230315. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to approve. Go ahead.
Who seconded
It was Mrs. Burns.
That was to send it back or to approve it.
To approve it. Okay, any discussion? Any discussion?
it? Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't know the reason. This is 230315, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know the reason that Ms. Lewis made a motion to approve it, because it's the suspension of her council seat for 6 months. I can hypothesize why she did, because maybe she had conversations with folks and she got an idea how they will or won't vote it in what order. But she made the motion. I don't expect for her to vote in favor of her own motion, and there's no rule you have council may punish his own members. And Attorney Kim has made all kinds of legal opinions, or at least one or two, expressing to this council that they can punish their members through you, Madam Chair, to Attorney Kim, correct?
That's an incomplete summary of the arguments that were made.
Madam Chair, through you to the city attorney, you made documentation and communication that this council may punish his own members, correct?
That is an incomplete.
Okay, well, can you complete it for me then?
Respectfully not in 3 minutes.
You say you can't complete whether council can punish his members in 3 minutes. I tried to do something, Ms. Burns, and you can see what we run into. Clearly, he's told that when it comes to me. And so the charter is clear, council can punish its own members. Now, what they did with me, they introduced a resolution to suspend me for 30 days for using a cuss word or 2. But I submit to you and to this public that's taking money and gifts or gratuities for votes. If it ain't a bribe, it's illegal under the charter. And this one has to deal with Ashley Capital. And then there's language in this resolution, read the resolution. There's language in this resolution that says if you have that type of conflict, you should maybe have abstain. There's also language in this resolution that says, according to some of the charter rules, that you should divulge it. You shouldn't tell people you took cars and lawnmowers or Halloween trinkets or your non-profit. If there's a conflict, you should divulge. If I start taking Cadillacs from Ashley Capital, they take money, Mr. Dumas, and guess what? Throw a steak dinner with mashed potatoes and macaroni and cheese and corn and charge $55 a head. Oh, they charge $5 for trick or treat. Whoa. What's the difference? If I walk away with $55 a head through the Eric Mays nonprofit, and then still vote on a $72 million deal, I should be home free. No questions asked by the council. Now, I know folks been talking to law enforcement. That's a whole nother thing. I'm talking about violation of the charter. Law enforcement are talking about state and federal law. We know that there's been admissions of violation of the charter. And that's all I'm concerned with. I will be voting yes to suspend them for violation of the charter. Not divulging, not abstaining, taking gifts, money, and trinkets could be looked at as a bribe. And then we'll wait and see what law enforcement and anybody else do. I won't condone this behavior, I won't protect it. Because if I start taking Cadillacs and other things, I'm gonna see what the priest did with Shaq and some of them that's here gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
We do have the right to discipline our members, and here's where I think when you don't discipline, it just keeps going. And the things that we talk about are not hearsay, they're actual factual things. So when we talk about, when Councilman Pfeiffer stated that in his comment, that he wanted the 2 members to withdraw or to not vote, and he would vote. Then he went to work on an ordinance. I don't know what happened to the ordinance, because it does set a very, dangerous precedents. So now people can say, well, you know what, they took it, and it doesn't matter if it's 3 days before. So if you want, Council Mays to spend a Cadillac, you may as well shoot for a Bentley, or Maybach, or something else, because there's no limit. We're stating we can accept items or gifts. And then if there was no change in it, and as things are still coming out, it was shown that the nonprofit, this nonprofit has gotten 2 donations, the $1,500 from Ashley Capital, and then one donation, and then a request for ARPA funds. And that, to me, that's another, it wasn't disclosed. And so we look at transparency, and that's why I didn't agree with the 12-person ARPA committee. Because I was told the 12-person ARPA committee did not approve the application for Cyrus Park. So who did? Where's the application I've asked for? So these are things that I have some serious problems with. But when we get back to Ashley Capital, it was not disclosed. When I found out we were at Metropolitan Church, and Ashley Capital, that's a great deal. That is, anyone we're developing, it got taken by our members who had their hands out asking for things. And it wasn't just $11,000 lawnmower where they have a copy of the check. It was also an additional $4,750 that Councilman Quincy Murphy, Ashley Capital, dropped the gifts off to our councilman office. It states clearly you cannot take gifts. Those are gifts. And so when we say our charter on page, we go to page 56, 57, and 58, or let's start on page 11. A gift from a corporate service, relative or family member provided. Remember, you cannot take a gift. You cannot even circumvent. I think a lot of these items have been, it's shown that the rules can be circumvented. Or some people are just going to say, you know what, they take a little bit, we're good with that, because you vote the way we want you to vote. It's not okay, because if someone comes and say, if you're getting a new vehicle or a new home, they can say, well, what's the difference between the home and the $1,500 check? What's the difference between the home and the $11,000 lawnmower? It's a nice lawnmower. What is it giving the $4,750 that was given? Ashley Capital presented those. So it's a slippery slope that we're on, and it's just simply not okay. Council members should have kept their hands off of getting anything from Ashley Capital, because they did ask me when I asked, did you give any gifts to anyone else? Because I asked them personally, and they said, well, Council Mays, they donated to his campaign. He did disclose his campaign donation when he was running for mayor. I asked, was there anything else that was given? I did not know that 2 of the council members had taken gifts. We are Metropolitan Church. And she says, oh yeah, we gave for Quincy lawnmower. Is it in yet? Is it in yet, Mom? Then she said, well, we gave for the her Halloween event. And okay, and then we got the church said, well, do you want anything? No, I don't want anything, because you have to share and be accustomed with clean hands. That part tainted the process to where council members were conflicted. Majority of us, I wasn't, no Councilman Pfeiffer spoke out about it. I know the Councilwoman Winfrey Carter did. And so we were conflicted because you took the money was taken and it wasn't disclosed. It wasn't transparent. So someone else can take whatever you want now. If we accept this, they can take whatever they want if the next time, or go back to Ashley Capital and say, hey, you need to shore up this deal with us because you gave them this deal. I want a little bit more, or I want something else. Now we all should get something since we're taking money.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Well, I don't know where the 6 months come from, and I don't necessarily, don't know what the punishment of the crime should be. Because obviously I don't think the votes are here for this tonight, but, I think that, by voting for this, and I will be supporting both of these, just for the record. Even if the votes were here tonight, I would say that this, punishment should be limited. Because as far as I'm concerned, speaking to this particular resolution, 230315, I'm looking at the charter, so 1-602C 9A, you 100% solicited this money because nobody knew that you had a nonprofit, so you had to come out and say, give to my nonprofit. So, and I wholeheartedly believe that Cyrus Park would not have gotten money.
Request for information.
What's your request?
What do you mean no one knew I had a nonprofit? Who is the no one?
Go ahead, Mr.
Like I said, I 100% believe that if you were not on council, they would not have wrote that check. And you had to have solicited it and tell them that you had a nonprofit that they could donate. So I believe that you 100% violated at least that section of the charter, if not more. And like I stated many times on the record, when you're doing this vote, that you soliciting and accepting those monies, that you tainted that vote. So whether or not the 6 months is due, duly noted, proper punishment, I will be voting yes to it, to put that on the record, even though I feel that we don't have the votes for this. But even if this did get approved, I don't think that even serving out this punishment would allow any further disciplinary actions that may come across. And I've spoken to the Genesee County prosecutor. Obviously, I've had conversations with Mr. Kim, but he noted that I am not going to drop this, even if it's doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, and I appreciate the floor. I have respect for him to drop anything from someone who he prefers to as money. I don't. And so, just please continue to pursue what's right and true, because it's all about the rules. And if the rules are broken, if the law is broken, then we need to have, justice needs to be served. And that's just what it is. So, am I offended? Not at all. But what I do know is that we received a legal opinion. I've done nothing wrong.
Go ahead, what is your
legal opinion?
If we reach, that's a point of order. If there was a legal opinion on this from the city attorney, we haven't voted that the votes that she already had, she's out of order. We have to vote to divulge these confidential legal opinions, and I'm very concerned with what I'm hearing. So immediately I'm doing a point of order on what she just said. David, what's the other rule? Go, please.
Well, we do have received legal opinions stating that what she did was not necessarily wrong. So,
Oh, now you saying you divulged in a confidential legal opinion. I'm asking that you move on my point of order.
I'm going to deny that point of order.
So, thank you. So, my request for information was, didn't the city attorney, we had this conversation before, this is not the first time that this conversation has hit the floor. But again, we're bringing it back because you all want to suspend me for 6 months.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So you ruling that we can divulge confidential legal opinions without voting on it? Is that true?
No, it is not.
Because I couldn't appeal you because this could get out of hand. So can't do.
I'm really sorry, that was your point of order, and I was concentrating on something else. That was your point of order, that we could not divulge
Until
legal
we
opinions.
vote on it.
Yes, you are correct.
So it's,
Request for information.
What's your request?
So is it against the law to state the outcome? Because I'm not stating the details. So through you to Attorney Kelly.
Attorney Kelly?
Yes. What you're really talking about is whether or not these statements that was made by Councilman Lewis would constitute a waiver of privilege. Council hasn't waived privilege, so that's not an issue. The issue is whether or not what she said constitutes disclosure of confidential information. Ultimately, that will be up to this body to decide. I will say that in general, the legal opinion from the law department consists of facts, law, analysis, and conclusions.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, she's giving a summation, and stating that in the summary, you said she did nothing wrong. That is in the summary and conclusion, and she's stating basically you gave her the okay.
That was actually a point of information.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If you listen close, you said the council gonna have to decide. So all the please, and even the answer, let's see what the chair and this council decide.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor to release the legal opinion about the Action Capital donation.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. And it's been properly seconded to release the legal opinion regarding Ashley Capital donations. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I haven't seen it and read myself, and so I'm a council person. Now, if somebody want to get it to me, I can look at it and read it, but I haven't read it. Because y'all probably deal through email and all of that, and I deal with hard copies. So y'all probably have read it, so y'all might decide. But I'm not going to vote to release something that I ain't read. That's just, I can't operate that way. I want to read it, and then I'll vote to release it. Now, with what I'm thinking, I'm hearing, I'm thinking she wanted to release because Attorney Kim might be saying she ain't did nothing wrong. I don't know. But she gonna get it released. I ain't read it. So I'm not gonna vote yea or nay whether I want to release a legal opinion, because I haven't read legal opinions from this city attorney. You raise your hands up and communicate with previous action. You might better communicate with you guys and burn and fight to get up to 5 if you want to release. I'm not going to release something I ain't read. And in discussion, I want to be able to discuss it. But I'm not going to do that. We'll make the type of decisions before I read it. So that's all I'm going to say is the first round of 5 minutes. I'm going to keep listening and see what folks saying.
Go ahead, Dr.
Listen, these are the games that I refer to. Either we want to release it and put the facts on the table, or we want to play games. I'm not here for games. If I did something illegal, if the attorney said I did something illegal and I should recuse my vote, it's his opinion. I compel my colleagues. Release the opinion. It's not our fault Councilman Member Mays did not read the opinion that was sent a long time ago. That sounds like he was not on his councilman duties, but nevertheless, I read the legal opinion. Now, a lot of men.
Request member Mason.
What's your request?
Ms. Lewis, would you vote wrongfully to suspend him for 30 days
I will definitely go ahead. This is why we're here. If people don't break the rules, we would not be in this spot. But I'll go on. If I did something wrong, let's release this legal opinion that we received. There's nothing to hide. We received this legal opinion back in January. It's almost October. Let's release the legal opinion so we can go ahead and discuss this and put this on the floor. Again, if you want me gone for 6 months, let's
request for information.
What's your request?
So was the legal opinion obtained, because I don't, when did you just say January?
I believe it was the January, was it the wrong day?
You said what you said.
It was just a little while.
Thank you for that clarity. It was
What's your point, Mr. King?
Madam Chair, we're in a serious proceeding. A request for information is to the speaker. When you hop in there out of order and help her and don't leave it between her and Ms. Burns, you really blowing this type of communications, and it's problematic. Do you understand that point of order, and how do you rule? You, Attorney Kim, y'all listen.
Well taken, Mr. Mays. Go ahead.
Look, we ain't playing, we ain't out of order, y'all just be
I have
curious.
Go.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Lewis has the
Thank
floor.
you. And so, thank you, Councilman Burns, for the clarity. The legal opinion that was released in January was about the ARPA, the Community ARPA Committee. So we have so many legal opinions, I don't want to keep them in order. So thank you for the clarity. And so, it was released in June. When it was released, I looked at that legal opinion and I voted accordingly. And so, let's stop playing games. Let's put the legal opinion on the floor so we can discuss it. So we can see what our city attorney said regarding this specific matter.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you telling me that legal opinion gonna address whether we can take gifts and trinkets? Is that what you're telling me it's gonna address?
That's a valid point.
Release it and see. I'm not here to interrupt. I'm just here to speak on the facts. So we received the legal opinion and we put it on the floor so my council members, they can stop trying to demonize me and the organization that I started for the betterment of this community. So that organization was started to help uplift the North Side. And that's exactly what it's been doing. Unlike other colleagues, no one else has taken that initiative. But this precedes me being on this council. So I am fully in favor of releasing this opinion so I can go ahead and finish my point. As I say, well, I don't need to be removed for 6 months. My behavior is not the cause of being removed for 6 months. I've done nothing wrong, and I continue to do nothing wrong. So you all, my colleagues can continue to paint a very unfair, a slanderous and false narrative of me. My work in the community speaks for itself, but not just my work, the organization that I started and that has perpetuated throughout the community, throughout the North Side. And the residents that are on this committee, they will be glad to come and speak at the lectures about the things that the Starbuck Neighborhood Association has accomplished. Yeah, I started, but that doesn't mean that I am the proprietor, the one that goes and does everything. No, I'm busy doing this. I don't have time to do things with Starbuck Park like that. We have individuals, volunteers in the community. And it's very unfortunate that volunteers from the community, they're being called, they're being contacted on the phone and harassed because of what's being stated here. It's unfortunate that my colleague has a show on 98.9 and they were on there slandering me about this. See, I didn't speak about this because it wasn't time. We were on different resolutions. I don't use this to throw shots. I use this platform to speak about the resolution, but when it's time, we'll speak, and now it's time. So let's go ahead and release this legal opinion so we can go ahead and clear this up. And if my colleagues want me to go for 6 months, I go, I'm fine. I know you might want the monkey out of here anyway, and it's definitely okay with me. So if I broke the law, justice will be served. Otherwise, let's release that legal opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the first round, yes. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Ms. Riccardi.
You know what? I could care less about the legal opinion, because basically, I'm gonna go by what this charter says. And this charter, in section 1-602, under ethics, we're gonna look at 6-8, and, C-8 and D-1. And I think C8 has been read, a public servant shall not accept gifts, gratuities, honorariums, or other things of value from any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint.
Request confirmation.
What's your request?
Does your winter law firm polo shirt with your name embroidered on it, does that count as well?
No, it doesn't. Because do you realize I paid for that shirt and I can wear whatever in the hell I want to wear?
That don't even
How about
match.
that?
Go ahead.
So, with that being said, I'll be voting yes on this resolution, and I will uphold this charter. So the legal opinion, whether you all want to read the legal opinion out here tonight or keep it, confidential, it doesn't matter for me. It doesn't matter. I already know how I'm gonna vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, second round? Any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is right. The legal opinion is somewhat irrelevant. It's what we do and what we don't do. It's clear that you can't accept gifts and strings. I don't know if the punishment should be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months. I don't know, but it should be a penalty. I'm gonna say that again. I don't know if the penalty should be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, or 6 months, but it should be a penalty. Now, Ms. Priest, the reason I started at 30 days, because you gave me a 30-day penalty for cussing. And if you think cussing is worse than accepting gifts and things of value and then voting for somebody doing business with the city, we just respectfully disagree. Taking the money, things of value, trinkets, and then voting on a $72 million deal is worse than me calling Ed Taylor, Quincy Murphy, and Liddell Lewis a-holes to me, and saying that I'm tired of being put out wrongfully of every effort needing on the way out. Now, I'm not gonna try to prove it by taking the 2023, 24 Cadillacs. We deal with a lot of millionaires. Mr. Murphy on record said to come through and do business is not what you need to break bread with me. Not only did he say break bread, now we finding out $11,000 landlords. And he admitted in the quick hope of it. You don't want to turn a deaf eye and ear to this. So the question ain't, do we have the power to punish our members in enforcement charge? Nothing to do with law enforcement yet. We talking about the charge. Do we enforce the charge or do we turn a deaf eye and ear and let council people do what they want and admit to it right in front of our face? We'll see. might need to settle on 30, 60, 90 days, or 6 months, but we better settle on something. We better settle on something. Because I'm glad. Who around and that the majority of council don't? I think I got a hell of a discrimination lawsuit in federal court. Is it?
Federal.
A hell of a lawsuit. Because I still believe it's your freedom of speech to be able to cuss. I don't really think I should have been suspended and forced out by law and police for 30 days for cussing. But it can happen now. And briefly, you voted with it. Now let's see how you vote. It's showtime. The Lord moves in mysterious ways, and the devil do too. The Lord moves and the devil moves. And you never know which one's in the move in what direction. So I'm like you, Mr. Carter, but I said before you, I ain't read yet. But I know them slick legal opinions. I don't even agree with them. I want to see what the court say, the Court of Appeals say, and so forth. But from what I'm hearing, she said, Attorney Jim had a legal opinion, and I didn't have to recuse myself. But do the legal opinions say that you can accept gifts from people trying to do business? If it say that, I'm going to make a motion immediately to remove Attorney Kim.
Yeah.
Wow! So I don't have to vote to divulge it. I think you hold the key vote, Ms. Burns. I could be wrong. But I want to read it first. And I'm asking my colleagues, but let's move on. And I'll read it later.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
This was easy. I got disappointed when I found out, that this money was taken. Extremely disappointed. But when we talk about in our charter of ethics does speak to it. Ethics on page 9 speaks to it. Page 7 speaks to it. Then there's a part about lobbying speaks to it. Page 11 and 12 speaks to it. And page 11 speaks specifically to it. Public servant shall not accept gifts, gratuities, rare or other things of value from any company, any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint. Seeking official action from the city of Flint, having interest that could be substantially affected by the performance of the public servant's official duties, or who is known to the public servant as a registered lobbyist. So that legal opinion, I do not agree with it, and not at all. And I've seen legal opinions where they can be skewed to get things fly. The premise that Ms. Liddell Lewis is stating that she got an okay. I don't know if okay was before or after she did it, because we had some dates that were changing. So was it asked before I did it, before the check was taken or given? This she asked, and this is the after. If it was asked before, I'm quite sure the city attorney would have said it's not a good idea to refer back to the charter and the sections that state you can't take it. Ashley Capital was seeking to get a $72 million tax rebate. That's the fact. Ashley Capital was seeking to buy the Buick site. That's the fact. They are seeking and doing business with the city of Flint. All of that is a fact. But the fact was probably, and I think that they thought, hey, she may want something too, that they were spreading the money around. And that was not supposed to break. It wasn't supposed to, because it had not been disclosed. So should we punish our members? Absolutely. And regards to those shirts, Councilman Lewis, they were paid for. A $20 polo shirt and a $1,500 check, $11,000 lawnmower, and gives him $4,750 are not the same. I also pay for your records and for your benefit, my Mont Fest t-shirt. This year it was turquoise, last year it was purple. I paid for those with actual cash. So, but you can speak to the president of the association. So when you talk about taking that money, that is a slippery slope, because now we can all take money if we say it's okay. And we can all say for Attorney Kim's legal opinion that he gives us the okay. And that is not what the charter says. Because then we can say, you know what, they're doing business in a $72 million tax bill. That was actually really discussed quite heavily. Then we can all say that, you know, it's okay. We can take anything. So then we are all, it makes all of the council members open for business, open to do business. But everything that comes to the city of Flint, if it's something we have to vote on, they can say, you know, if it's a tic-tac, you know, if it's a, you know, whatever it is. And she didn't, so then she was shocked when she went and changed her Cyrus Park. She changed Cyrus Park from the director she took her off and left the shell on it, I believe. And she took herself off of it and changed it, but the address stayed the same. And so when we look at that, and actually Capital gave this information. All we have to do when they're doing business, we know companies buy people. We should stay away from it. If we state that this legal opinion is our precedence, then it states that from here on out, any company coming to do business with the city of Flint can solicit any member, all 9 of us, and nothing's going to happen, because we can refer back to this legal opinion, which is going to be on file and sets a precedent, a very dangerous precedent to take money. Technically, I think it should be removed when you're taking money, not just 30 days or 60 days. When you take money, you're for sale. You have a price. That to me is what calls for removal, not just disciplinary, for removal. And then when you moving stuff and changing who your directors are, that's really slippery and shady. Because then you say, okay, I know I did something wrong, let me go back to auto-correct it. You had to, they didn't know we had Cyrus Park. It's just like they asked me, did I want something out? No, I don't want anything. And I didn't. Because I seen Detroit, they go to prison for this. You Google it, a lot of these places go to prison, not jail, prison. And this is something we have to be careful of, because it's okay to do business in Flint like that.
What's the time?
What?
Okay, that was your time.
Thank you. No, thank you, but I just want to be clear. People go to prison for this.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? On the motion to release the legal opinion? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. These speeches sound good, but what does the law say? It comes down to legal opinion, and I trust the legal opinion had all legalities in there.
What's your request?
Through you to Ms. Lewis, do you know that charter is the part of the law, is the law?
Go ahead, Dr.
Yes.
I definitely will, but keep in mind that we don't want to charter the law knows their property. So, as I was saying before I was interrupted by the privilege motion being abused, the speeches sound good. Now, what does the law say? What is in this legal opinion? You can't disagree with an opinion that you have not read. And furthermore,
what's your point?
Our request for information, I'm sorry,
What's your
I
request
apologize.
for information?
The charter is very clear, it speaks to that, and we did read it.
not talking to you. So as I proceed to get interrupted, it's really, really clear. Either you want, again, this was released in June, per my correction. It is almost October. If you're gonna put a motion on the floor to remove me, at least do your due diligence to see what the legal opinion says. Let's not wait. I'm not waiting on, I don't wanna wait on this, because you all didn't wait for this resolution on here. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about this neighborhood association starting in 2019. let's talk about how this neighborhood association received the funding, not Liddell Lewis, who does not take a salary. In addition to, receipts are available for every single penny. Service Park, they will definitely provide those receipts. Why? We're doing something good. And I'm glad that my colleague didn't take that. But when you're not doing anything in the community like me, you have no need to. We're out here putting in good work, the work. And that's what got me elected with no signs. That's what got me into this seat, the good work. And if the community wanted to continue to see that good work, I'll stay in. But no need to take the rest of my 3 minutes. Either we want to release the legal opinion so we can have a full answer, or we can play games and try to act like the legal opinion is not here and we can't resolve this tonight. We can act like Liddell taking money. Liddell have taken not $1. Everything can be accounted for. No one wants to see the receipts because you know why? You want to paint me as a thief, someone that's going and getting their vote bought and paid for it. Not at all. But let's also talk about when we talk about Ashland Capital. I was one of the only, I'll say the first person to go down there, take a tour of the facility, ask questions, question the neighbors, question the tenants about Ashland Capital being a good neighbor. Now that's the real due diligence. That's what I did. And when we were riding down there, I was telling them about the things that was going on with the second ward. So that's how they found out about Stark Park Neighborhood Association. I wasn't soliciting anything. What I did was, we had a conversation how I got to Flint. And for you all who don't know, I'll tell the story briefly again. My father was dying. I came back here to help my father, because you know what? I'm a servant. And while I was helping out my father, I saw this neighborhood was not the same neighborhood that I was used to when I was growing up. Stark Park Neighborhood Association. I told them my story. So that's how they know about the Stark Park Neighborhood Association. No one's begging for money, because before Ashland, things were getting done. After Ashland, things will continue to get done. And so let's just be clear when we put these false and fake narratives out. I understand you all don't want me here because a lot of people feel that you all can have your way if I'm gone because you all can't move me. I stand for what's right. There's not no wavering here. I'm not on this side today and this side tomorrow. That's not Liddell. I've been 10 toes down since I took this seat. Have not changed. Will continue to be just that. But again, if you all really are interested in hearing what the charter said and following all that, again, Liddell received $9. That went to strictly to Starks Park with receipts to cover it. Let's release the legal opinion and see what it says. If you do not agree to release this legal opinion, you're not really trying to find out what's real and what's true. You're trying to spread a false narrative to vilify my character. And for those that know me, they know a whole lot better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion on releasing the legal opinion? This is the second round.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
I read the legal opinion. But you know what? Like I said, the legal opinion, it doesn't even matter to me. I'm gonna go by this chart. And what we read in this chart. So, I still stand on what I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote, no to release the legal, opinion. Because it doesn't matter. I already know how I'm gonna vote. Period. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote please to, motion to release the legal opinion regarding the Ashland Capital donations.
Mr. Mays.
I abstain until I read the legal opinion. I haven't read it for those reasons. I abstain at this time.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention, so we will release that legal opinion. Shall we do that through the city clerk? Is that how
something. And then hopefully we can discuss what's happening before we get to the final vote. I don't know.
Request for information.
It's your request.
Who has the floor now?
I believe,
It wasn't me?
no, it was not.
Madam Chair, I made my point. Let's see how you're gonna do this.
Yeah, I think we should just go ahead and release it, and through the city clerk, if that's,
The city clerk's on the road.
well, I'm not asking that to be read.
Well, how else do you divulge it to the public and release it, run copies off every time? Well, but right now, I wanna read it, and if you wanna run copies or put it up on the public, then y'all just voted to release it. And so to me, it's in the middle of this discussion,
All right, Mr. Mayor, just a second, let me find it.
so I want somebody to read it. It ain't that long, is it?
Just a second, yes, I can do this.
Let's see.
Yeah, I did just, I printed out about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, because now it's been voted to release, we talk about it. And however you talk about it, it's gonna be talked about in bits and pieces or something, I want to be part of it, it's not like that. But it ain't real.
Executive summary. You requested a legal opinion with regards to donations from the Ashley Capital Fund and council members' responsibilities regarding voting on city agenda items related to Ashley Capital. Based on the information cited below, no violations of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act, Michigan Standards of Conduct for Public Officers and Employees Act, or the Flint City Charter have occurred. As a result, none of the donations made by the Ashley Capital PAC to campaign committees or nonprofit entities creates a requirement that council members Mays, Lewis, or Murphy recuse themselves from voting on matters relating to Ashley Capital. Factual background. Ashley Capital is one of the largest privately held industrial real estate investment companies in the United States. Currently, Ashley Capital is involved with the remediation and rebuilding of the former Buick City site on the city of Flint. In the city of Flint. While Ashley Capital itself may not contribute to politicians under Michigan law, Ashley Capital has formed a political action committee act, the Ashley Capital Political Action Committee. The Ashley Capital Political Action Committee is registered with the Michigan Secretary of State and files regular quarterly reports regarding its activities and is permitted to make contributions to political candidates. Among its activities, APAC has in the past 18 months contributed $2,500 to Moving Flint Forward, May 9th, 2022, $2,100 to the Committee to Elect Sheldon Neely, May 9th, 2022, $1,500 to the Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association, November 5th, 2022, and $1,050 to the Committee to Elect Eric Mays, May 9th, 2022. Ashley Capital has also made charitable contributions of $11,000 to Habitat for Humanity for the purchase of a commercial quality lawnmower in June 2023, $7,124 to the Flint Boys and Girls Club for clothing gifts and food cards for 61 people during the 2022 Christmas holiday, $8,675 to Crossover Outreach for clothing gifts and food cards for 65 people during the 2022 Christmas holiday, and $4,750 to individual Flint households for clothing gifts and food cards for 45 people during the 2022 Christmas holiday. What's your response?
In this, it doesn't state that $4,700 and that $4,750, believe that went to Councilman Murphy, and he did state that on the record, so there may be some issues with that legal. He did get $4,750, which went to people, he gave 45 people.
The Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association is a domestic nonprofit corporation registered with the state of Michigan. Its purpose pursuant to its articles of incorporation is as follows. Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association is organized exclusively for charitable and educational purposes as to build pride and reduce
our families by establishing feelings of security, build esteem, bolster
It's at the top.
self-confidence,
Hit the
develop
screen.
social interaction skills,
Just click on
reduce
screen.
the occurrence of psychological and physical ailments like depression, obesity, and diabetes through activities and partnering our community with partnerships, programs, and resources. Its board of directors, according to its last filed annual report for 2022, lists 3 members on its board of directors: Councilmember Liddell Lewis, Michelle McDonald, and Shalom Williams. In addition, law understands that Councilmember Murphy makes use of the lawnmower donated to Habitat for Humanity to mow vacant lots in underserved city lots and parks. The time frame in which this donation was made is not subject to any of the reports currently on file with the Michigan Secretary of State. Part 3, controlling law. The state of Michigan has enacted the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. A political action committee pursuant to state law may make contributions to political candidates. Such contributions must be reported periodically to the Secretary of State, and I am eliminating the references to specific law just for easy reading. The state of Michigan has also enacted the Standards of Conduct for Public Officers and Employees Act, which sets standards of conduct for elected officials of local municipalities. That statute is intended as a code of ethics for public officers and employees and not as a rule of law for public contracts. The promulgated standards of conduct include the following. 4, a public officer or employee shall not solicit or accept a gift or loan of money, goods, services, or other things of value for the benefit of a person or organization other than the state, which tends to influence the manner in which the public officer or employee or another public officer or employee performs official duties. 7, except as provided in section 2A, a public officer or employee shall not participate in the negotiation or execution of contracts, making of loans, granting of subsidiaries, fixing of rates, issuance of permits or certificates, or other recognition or supervision relating to a business entity in which the public officer or employee has a financial or personal interest. A Michigan domestic nonprofit corporation is an entity formed under the Michigan Nonprofit Corporation Act. A nonprofit corporation means a corporation incorporated to carry out any lawful purpose or purposes that does not involve annuity, I don't know how to say that, profit or gain for its directors, officers, shareholders, or members. A nonprofit corporation is a corporate entity and is legally separate from its members. Section 1602C8 of the Flint City Charter provides that a public servant shall not accept gifts, gratuities, honoraria, or other things of value from any person or company doing business or seeking to do business with the city of Flint, seeking official action from the city of Flint, having interests that could be substantially affected by the performance of the public servant's official duties, or who is known to the public servant as a registered lobbyist. The section 1602D1 of the Flint City Charter also provides that, except as granted by state law, any public servant who in the discharge of official duties would be required to take an official action or make an official decision that would substantially affect the public servant's financial interests or those of an associated business or immediate family member as defined in this charter must take the following actions. The required actions are, in short, disclosure of potential conflict of interest and potential reclusal. As in number 4, analysis. As an initial matter, campaign finance records indicate that ACPAC made contributions to the Committee to Elect Garrett Mays, Committee to Elect Sheldon Neely, to the Starks Park Neighborhood Association, and to Habitat for Humanity. These contributions appear to have been done in accordance with the requirements of the Michigan Campaign Finance Act and are legal under state law. The Michigan Campaign Finance Act is a comprehensive statute that controls all of the requirements for campaign finance for state candidates in Michigan. The requirements contain section 1602D1 of the Flint City Charter, thus do not apply here as local ordinances for charter provisions that conflict with state law or where state law occupies the field are preempted. Similarly, the Standards of Conduct for Public Officials Act deals with a similar subject, contributions to elected officials, as those addressed by the Michigan Campaign Finance Act. The statute should therefore be read in part peri materia, so that public officials who are acting in compliance with the Michigan Campaign Finance Act are also satisfying their obligations under the Standards of Conduct Act. As a result, there is no violation of the non-binding Standards of Conduct Act either. Finally, Section 1602C8 prohibits public officials specifically from accepting gifts, gratuities, honoraria, or other things of value. None of the contributions by ACPAC were made to the public officials, but were instead made either to campaign committees or to nonprofit entities that, by law, cannot provide a benefit to any of its members. Can you
It means financial.
how do you say it?
Pecuniary.
Right, whatever you said. The contributions by ACPAC thus do not implicate sections 1602C8 of the Flint City Charter, which applies only to public officials themselves. I thus conclude, based on the statutory and legal provisions identified and the facts cited above, that there is no reason why Councilmember Eric Mays, Councilmember Liddell Lewis, or Councilmember Quincy Murphy would need to declare a conflict of interest or otherwise recuse himself from any legislative action relating to Ashland Capital, as there is no violation of state or local law. And that is the end of the I need your Yes. We read that into the law. We are in, let me go back. We are on the first round of discussion on 230315. Mr. Mays, Ms. Burns, you, and Dr. Lewis has spoken.
I didn't finish.
Were you still on time?
Yeah.
You made the motion to,
That's correct.
okay.
Point of order.
Which point?
When she made the motion in her first round, she finished. You don't, that ain't how it works. When you use your first round, you can't bank time.
Correct, that is correct. So your first round is over.
Okay, so what is for right now? Like we went straight to a motion.
You made a motion, and then that ended your discussion.
Oh, so that ended my discussion?
That's my understanding, unless we can get clarity from somebody else.
The council said, now you ruled on it.
I'm asking for an opinion, just so
Who's the bid?
I'm looking at the city clerk. You know?
I'm with the clerk then.
I don't know the exact answer, that's what I'm
But
asking.
think about it, you speak on the first round.
And I think.
Point
that-
of order.
Mr. Mason, yeah, let's not. Thank you. Is the city.
Point of order, I'm waiting to hear her point of order. She said point of order, you just automatically read.
Oh, really? Mr. Mays is taking the floor, and he doesn't have the floor. You have the floor, and you're trying to get clarity by Madam Clerk.
Yes, you are correct. So go ahead, do you know the answer? I believe past practice is once that motion has been made, that is the discussion. I was going to speak to President and yes, because you made your own motion. Okay, so going back into the first round, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, second round, I'm going to take my time, excuse me. So, Mr. Mays, I want to thank you very much for showing us that we could suspend for 6 months. That was not something that we thought about, so I appreciate that very much. And my knowledge of law from college said, as well as my knowledge of accounting, is that an entity, a corporation, is separate from the person. A corporation is set up to be separate from an individual. corporation is a standalone individual and may be sued in court as itself. That's the law. So I don't think that Dr. Lewis did anything wrong. Was it advisable to accept the money? I don't know what I would have done in that situation. Probably I wouldn't, because I did business with a company in my ward, and I refused to take it. The more I thought about it, the more I thought, I'm not going to take their money, because if they come in front of me, I'm not going to sit there and say, yes, I don't want anybody sitting there and saying that I took money from that corporation. But that's me. But if there was nothing precluding me from doing that, I performed a service for them. I should have got paid, but I chose not to. But the donation for Ashley Capital was not made to get their votes. They had those votes. I mean, I'm telling you, Quincy had made his decision up from the time that he heard that they were redeveloping New York City.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So is your testimony here, are you saying publicly that you, Quincy, and Liddell talked and you knew how all three of y'all voted? How you know?
This was prior to that, Mr. Mason.
Prior to whatever?
This was.
Y'all talking like that?
Mr. Mason.
Wow.
I said, I knew that he was supporting it.
How did you know?
He said it publicly here, many times.
Oh, okay.
Okay? I mean, and Dr. Lewis and I were together when they presented it to us from the county. Because they were asking for ARPA dollars, so they asked us there. So yes, I knew how she was going to vote back then. And we didn't know about the tax abatement request or the brownfield plan at the time. You know, I mean, I didn't know about it until May. I don't remember when exactly. But anyways, the fact of the matter is that these are two separate organizations. They're not the individual. The individual did not receive the money, period. If the check was made out to Starks Park, I know it went to the Starks Park bank account. It didn't go into Dr. Lewis's bank account.
No, wait a minute.
What's your request?
So, Ms. Priestley, it's your belief from listening to you, you believe we can all set up nonprofits that be the president and our husband and kids as people and that we can start doing business. That's what you believe from this legal thing.
Going on.
What? What you mean?
Request for information.
What's your request?
You should realize, in the legal opinion, that it stated that the money was given from the PAC, and that is not true for the landlord. It is on a personal check from Richard Morton for $11,000. So that was.
Yes, I did know that.
That is correct. So that is not with the PAC, as the legal opinion did state. I don't know, Attorney Kim has a copy.
However, the PAC, the owner of Ashley Capital wrote the check to Habitat for Humanity. It was not written
Which
to
they stated in
Murphy.
the article that he owns that bond.
I understand what they said, but the fact is that the money was not given to Mr. Murphy.
But the item was.
That was between him and the Capital. What's your point?
This is not a back and forth.
You're correct, thank you very much. So anyways, I am going to vote against this resolution, but I am going to keep in mind the 6-month suspension for future reference. That's the end of the first round. Is there a
Madam
second?
Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Fedor.
It's crazy.
Through you, Bill, which I spoke. Bill, can I start a nonprofit and accept money for people that's trying to do business with the city?
Yes. The answer to that depends on what the nonprofit is.
If I start a nonprofit that says I'm gonna fix a park, can I accept money from, can I accept money from Red Star Construction Construction Services.
What's your request?
Through you to the speaker, he already answered yes, correct?
No, he has not.
Oh, I thought I heard.
So Lakestar Construction Services, wants to do business for the lead-based paint hazard program. Complete Towing wants to do business. If they want to donate to my nonprofit park, and I go out and say, you know, I'm gonna have a conversation with them and learn what they're gonna do for us. But in the meantime, I'm gonna, ask for a donation, or if they ask me, I'm gonna say, you can donate to my nonprofit that's gonna run a Halloween program. Is that acceptable?
I'm gonna have to give you the lawyer answer to that. There's two essentially things that are, I think that are important to keep in mind in the situation that you described. One, you keep referring to it as you making a request in that circumstance. One thing that I think is important to keep
Well,
in mind.
in this circumstance, she made the request because she's the.
One thing that's to keep in mind, however, is that
Request for information.
What's your request?
Did you know that the leader at the Capitol came here and said that I did not make a request, that they gave freely to Cyrus Park?
Wow.
So the first issue is that, this could be one of the difficult ones, is that you're conflating you yourself and in the circumstances you're describing with a theoretical nonprofit you created.
Well, I just want to know if I can start a nonprofit and, you know, solicit funds for my nonprofit to help my community. That's what I want to know.
Again, it's not susceptible to a simple yes or no question. The second part of that is that essentially the nonprofit has to be doing what it should be. And not serving.
I'm saying that it's going to benefit the community. It's not benefiting me.
Yeah, not benefiting you or any other person.
I mean, I'm not going to put my logo on everything that I do for council. I mean, I'm not going to do community meetings and say it's sponsored by my nonprofit. I'm not going to do that. I mean, it's a simple question, Mr. Kim. Can I start a nonprofit and solicit funds to help my community?
You can, as long as you're not doing so in a way that is essentially making the nonprofit operate like they should. I hate to be that general, but it's.
Request.
Would your nonprofit receive your seat on council?
That's.
I just want, I'm trying to we need to set a precedent. And, you know, if we're saying that it's okay for one council member to do this, I just want to make it clear, is it free for all and we can all do this? Because that's basically what the legal opinion says, because when it's an entity, that it's okay and it didn't go to her correctly. And I'm asking, can every council member start one of those entities and have happenstance conversations with people trying to do business with the city to get the same deal? I'm sorry for putting you under the.
No, that's not a problem, sir. Again, the issue is twofold. One, people are considered separate from corporate entities. It's just a basic, one of the reasons why you.
I get that.
So the corporate entities, however, still have to comply with the law.
I get that, 100%, I get that. But we can all agree that Ashley Capital was never going to give monies to that nonprofit unless she utilized her position on council to get those funds.
I have no information to show that was the case.
And I get that, but it's clear as day for the residents, and it's clear as day for anybody that's not looking at the letter of the law and realizes that there is some serious improprieties of utilizing your council seat to, I mean, it'd be different if she utilized it the way it says, but everything that she does in the community. She puts her logo on, so she utilizes those funds from Ashley Capital to support her council activities.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So, this, I feel, Attorney Kim, this is the slippery slope. Because not only can Councilman Pfeiffer open up his own nonprofit, and he said, you know, you go to complete, any of the resolutions we passed, because it now sets it to where we can have our own nonprofit. And these businesses, Ashley Capital, she would not have known, and Councilman Murphy, anything about Ashley Capital and put in a position to deal with them if it was not for them sitting on council. I'm not asking for an expert, because this is just opinion. I read the legal opinion, and I disagree with your legal opinion, because it is taking advantage. Habitat for Humanity stated very clear, it was written on a personal check for $11,000, and then in addition to that, in an interview, it was stated that that the lawnmower belonged to Borough 3rd Ward Councilman Murphy, who cuts grass between parking on vacant and abandoned property. Eric was given a lawnmower by Genesee County Habitat for Humanity. Ashley Capital donated $11,000. Purchased Habitat Executive Director told MLOT, the Flint Journal, that the mower was given to Murphy as a part of our neighborhood revitalization program. The councilman said on Tuesday 15 that the mower is in his possession and that he plans to use it to maintain lots that haven't been maintained by the Genesee County Land Bank. So he owns the lawnmower, and that's very clear. It's in his possession. They wrote a personal check. A lot of this isn't cloudy, and she's using to state, well, right before the vote, we were told that it was okay by Attorney Kim. Like, you gave them a free pass. You know, the damage had already been done. They should have asked beforehand, or read the city charter, which states very clear on page 11, as it says to public servants are not, you cannot accept gifts or donations for businesses doing business or seeking to do business. So all of us, if this is okay, we can solicit on what is our agenda. Every single one of these places that we owe them a bill. Waltree, HVAC services, we can work out a deal with them. Browns and Son Auto Parts, we can, you know, we open up a nonprofit, we can ask, you know, they can, I guess, ask, we can tell them to have a nonprofit, we can make them aware of our nonprofit. And here's another thing. It was for Cyrus Park for the Halloween program. Her Halloween program was at Max Brandon, it wasn't even at Cyrus Park. So it's not even at the same place. So,
What's your information?
What's your request?
Is Councilman Burns aware that Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association is the name of the neighborhood association, not the specific park?
So when we look at how people circumvent, and they're creative, like switching up who's the director, she switched that up. This is criminal. This is criminal. And I'm not asking her, because you already gave your legal opinion. She put you on the spot saying, if I did it, and I voted on it because our city attorney told me it was okay. She put you on the spot and said, I voted because in his legal opinion, I would have voted on it if he hadn't told me it was okay, despite our charter, which we took an oath for. So when we looking at, some of the checks were in the pack, some were personal checks, they did a little switcheroo. And then the $4,750, I'm waiting on the email when the gift was dropped off at. But we were playing Santa Claus. And who were the 45 families that these gifts were given to?
What's your point?
We're on resolution dealing with, the suspension of the bill.
I'm talking about, can you tell her frivolous motion to stop that? Because she is the biggest perpetrator of this.
Ms. Burns said.
I'm talking about Ashley Capital.
We are talking about the resolution to suspend Ms.
Yep, and I'm talking Ashley Capital.
The reason
And
why
Ashley
she's
Capital. And here's the thing, city people have taken a check.
Uh,
They have
just to be clear, resolutions are the same, and they're documented for both council members in the same thing, so whether or not, I think her comment is appropriate.
Point of order.
What's your point?
What resolution are we on?
The one, 230215, or 230315.
And what is the topic of the point of order? Point of order.
Which point?
What is the title of this resolution?
Suspension, Councilwoman Liddell Lewis, Flint City Charter violations.
Thank you.
Let's keep, the two.
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
Are you gonna rule on Mr. Bibles' point
trying
of
to
order?
do that
Because I'm
right
gonna
now.
deal with you about
I'm
on
trying
the
to do that right now. I'd like to keep those resolutions separate since we are only dealing with the one in regards to to Dr. Lewis, and then we can discuss.
I'll appeal the ruling of the chair because the legal opinion dealt with them all and she asked that it be brought out and it's all the same activity. So I appeal the ruling of the chair to instruct her on how to talk about her argument.
Okay, there's appeal to the ruling of the chair that, discussion of the lawnmower is not relevant to the current, resolution under discussion. Is there a second?
I support.
Okay. Type this up. Okay, and that was okay, Mr. Mays?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Priestley, I'm very disappointed in your ruling. And I'll tell you why. I'm gonna be voting yes, disagreeing with the chair's ruling that you have to stick strictly with the Bill Lewis thing. She the one made the motion and the majority voted to divulge this legal offense. Mr. Kim, Attorney Kim, a sworn officer of the court, a lawyer, he's telling this council and the public listening that we can be presidents and our husbands and spouses can be presidents of nonprofits and we can funnel money through our nonprofits and then take the money and have a charged event. Whether it's charged for Halloween, 10-year state dinners, and we don't have to worry about who gets the money and where it goes. But we know the officers is controlling that money. And you don't want Ms. Burns and me and others, because you already said you can't support any disciplinary action for the funneling of this money. And Mr. Kim publicly is saying you can funnel money, set up a nonprofit. In the old days, they called it the bag man. Who gonna be the bag man? And then we can compromise our votes. Whether we dealing with complete towing, Ashley Capital, we deal with millionaires. I'm appalled that you is trying to stop the open conversation and understanding, and I'm appalled and surprised that Attorney Kim would try to mislead folks that you could take money, set up nonprofits, be the president of it, be the treasurer, don't track the money, charge for events, raise more money.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Where's your proof that I didn't track the money?
We're trying to get to the bottom of it now, and if you're willing to suspend the rules and cooperate, we can put you under oath and ask you.
Wait, that.
Now, if you're willing to go under oath and we can track this money and what you profits for it that you and your husband touch it, I have no problem with that.
What about it?
You don't wanna do that.
I'm ready to do that.
What?
I'm ready to swear you under oath the penalties of perjury and ask every detail about this money. And one of the attorney Kim under oath too.
Oh.
I have no problem with it, it's just that I'm not the majority. I've heard enough. This appeal has to do with Ms. Priestley trying to limit Ms. Burns and anybody else's conversation as it relates to how this is tied together.
On this.
In the activity of what folk can do and can't do in order to compromise votes based upon what the charter is plainly saying.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I hope the chair votes against her ruling, because if you read the context in the text of the, resolution, and I would agree with you if it only, why we don't ignore the text of any resolution if it says it, and it clearly identifies Murphy in this one too. Like, we're going into discussion, we're not limited only to the title, we can discuss the whole resolution. So, the resolution are identical to both of them, and it clearly states, Mr. Murphy's, and that's what I believe the councilwoman in the sixth ward was speaking of, so I guess I don't understand the ruling, because, the text of the motion, or the text of the resolution clearly identifies what she's speaking of. So to strictly limit it to, we can only speak on the title of the resolution, to me, that doesn't, drive the text. And we've never been restricted to not speak on the whole text of the resolution. So I hope that the chair realizes that.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Mr. Pfeiffer, you referred to like for example, the fourth paragraph that mentions both Lewis and Murphy in the resolution.
The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, they all identify, both council members.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Excuse me, are you done, Mr. Pfeiffer? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Here's the deal. In the past, whenever we combined resolutions, we did just that. We said, I would like to move to council resolution 230, blah, 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 as well as, resolution, blah, 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 blah.
Speak English.
We move those resolutions together as a package. This resolution right here, it speaks to the expulsion of Councilperson Lewis. So for the sake of being germane, and that's according to Rule 29.7, any person speaking at council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member failure to be germane or for vulgarity or for speaking in excess of time. We didn't combine this resolution like we did in the past. We did it one by one. And at this time, we are discussing why Councilwoman Liddell Lewis should be suspended from this council. So in order,
What's your request?
Ms. Lewis, do you see the body of the resolution, and do you see the therefore be it resolved is reference to you, but the body is representing all of what we're talking about? Do you see that?
Due to the fact my name is Dr. Lewis, I definitely do. So where it says be it resolved, let's resolve what we're supposed to resolve. We're supposed to be resolving the expulsion of Dr. Liddell Lewis from Flint City Council. I don't want to muddy the facts. For 6 months. I don't want to muddy what's going on. If we're going to talk about Liddell Lewis, Sarvis Park, let's stick to Liddell Lewis and Sarvis Park so the arguments can be accurate and so the information can be on point. Right now, we can't jump between Liddell Lewis and Quincy Murphy.
because it muddied the argument, but most importantly, we did not combine the resolutions. We're on resolution 230315, which talks about the resolution for suspending Councilwoman Liddell Lewis for multiple violation of the Flint City Charter. That's where we are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I agree with my colleagues Pfeiffer and, Mr. Mays, because it encompasses everything. Yes, it's a tough topic, and the only way to avoid this would have been to take checks. And we are now after that, because if we look at Detroit and Spivey went to prison for 24 months for taking money. This happened last year. He took them in cash. He didn't even leave a paper trail like a check. You cannot do it when business is seeking to do business. And so when they gave those checks, my whole conversation, and I spoke with Ashley Capital, it was in reference to Mays, to Lewis, and Murphy. So it was in reference to, just like the legal opinion states. And so that legal opinion, is this something serious? Yes. I mean, everybody can Google Spivey. He went to prison. He took cash payments, and he's a city councilman. Went to prison. This is serious. It does set a very dangerous precedent when we're talking about taking the cash or checks, because we still have the 4,750 that the gifts which were dropped off. So it was a known thing to some of these council people, and it was unknown to many of the other ones, what it was taken. Is it unethical? Absolutely. You cannot defend that it is ethical or an ethical practice. You just can't. Is it illegal? I can see what's trying to be circumvented to make it, but then if we do get into a slippery slope with, can we now establish our own nonprofits and say that we're gonna, for the good of the community and educating them and blah, 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 and then let every business that does business with the city of Flint, let them know in a half stance that.
Are we discussing the appeal, or are we back to discussing the resolution?
We are discussing the appeal.
Yeah, girl, I'm not doing all that mess with you. Listen, you took that check and you really responded to that. That's that, and all the little goofy faces you making, knock it off. Knock it off. I mean, you did it. And then we didn't talk about the box of cash that you took, that Gina Luster stepped to the podium or lectern to tell everyone, you're not operating with clean hands. You're just not.
Request for information.
What's your request?
I was just gonna ask the speaker if she's aware that the original poster for the Halloween thing was presented by the Office of the Second Floor Council.
Thank you, Council. And then it was changed during the meeting, and she announced it. So we got a lot of switcheroos, which, the nonprofit names and directors being changed, the flyer which she announced during the meeting, and you're shuffling, covering yourself, and it's not a good look. FBI arrested Spivey and others. You can't take money. And that's the one thing that's off, and it did used to be called the bag man. And it was brown paper bags. They paid cash. You took a check. You left a paper trail. It was a paper trail. And you cannot defend that. And the charter doesn't either.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote please on the appealing of the ruling of the chair regarding discussion of the lawnmower is not relevant to the current resolution.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, that,
I was in I believe, it was 54 seconds, so let her get the clock back. Okay. Okay, so we're back at this, and yes, it is after midnight. And we cannot excuse that. It is unethical and it's illegal. Our charter is very clear, and it speaks to donations or gifts. It speaks to it. And now we can all literally say, I'm gonna let everybody have a nonprofit, and they can give a check. So where does it stop? They give a check, or I guess they give cash. Cash is better. Usually it's harder to track. So that's a very slippery slope. And we have not entered that slippery slope. But listen, and she's saying, well, I took it, and the city attorney said it was okay. So now, if I say afterwards my nonprofit, I took something complete towing, they took my nonprofit, it's gonna have to be okay. This is a dangerous precedent. The time.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So we're going back to the point. And the point is, what did the legal opinion say? The legal opinion spoke about state law, charter, and all of the above. The legal opinion answered all questions to those that are willing to hear what's true. Now, if you do not want to believe what's true, you will continue to go with this narrative that's being spit by my colleagues, which is false. The fact that Avenue Capital gave the deal was anything is totally false. Allegation that I'm a manipulate Sergeant Park is false.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Would the attorney legal opinion state what it states today if we knew that you put out flyers that says that donation was presented by the Office of Second Counsel?
It didn't say that this donation was accepted by the Office of the Second Counsel. It didn't say that at all. It said that the event was presented by. That's all it means. So the Second Ward can work with Southern Park Neighborhood Association. You can work with them. You can have an idea. And let's be even more clear. So if you were involved in the community and you were known Second Ward, we sponsor a lot of events. We sponsor like on the north side. We sponsored the Civic Park Arts and Music Festival. We sponsored a lot of things. And when I say we, I'm referring to Sergeant Park Neighborhood Association. So Sergeant Park, they do a lot of things. And so, yes, I collaborate with a lot of great organizations. You know why? Because I'm involved in the community.
Request for information.
What's your request?
The difference is this organization, you the president, and isn't that your husband was the second officer in command? That's different from other organizations, correct?
And so, the fact that this is the legal opinion stands alone. Now, we can argue back and forth, we can try to demonize this, we can. But the legal opinion stands for what it is. We talk about obtaining gifts. Again, we have council members that are sporting Lynn's whole law firm, so their name on it. Okay? So, but that's not why we're here.
Request for information.
Just keep saying the same thing over and
When
over.
did y'all change, when was the nonprofit change?
What that got to do with you?
Director?
Ask the president. So, as I proceed, and I encourage my colleagues to do something great for their ward. This Sergeant Park was established way before I was in this seat. And so, back to Councilman Pfeiffer's point.
What's your request?
When was Sergeant Park organization, the nonprofit established?
The organization been around since 2019. And so, back to Mr. Pfeiffer's point, Mr. Pfeiffer was speaking about can he form a nonprofit? Well, if you, like the attorney said, if you may, but this specific nonprofit, it been around before I was in the seat. Because they were doing the work.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Was you the president and was your husband the officer back when it was around? Can you answer that?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yep. So, as we go ahead and proceed, the legal opinion stands. It said that according to law, we did nothing illegal. No money touched the hand of the Bank County Bill Lewis. I don't need money to pay my property tax, water bill, or anything of the nature. That money went strictly to the Sergeant Park Neighborhood Association. And that,
What's your request? This is gonna be my last one for a minute, but Ms. Lewis, through you, the chair of Ms. Lewis, do you believe that legal opinion is federal court, circuit court opinions? Do you know that legal opinions ain't always right? Do you realize that?
thank you. Once upon the statement facts, you continue to get interrupted, point of information, point of order, you continue to get point of order. It's sad that we are even in this spot, and I understand. People want me home. I understand that. But the worst thing for myself, so if the second ward wants me home, that's fine. But my work that I started with Sergeant Park has been transformative to the North Side. Have any of my North Side colleagues done the same, studying in their tenure? Yeah. It has been transformative. And it will continue to be transformative. Even when I'm not here, because the nonprofit belongs to the community. It doesn't belong to one person, it belongs to the community. You are accountable to the community. And that's exactly what Sergeant Park Neighborhood Association is accountable to. So please continue to try to demonize my character, say that she spent $1,500 on candy, What that money went towards? It went towards dance troops of youth to participate. It went toward, and that money to buy the youth volunteers. They were compensated. It went toward things to make a great experience on the north side, because Max Brandon Park was a park known for despair, finding dead bodies. We changed the narrative. Sarvis Park changed the narrative. Now that's a place to go during Halloween and have a great time. And also, it's an opportunity for you.
Order this chamber, please. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Dr.
And it's an opportunity for young people to volunteer in their community, receive an honorarium in their service, and be off the street and doing something positive as we work in conjunction with our local law enforcement. So you can demonize that if you want to, but it's called for work. Feel free to join me.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Ms. Lewis, let me say something to you when you talk about your colleagues in the park. Hasselbrink was padlocked and closed, well, nothing but weeds. Yep. We have done way more at Hasselbrink and set up a legitimate nonprofit with boards and been doing it ever since I got here. So you don't really know what you're talking about.
What's your request?
Mr. Mayor, have you on that board?
No, never have. But I had to drive Howard Croft to take the padlock off the door and help facilitate, things being taken care of. But you made an excellent point. That's what we're trying to tell her. And that's what we're trying to tell Attorney Kim. There's a big difference when the council person is the head of the board, and her husband. It's a big difference when you funneling money through and it's into your hands. See, they talk about we didn't solicit, but Dr. Clark had 357.
I'm going to take a 5-minute recess for the, without objection, for the presentation.
No objection here. I used to party to it.
No. Amen. Coming back?
I think the police gonna grab Paul out there. That's what I'm at, pushing out there. He disappeared. He supposed to be in this car, but he ain't out there. Dang, something going on now.
Yeah, you don't want that answer, right?
It's after midnight, can y'all get out? It's after midnight. It's cold in here.
thanks. Oh,
Oh, cool. Judy's still eating. Oh, enjoy yourself.
I'm eating protein. Me too. It is 12:37, I call this meeting back to order. Roll call. Mr. Mays.
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not here. Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley. Present. Humphrey Carter. Present. Ms. Burns is not here. Ms. Mashack. Present. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Worthing is absent. 5 members present.
There are 5 members present. We're on the second round of discussion of 230315. Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Burns, Dr. Lewis, and Mr. Mays has spoken. Is there anyone else?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Can I
much.
finish my point? You and Ms. Lewis is, I mean, I know it's tough, Sharon, I've been at it, but let me finish my point.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mays.
I still got 3 minutes and 52 seconds left on my second round.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Let me do this real quick, primarily from what I heard you say, Ms. Priestley, through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. You know the law department pretty good today. And you know for a fact that the law department, have given legal opinions that the court have different opinions, correct?
I'm not sure.
So you telling me with your familiarity of the law department, you don't have no idea of any legal opinions that the court has different? Y'all been 100% right. That's what you're telling me?
Having not reviewed every legal opinion that's ever been written.
I ask based on your knowledge of the legal department. I don't want to patty cake and eat up my time with you. Either yes or no that you know whether or not the legal department has had any opinion overturned by the court.
I can't think of one right now.
Okay. So I'm just ready to put you on the record. Because I want anybody that's looking to see. But I want them to watch. Because Ms. Priestley, Lewis, they believe your legal opinion Stop the clock.
Mr. Kim, please, let Mr. Mays, he has the floor.
Unless I ask your attorney, Jim, I don't want you eating up my time with that poppycock. And you can get warned and removed just like anybody else in this meeting. You ain't above the law. And I don't believe that you sit in good conscience with a legal license and tell council people that we can form nonprofits, take money and bribes, smuggle it through our nonprofits where we are officers, and then vote on business coming before us. I'm appalled.
That's not what I said, sir.
Madam Chair, would you warn him? Stop the clock.
Please,
If you don't want him, I'll appeal your decision not to. I want him warned.
Mr. Kim, please wait until you are asked questions.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I've been throughout for 1 point and I'm elected, you're appointed. I'm calling in the order. And I'm saying based on what's going on here, he's a lawyer and he's gonna stay interrupt and disrupt this meeting. And you steady giving it leeway. Now, I know you give all folks leeway, but if you do it again, I'm asking a warning.
I will warn him if he does it again.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Mr.
I ain't got time for it. He's not a council person, he don't run this meeting. But he's not gonna interrupt my thoughts and eat up my clock. Because I'll move for one more round of 5 minutes if I have to fool with you with ears or ears, his poppycock. And so I'm smart enough to get my time back over. He's telling folks in so many words that they can form nonprofits. We can be the presidents and treasurers and take money and do stuff and then vote on business before us that the people that give us money and trinkets. So I can go out and get a 2024 Cadillac through my nonprofit, benefit from it, and then vote. You're not gonna send me to the penitentiary. That's the greatest thing I ever heard. But he's bending over backwards to deal with Neely, Liddell Lewis, and you. Because remember, y'all the ones who appointed him on the same day you removed me. I move for a third round, 5 minutes on this issue if need be, and I'm so moved.
There's a motion on the floor to add a third round of 5 minutes per council person. And during this resolution discussion, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to add another round of discussion for 5 minutes. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shab?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Mays?
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Vote is 3 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 4 no, and that motion passed. Going back to, go ahead, Mr. Mays, you have 9 seconds.
In that 9 seconds, I'm not tripping if it ain't extended, but this is serious business. We stayed, I want the media and everybody to know we stayed to take care of business, but this is what tells us we're getting this done.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing no movement, roll call, please, on the resolution 2303.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shab?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Nope.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no, that resolution fails. The next resolution to be considered is 230316. Is there a motion?
Point will make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve 230316. Oh, yeah, I remember the second. I was trying to give it, let's go to the second. I make a motion that 230316, the suspension of Councilor Quincy Murphy, for city of Flint, charge violation, be approved, and I so moved.
All right, there's a motion to approve resolution 230316. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to approve resolution 230316. First round of discussion. Mr. Mays, would you like to do that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
In this first round of discussion, I want to make it perfectly clear, based on something you said. You said you're glad you learned that you could suspend folks for 6 months. Now, I take that as like you was talking to me, but you might not have been, because that ain't no hard rocket science to learn. We'll see what the Court of Appeals say about the 30-day suspension of me, and we gonna see what the Court of Appeals and others in the federal courts look at as far as y'all discriminate when it comes to suspending your clique members for more major violations. We gonna look at that. Y'all in a no-lose situation, in my opinion, because meting out punishment can be discriminatory based upon the clique. Now, Murphy is in y'all clique. Liddell Lewis was in the clique. And so, I'm happy either way, because I'm gonna come back with another resolution for a lesser amount of time, but I'm hoping you didn't learn that you could have amended that. Candace Michette could have amended it. Liddell Lewis could have amended it. But if y'all think cussing is worse than this, I'm gonna see if the community think the same. We're in a political arena. And so you got you, Candace Michette, and Liddell Lewis condoning, along with Attorney Kim, condoning this type of activity. And you got a legal person in Attorney Kim telling this council and this public that it's all right to set up nonprofits that we control. You got an attorney telling folks that you can meet with folks who got multi-million-dollar projects, send them to Habitat for Humanity, purchase an $11,000 vehicle, and then give it to me in my custody and control. That ain't true. I don't believe it. That means I could go to entities that want to do business and say, I want you to give a Cadillac to this person. They don't receive it and put it in my custody and control. I'm gonna vote for you. That ain't true. The charter clearly say you can't do it. Ms. Lewis hung up on solicit. I didn't solicit it. It also say you can't accept. But y'all overlooking that word. Solicited is one word, then it say or accept. Surely they accepted it. And guess who condoned it? Lewis, Priestley, Mouchette. Because she didn't correct me. I was saying Mouchette. And then Tim. They're proud. I'm gonna show May something. Now you ain't gonna show me, you're gonna show these people in this community something about corruption. You corrupt. Y'all condoning corruption. You got a city attorney's office, in my opinion. He got his opinion and I got mine. Condoning corruption. I would have been more form a nonprofit and do these activities because Attorney Kim said it in the man in the room. from the Attorney General, the FBI, the prosecutor's office. Y'all keep believing in that city attorney's office. He's the most biased, one of the corrupt folks, and political folks. Dealing with you, me, and others, and y'all might be naive. I'll answer the question. This city attorney opinion's been overturned and proved wrong in court.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
So, I mean, I'm not making this stuff, it's on public record that Mr. Murphy accepted and has in his possession an $11,000 lawnmower. Like, I'm not making this up. He stated it on the record. Where did he get the lawnmower? He got it from Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity on the record through and live has stated that it is not in their possession, it is not on their depreciation schedule, that it is in the possession of Quincy Murphy. So if we look at 1-6028, a public servant shall not accept gifts or other things of value from any person or company doing or seeking to do business in the city of Flint. So, to me, this has nothing to do with Ashley Capital. This has everything to do with Ashley Capital was just a happenstance. He did it in direct violation with Habitat. So the relationship between Habitat, which he voted on recently to give them ARPA money, and him getting the funds, is a direct violation of the charter, at least, if not under federal or state laws. So, to me, this one is way more, there's no loopholes that I can see directly to this city charter. I don't see how there's a loophole in this. Through you, Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, what I've stated, is there a loophole that makes that gift of value to Mr. Murphy legit and not against the charter? I know that you put out your legal opinion, but at the time of the legal opinion, you didn't know that Habitat Humanity gifted that to Councilman Murphy. And he has in his possession, and both sides are stating the same thing. So, knowing those things now, would you change your legal opinion on that matter today?
You're correct that at the time that information was not available, and was not part of the legal opinion that I wrote here. As to whether that changes the conclusions that I reached in the legal opinion, honestly,
if Habitat is saying, no, we gifted it to him, and he's saying, yes, I have it, how is that not, would you need to look at your legal opinion in this matter again?
I think the question is whether or not ownership of the lawnmower had been transferred. And
well, there is no
well, I believe that the reports currently say that Councilmember Murphy is in possession of the lawnmower. That's not the same thing as having ownership.
So do we need an affidavit from Habitat from Humanity saying that they don't own it and they gifted it?
Request for information.
What's your request?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pfeiffer, it does state in here that Habitat Executive Order told MLive in the Flint Journal that the award was given to Murphy.
Wow.
So, with all of this being on the record, would you need, another look and review that legal opinion and still stand by that this transaction is being legal?
I stand by the conclusion that was reached based on the facts that were known at the time that it was written.
Well, my question is, would you want to relook at that, given the facts that we know today?
The law department is not really an investigative body. I would think that if this council or if the EAB or if some other entity were to investigate and determine their own findings of fact, we could then ask them to investigate that.
I'm not asking for investigation, I'm asking for a legal opinion based on the facts that are public knowledge. It's a legal opinion, I'm not asking you to investigate. I mean, I can call,
investigation is a process of determining what the facts are. So, the opinion that was written was based on the facts as known at the time.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
And I'm gonna pick back up with, Attorney Kim, because everything is being hung on that legal opinion. And with you having information now, this was a document that Ashley Capital sent to me. And in this document, it states also $4,750. This is not in your legal opinion. That went to Councilman Murphy. So would you change your legal opinion knowing that another $4,750, which Ashley Capital listed the value of clothing, gifts, and food cards for 45 people during Christmas, the 2022 Christmas holiday? Were you aware of that for your legal opinion?
Yes, that's as listed in one of the pages there. I believe that was.
It doesn't have his name on it though.
Correct. I don't believe even what you have, there's no indication that Councilmember Murphy personally received any of those donations, benefited from that.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Let me tell you why. You're doing this, and I think it'd be fair for you to take that back. You know, let me look at everything. Because he stated up here and said, I'm glad to talk about this. Yep, because that's right. I was out there passing out gifts, you know, at the apartment, finding kids to give to. It was his own admission he was giving this, and then told us how he did it. So yeah, I disagree with you. He told us that they gave him it. We didn't even know about it. He told on himself.
Amen.
It's on video. He told us there is, and it's on video. He told everyone that he did. We didn't know about it. I didn't know about the 4,750 because Ashley Capital didn't tell me about the 4,750 the day that I was at Metropolitan Church. But they did tell me about the other items. They didn't ask me if I want anything. So when we get back to this, you're setting as our chief legal attorney a very dangerous precedent. A very dangerous one. I would ask that you go back and look at this because now it states we can do it. There will be nothing wrong with it. And the nonprofit set up by, we talk about the date, that has nothing to do with it. And I think the information was incorrect in the other one, you know, on this legal opinion, because Cyrus Park was set up August 8, 2021. Was it 2019?
Request for information.
This request.
Did you know that we've been doing work since 2019?
And so, when we talk, it's not a me, it's not that's improper, Madam Chair, because that's an improper, that has nothing to do with anything.
Go ahead. She was just correcting the record. Go ahead.
She was, that's not correct on the record. My point was that it was established in August 2021. First day we worked, she didn't live here in 2019, and her own admission, so please correct her.
What's your point, Ms.
Ms. Priestley, do you know how many times you have voted in favor with her? Hold on, let me finish my point.
I'm not singing.
Do you know how many times you voted in favor of her repeatedly against her ruling us out of what privilege points or what privilege points information? And you see what she's and you can rule it illegal, but I want to make a point to you and the people that you've been condoning her activity toward us, but then when it comes to her, my point of order is that you ain't both and dealing the same. Yeah. I'll leave it at that, just for the record. Release that money.
So I'm gonna get to this. Some of y'all are friends. I can watch y'all, 'cause I'll be down here. They come in and out your office. They come in and out your office. And when we get to this, we get these legal opinions. This stuff isn't right. This legal opinion teaches them how to circumvent the charter. That's our law. Our charter is our law. And I'm telling you this, y'all keep telling people how you allow them to do it. It's gotten back. That's your credibility as an attorney with a legal opinion. And it's not fair to you, because you think you have a private conversation and they're telling their friends. They don't know who. And they hinge this on your legal opinion, which will affect you more than anything with your own. And that to me is disturbing, because this is a slippery slope. $4,750, that was to Councilman Murphy. He told everyone. He told everybody. So when you say, well, it wasn't, he didn't inform this, we didn't make it aware. Yeah, he told everybody. It's on one of them tapes. And he told us during 2 meetings. 2 meetings. So in your legal opinion, I would say to revisit that, because our charter is very clear. So if not, we're gonna all set up nonprofits and everybody, can go and say, hey, just in casual say, hey, I'm a nonprofit, and we help the community. And they can give a gift, and there's no limit on it. But that lawnmower is in his possession, according to Habitat for Humanity, to Ron Funger, who was an independent journalist, which we didn't solicit that. I had no idea he'd spoken to him until I read the article. So when we talk about that legal, please take another look at that. Or maybe we need to ask you again, because it's putting you really on the hook, along with your credibility. I don't have 1 second, but I'm
Thank you. Any other discussion?
You got something to say?
Any other discussion? In the first round. Seeing none, any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I think the tone and the pattern has been set. I don't think we'll see any surprise votes. But I want to make it perfectly clear. Not only did I bring these resolutions, but I'm about to bring a resolution to remove Attorney King. I'm real close to that, and I don't have any illusions that the certain five won't do. But this is getting real serious. It got serious when we can't get legal counsel, give shit stuff out for him and them, and then try to bury and prosecute us. For me, it's just outrageous what we see in here through the city attorney's office. Even what we seen about agenda changes, outrageous. Wait till you see the memo that Clyde sent us dated September the 18th, which is today, about the emergency ordinance. Whoa. It wasn't in there previously. The ordinance has been in violation, but he on the news talking. See, we can't be a certain council to let the administration and the attorney's office conspire illegally to try to make us look like fools. I'm gonna say it again, when 2 or more people conspire wrongfully, it really could be a violation of the RICO Act. Criminal and civil RICO. Folks conspiring unlawfully against the legislative body, intentionally. We gotta be smarter than this. Now this vote is totally different. It wasn't no PAC. The legal opinion didn't address no PAC. This was from a co-ownership of Ashley Capital to Habitat. Wasn't a PAC, from what I'm hearing. Correct me if I'm wrong. This was from a personal made check. Ain't addressed in the legal opinion. One, to Habitat, and then Habitat, based upon initiative, put it in the custody or possession and exclusive use of Mr. Murray. But our legal department don't see no difference. They have mixed it all together like it was a pack. I don't see it the same. I don't see Ms. Lewis voting to suspend it for 30 days, 60 days, 6 months. I don't see the legal department doing what they're supposed to do for this council and legislative body and reissuing a legal opinion based upon the facts that they know now. Didn't care to really get the facts then. I just see a political game. Folks are aspiring from the mayor's office to the council to the legal department. I see an unlawful conspiracy. That's a problem. And until we move on it, I don't care what other people do, I'm going to sponsor a resolution to remove this city attorney for cause. Ms. Priestley, you might have found out something about 6 months, but I've been here for 10 years. In order for you to get me, you got to remove me for 10 years, at least 9. Y'all here playing a game, been here a year, Mr. Brissett been here 2, 3 months, and you ain't winning. Attorney Tim ain't winning. 10 years. If I die tomorrow, they're gonna call me Councilman Bass. My funeral and obituary gonna refer to me as Councilman Bass. When I get into this game, I don't mind being shot, killed, or stabbed because I'm ready to go to glory. I really believe in heaven and hell. And I ain't trying to be a part of hell. But I know folks up here is raised in hell and doing wrong. I'm gonna end, well, the clock don't tell me to end. But this is serious business.
Thank you.
Serious.
Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Like I said, I come in and out, and I've seen people come in and out of that legal office, and it's been in groups. I'm here to come in the building, I dash in, dash out, or I'm here for a while, I do my meetings here. When you become friends with people, it's difficult if it becomes an issue that's ethical or unethical. Because it's based like, oh, what kind of friends am I like this person? I don't want friends who don't put me in a predicament that I have to make a decision to do what's right. Simple as that. And with the information now, and you said you put it there in the legal opinion for $4,750. As an attorney, I think it should have been asked, who does the $4,750 belong to? Does it have to be assigned to a person? You put an anonymous amount, you said in the legal opinion, but you didn't attach it to. And that should have been done, as you stated, in the research or an investigative part. An investigative part, it should have had, who did that belong to? So we talk about our friends, and I think it's safe to say friends, or how they say you're friends with them. And I think it may affect your ability to make a decision on what people are saying out here. And it's not, you're the chief legal attorney. You should be independent of everything. Everything. Because you are the attorney. And that the law is supposed to be pretty much clear. So when we talk about the Habitat for Humanity, who's getting higher funds, and then there's issues with that, is it conspiring? I mean, these are things that people are talking about. Is it racketeering? Because we got agencies and people all working together. Is it racketeering? Are we laundering checks because some were personal and some were with the PAC? $11,000 was a personal check. that should have been, is a red flag, I feel, and it should have, and not just me. And I don't want people to say that other people went to office, it was not. I've had 2 other people look at this and give opinions that this opinion was not a good opinion. And especially with the open, it wasn't clear. And so you're correct, there's an investigative part. But the investigative part, the due diligence wasn't clearly done, as we can state again by the questions that are here tonight. So we have all of these things that people are talking, and we're putting money through, and I get you this lawnmower. So to get you that lawnmower, I'm gonna put it through the person at Habitat for Humanity, because you don't have a nonprofit. Or I'm gonna roll your item or your money into a group or bundle it with something so that it doesn't look like it's getting to yours. You know, it's like cleaning the money up to get to the person or the organization that is supposed to get it. And we have a responsibility. This is just wrong. Our charter is clear. So we should be looking for reasons outside of following that charter, which states you don't take any gifts, but in the exception of if you put it through Habitat for Humanity. Or if you decide to take it and you run it through another nonprofit. Or if they write you a personal check. Then I think you become an accomplice when we're doing that. And I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want my friends gonna rob a bank, don't swing by and pick me up. I'm not doing it. And that's your ethics. The ethics, I think, when we look at money, because now, if we keep this legal opinion, we can all go back and say, or to anyone from the, get a nonprofit, because there's nothing wrong with it. It's a dangerous precedent, and I feel it's illegal. It's illegal. And then they ask, if it would have been asked beforehand, hey, they want to donate to my nonprofit, can I take the money? I think your opinion would have said, when you refer back to the charter, I think it would have been different, because we would have been here. I think we said, well, if you do this, this may cause this to happen. And now we're dealing with the after effects. So I think and you, Madam Chair, the clerk, I would like to have a second legal opinion, because it doesn't address the $4,750 and some of the items in it. So that we can have a second legal opinion, so that we can, get this really out, in the open.
Give it.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, once again, I don't think the votes are here to approve this, but I will state, and Ms. Burns, you brought up friendship, and I believe that some of our council members are putting friendship above the law. And now, let me say this, and don't take this the wrong way, Mr. Mays. Hopefully you don't. We have not agreed on a substantial amount, and we've argued on the record, off the record. We've had our ups and downs. I think that's a agreeable statement, correct? We've had our ups and downs, but what I can say is that if this resolution was Mr. Mays taking, $11,000 lawnmower, I believe that we would have already removed him. We already had the hearing to remove him from council, and he would be sitting out in the audience right now. And because it's somebody else who has friendships, we're throwing that out the window and saying your friendship is more important than anything else. That's right. And Ms. Burns, don't take this as offense. You said that we were friends earlier. No offense on this council. I have no friends. Wow. I have no friends. My friends are my constituents. And what I think is right or wrong. So, and this clearly is wrong. Because if, like I said, if this was the tables turned and this was Mr. Mays or maybe Ms. Burns, I believe that, I believe that the record would state and everybody would be able to say, oh, he or she, they're gone. But that isn't the case right here because people are taking their friendships to the next level and, I mean, other than voting wrong and throwing their morals, in air quote, out the window. I mean, that's cut and dry. You take a gift and you then vote on something for that party to do business in the city. I don't know how you get more clear cut than that. And how you accept money through a nonprofit and then use that nonprofit to prop up your council seat, how that is not a conflict, I don't know, I'm not understanding. But I just think that, when more resolutions come forward, that Mr. Mays is stating that, he's gonna bring forward, I hope that this body looks in the mirror and realizes that if you're in that position and you accepted money or you accepted a lawn, or would your friends / council members, drop their morals and their standards for you? You should take a hard look at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other, yes, Dr. Rose.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and be really brief. Sometimes, you gotta come over here to Monkeyville to understand how the monkeys relate and how and what we do in our community. Friendship, no, I wouldn't say that.
What's your request?
Who are you referring to as Monkeyville and understand how the monkeys relate? You said more than one, so other than yourself, who else are you talking about?
You can answer that if you want.
There's no need, we already know what it is. And so when we talk about friendships, you have no clue. You have absolutely no clue. We follow the rules. And according to this legal opinion, we follow the rules. We talk about, when we talk about friendships, friendship, get up and break form when other colleagues are in the wrong. That's what I know that's what friendships do. So let's not talk about friendship here. We are to do the business of the city. Who I'm friends with the second ward, even though they told me that to continue doing the great work as we start in the neighborhood association. So when you say that a council person uses volunteer organization to prop himself up, oh, not at all. The word props me up. Because I know exactly who you were referring to. See, I don't know how many neighborhood organizations you started in the 8th Ward, don't know what you have done in the 8th Ward. I don't even really care because I'm all about Ward number 2.
Point of information. Isn't it true that every poster that you put out says that it's sponsored by Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association?
Request for information.
What's your request?
Ms. Lewis, do you remember that illegal literature that was mailed out on your behalf, Hercules' behalf, and Murphy's behalf? You keep referring to that type of thing. Do you remember that illegal literature?
That's an improper request.
I appeal to ruling of the chair.
There's a appeal ruling of the chair that I have said that it was an improper point of information to discuss what is potentially may be illegal literature mailed on certain behalf on behalf of certain council members. Is there support?
Yes, I support that.
It's been moved and properly seconded for the appeal point I made. Anyways. Look, I worked today. I worked 8 hours.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
What's your point?
We all in the people. Not talking to the audience about you worked, and we all worked. I worked for 30 years with General Motors. Come on now. Stick with the business.
Amen.
y'all talk about Jermaine and whatever, we in a procedural motion. Not whether you work or whatever. Then you tired of me, point of order. You just say you're tired and then you resign.
I didn't say you were tired.
No, I said you said you were tired. Bye. You could resign like her, bro, get frustrated. I'll be glad. So you did both, wrong? No, we ain't out of order. She was out of order. We had an appeal to discuss your illegal liberty.
Out of order.
But Mr. Piper said that.
Out of order right now. Mr. Piper, you have a chair. We're in an appeal. Let me tell you who's spoken on this motion.
If you don't, you got the clerk. Point of order. You know appeal has been made in second.
Any other person wishes to speak on this appeal?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mayor.
I appeal that because Ms. Lewis, since she's been sitting here, been talking about how they voted for her and how she got elected and did, and she thinks that they don't remember that it was illegal literature mailed out. And we think it came from the mayor's office on your behalf. It was your picture, Herman Rolla's picture, Quincy Murphy's picture, all the literature looked the same. It was a major mailing 2 or 3 times. And now you want to sit and brag like it was Cyrus Park. It wasn't Cyrus Park. I thought earlier you say I didn't have no yard signs. You had illegal mailings. Now you might not want to admit it, but it's true. And all of y'all back then, Herman Roller, I don't know who mailed it out on my behalf. You act like you didn't know. And Quincy said he didn't know. This is fact. Now I want to see Priestley lead. I want to see you lead. If Candace is that lead, I don't care about a breaking of the quorum. Because the way that you and Priestley vote and call me to order, I got the right to call a point of order if she tells me how I work. We in the procedure. And the procedure was to talk about you and that illegal literature that folks need to get prosecuted for. And if it was tracked to the company down in Detroit that do Neely's literature, the check probably came from him, or even an illegal pack or something. But you didn't put it on your campaign report. You didn't report it in kind of contribution. Quincy didn't report it in kind of
Request for
contribution.
information.
What's your request?
Mr. Mays, have you reported your legal defense funds to the state of Michigan?
We doing all that. We doing all that, and it'll pay any fine. How much you know about it? So, the answer is yes, we know what we doing. And you the one that's trying to get away with murder. So, you done did your request for information, now don't talk to me through the mask and talk, because I call you out and we'll cuss you out. You done give me the banger, you done act the fool, and I'm not gonna continue to be a gentleman towards you. You done hit me on the chair, I would file a complaint. You was a fool. And they condoning your foolish activities. You ain't gotta say, through the mask every time I talk. Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Which one?
Can you tell her to leave me alone through that mask? You can't hear me, I'm asking, I'm stopping that clock to tell you that it's gonna be some mess if she keep talking to me through that mask.
Say to all council members, please keep your comments and your bodily silence to yourself.
I can appreciate it because if I start doing it, I'm gonna do it way worse than you, Ms. Lewis. Remember, when you go low, I go lower. When you go low, I get nasty. You got the wrong one. I'm not Michelle Obama. You's a nasty black lady. Nasty. And you mess with folks. You did it with Bill in the elevator. You did it with me out by the elevator. You're doing it now. You know he would warn you. You're disrespectful and nasty.
Anyone else wishing to speak in this appeal? Anyone else wishing to speak in this appeal? Madam Clerk, roll call on the appeal of whether or not the legal literature is germane to this topic.
My point of order, Mr. Chairman, the appeal was whether or not my request for information about the illegal literature was a proper request for information. She was bringing up the campaign, I made the request for information. She don't have to answer Judy Rue that she was,
Yeah.
you know, it was out of what I appeal that Rue.
Yeah, so to correct the record, the appeal is whether or not the request for information, was, legit. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Rochelle? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Please, please, Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote to 4 yes, 2 no.
It failed. So, that appeal failed. I believe we were,
In the second round.
second round. Second round, and was there any more time left on, Dr. Lewis's time? Madam Clerk?
3 minutes, 36 seconds.
3:36? Yeah, you can just leave it there. Okay. I already forgot where we were in the middle of that, frivolous appeal. And so, as I get ready to go and prepare for, my community meeting, I just wish that the colleagues would use the same energy that they're using to demonize me and Councilman Murphy to do something great for the city of Flint. Takes a lot of energy to do this, a whole lot of energy. Let's use it on something positive. Let's use it on doing something fruitful and productive. That's the challenge. And so, like Mr. May said, like getting Cadillacs, maybe they gave him one, maybe you didn't, I don't know.
It is.
Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor.
But this is where we are. And so hopefully this will put all of that to rest, and when administration comes, we can clear up the $50,000 money laundering that I have been accused of as well. Because I had no parts in that resolution.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Didn't she say when we was on her, stick with that? We on Quincy Murphys and a line, boy, we've been through the bills. You the one said
One vote
stick
taken.
with
We
it.
are on, based on the previous ruling of the previous chair, we are to stick with the resolution title, Quincy Murphy from multiple violations of the city charter.
Oh, this is very relevant, I will go back to it. And so, when the administration comes, we can definitely clear some things up, because too often,
What's your point?
It could happen in 2 minutes. Give her a first warning. She ignoring what the majority of the ruling was. She deserved the first warning because she said she's going
I
back
don't know what
to
she
it.
was gonna say. She said the
She was
administration.
back to it. That's what she said. You can't hear over there.
No, I can't hear her. She just said that the administration was gonna clear up, but she didn't finish the statement.
Talking about her 50,000 and all that. But anyway, we'll wait. She do it again. I'm going back in.
okay. And so, just because colleagues say it doesn't make it true.
Request for information,
What's your request?
through you to the speaker. Did the administration fill out your application, or did you?
That's improper because we're on the Quincy Murphy resolution.
Thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer, and so, and I appreciate you for calling out the improper, motion. So, I'm just gonna stop, and so we get to the vote, so we can go home. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round? Madam Clerk, roll call on approving 230316.
Ms. Shaq?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Voted 4 yes, 2 no.
4 yes, 2 no, that resolution fails. We're on to, final council comments.
Mr. Chairman? I would like to move for adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn, is there support?
We voted to table resolution about the emergency stuff until the evening.
I'm aware that a motion to adjourn is always in order.
Okay, we'll see what happens.
It's been moved and properly supported, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No. No.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Mr. Shaq?
Yes.
Voted 2 yes, 4 no.
2 yes, 4 no. There's a motion to bring things off the table, which, administration isn't here, we can go on with.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Mayor.
I'm gonna move to bring them off the table, and I'm gonna move the discussion about it to committee meeting. I guess we got a committee meeting Wednesday. Okay, so I will move to bring them back off the table.
There's a motion to remove, items 230306, 230301, 230308 from the table. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, hopefully the vote will pass to remove if they don't.
Hold on,
Pass that,
hold on.
maybe no discussion.
No discussion.
Okay.
So this is just a vote on first roll call. We're removing the table.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Lewis is not here. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Voted 5 yes, 0 no.
5 yes, 0 no. They are removed from the table. And is there a motion for these?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays.
Before I make that motion, what I want to do is, make sure that they still discuss, because remember, we tabled the motion that you made to drop. And so I want to move that, to committee, even though it can't be formal action until we get to
So you're making
the regular.
amended motion?
So I'm gonna make a motion to move them to finance committee meeting. And then, they're gonna end up in the regular council meeting, but I wanna stop them by, finance committee meeting and ask in the motion, I move in the move of finance committee meeting and to see the documentation attached with them that Mr. Edwards provided. He's not here.
Okay, there's a motion to send 230306, 230301, 230308 with the ask and Madam Clerk, the referral for the documentation that supports using of the emergency ordinance. Is there support?
Yes.
Support. 1 round of 3 minutes if there's any discussion.
No.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
real
Mayor.
quick. I've seen the documentation part of it. One of them was dated the 18th, one of them was dated the 15th. I don't know what will change between now and then, but I want to go over that emergency purchase and the procedure and stuff done right. I mean, that could turn out to be a big issue in the town later on this council. So I'll be voting to discuss it and talk about it. And if need be, then I'll try to move the discussion to drop, at the regular council meeting or something of that nature. So I'll be voting yes. And I want to say this, all of them folks who talk about breaking of a quorum, the Priestleys, the Murphys, the Worthy, they ain't for real. It's a game. God bless the residents of the city of Flint, and God bless us all, sincerely.
Any more discussion?
None.
Any more discussion, Madam Clerk, roll call?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Voted 4 yes, 1 no.
Okay, 4 yes, 4 no, that motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna request that a discussion item be put on. Now, what happens here with these that ain't gonna be acted on, they ain't gonna be acted on. We done lived up to what we said agenda-wise, we done discussed them, we took it off the table, and we brought them back through you to the clerk. If we leave them here undone, what happens to them? They show up at the next council meeting or what?
This is special council meeting. Yes, they would actually go back to Monday's council meeting.
So, Ms. Mashat, you ain't blocking us as we try to take care of business, you just showing who you are, so I ain't gonna do that, I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn, I'll highlight that. Now, that was a simple, vote, and his she, voted a different way, because guess what? I'm here to take care of the city business, I'm here to take care of it, that's poppycock.
Okay, Mr. Mays, sir, you have a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn, I so move.
Is there support? Support. Moved by supported, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Voted 5 yes, 0 no.
First meeting is adjourned, 1:39.
Hey, y'all. Moving with these plans, this foolishness. And the one who created the foolishness is the one who did it, ain't take care of the business. And the one that vote foolish with him wouldn't even move something to committee. Now, how foolish can you be? Look, appreciate y'all. Stay tuned.
And we're out. Let me find the stop button. 4 hours and 40, what is it?